2 reasons you cannot play high. Well, I just demonstrated one of them. This, the meat, the muscle, right? But you already knew that, right? Yeah. You know you got to have chops. You got to build this. Everything. All these muscles, everything. It's all got to be built up strong. So you know that one, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought it was talent. Okay? A lot of people think it's just talent. Can't play high. I was just born to play third chair. Just the way it is. Don't get mad about it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You just weren't born with the talent to be able to play high. Actually, some people feel that way. But that is 100% wrong. 100% incorrect. That's your belief system, but it's not reality. Your belief system, but not reality. So the top reason that you can't play high is you haven't gone through the process of training this and the whole mechanism from diaphragm to here to out to the horn. You haven't gone through that process. Now you can look at video, YouTube after YouTube. In fact, I just crossed over the 600 mark on my YouTube channel. Videos available to the public. You can watch them all. You're not going to get that miraculous improvement in range and endurance just by watching videos, even though I'm giving you some good advice and others are giving you good advice. You have to go through the process. The process is systematically applying so many different angles at your chops, your breathing, your tongue, strategically over a period of time, infused with momentum. That's what the process is. And you're not likely to have gone through that process if you're watching this video, or maybe you're just watching it just for giggles. But you have to go through the process. It seems like a lot of teachers that can actually play decently high are not taking their students through the process. And as a result, the students don't end up playing as well as a teacher, and they don't even make that much improvement. It's about the process, not about 1 or 2 techniques or a routine that you're going to do. About the process. So, if you watch my stuff, you will get better, and you are certainly going to play a little bit higher, a little bit better, a bigger sound, a bigger tone, more accuracy, better endurance, yes. But you're not going to get that miracle, amazing, oh my God, I was playing high Z's and D's a few months ago and now I'm zinging out double high G's. Now I can actually do some Broadway shows if I wanted. No, you're not going to get that by watching just individual random videos on how to play trumpet better from anybody. You have to go through the process. I happen to know what that process is, by the way. And according to most of the people that have been working with me, it seems like they know it now too and they can demonstrate it. So let's go on to number 2, or the second reason, the second top reason that you can't play high. That. Tongue and tongue arch. Now, you can still play high without the tongue arch. I'm going to play high right now, leaving my tongue dropped in a low C positioning. And now it's not going to sound good at all. Okay? How am I able to still get up there even though it sucked? I had the chops. But having the chops is one part of the equation. If you don't have the tongue arch, my friend, you can have the range. F, G, weak, kind of brittle sounding, stiff sounding, not that powerful, but I can get those notes. That proves to you right there that if you're still not doing some things right, that you can still gain some altitude just by developing your chops. But that's not going to be the panacea and what you're thinking about as an end result of how you want to play. So the tongue arch, the less space you have in your mouth when the air is coming out, you're going to zing out higher notes because the air is going to be speeding past the lips, vibrating them faster, vibrating the air that goes into here, coming out here is going to all be faster. Okay. So how do we do that? It's the tongue arch. And it's kind of one of the most elusive techniques on the trumpet. It really is. I get people that can actually play pretty decently up to high C, D, even E, and they're not using tongue arch, but they're so used to not using tongue arch that they can actually play sometimes at the professional level or as a professional in a symphony. It's quite amazing how they can do that. They're making things in life very, very hard by doing that, but yet they've accommodated not knowing about the tongue arch or not being able to do it. So what if you had a screwed up embouchure, or what if you thought you didn't play correctly? Well, here's my natural setting. What if I played poorly? Let's move the mouthpiece over a little bit. There we go, see it? I'm way off my embouchure. In fact, I'm over. What about the other way? Well, now I'm back to center. Move it over. Now I'm really playing not where I want to play. I can still do it, but it sucked that on that one side compared to the other. So I've showed you that with no tongue arch, I can still play high. Playing on a totally screwed up embouchure, one side to the other like that, I can still play some, actually into the upper register above high C. So it's the tongue arch. Tongue arch. So quit looking at whether or not you got a bad embouchure, a defective embouchure, whether or not you think that you're playing a little off center and your teacher's on you for that. You play too high, play too low. You can work on that stuff later, but that's not your problem. The problem is tongue arch, especially if you got the other part handled, the musculature of the embouchure and the strength. But a lot of people don't got that handled either. But it's the tongue arch. With the tongue arch, you can do quite amazing things. So if you can play high B flats, B's, and C's with the perfectly executed and advanced tongue arch, that those high C's automatically turn into E's and F's with no change in the musculature and the strengthening of the embouchure here. Tongue arch works wonders. That's the second reason that you can't play and if it's the second reason, or it's the second place why almost all brass players can't get altitude and can't have good endurance. It seems to be mystical and ambiguous, foggy, murky, unclear what the tongue arch really is. But basically, if you can take the tip of your tongue, that's the tip. Take it and put it under, behind your teeth, your lower teeth. There's upper, lower. Take the tip, go down, anchor it. I have the tip anchored right at the bottom of my lower teeth, where the teeth kind of almost turn into the gums, right at that gum line, or you run out of teeth, and you can feel the wet gum. That's where you anchor the tip of your tongue. Yeah. And then the tongue arches up. Like you're saying in, or E-I-N-G, swimming. Yeah. So that's when you're at maximum tongue arch. And here's a good test for you. I made another tutorial about this, but it was kind of shorter. So you can try this on different things. Here's me going from second line G to C on purpose. Okay? Okay, you're seeing movement here. I'm also adding a little extra tension when I'm going up to give it push. The way to really get the feeling of tongue arch, so it's not theory, is actually something real that you're doing, is to purposely try not to get the top note, yet raise your tongue in an arch position. So right now I'm going to take a big breath and I'm going to hold a G, but during that time what's happening inside my mouth is this. My tongue is arching up. You already know that tip is placed behind my teeth. So it's going here, up. And I'm purposely going to try not to get the C. Watch what happens. Hear that? Of course it didn't sound good, but I'm purposely trying not to get the C. I don't want the C to come out. Watch again. Again. You notice no movement going on here at all, right? And I'm really trying not to let the C to come out. That's your assignment. If you can get that to happen, you've executed the tongue arch quite perfectly. Now, it doesn't stop there. The tongue has to be developed, and you have to be able to hold the tongue arch under a lot of undue pressure when you're above high C. That pressure will flatten down your tongue, and your range will drop. Not because you don't have chops, because you're not maintaining the tongue arch. So the tongue arch, you got to get it, but then you have to develop it to withstand the pressure that will be inside your oral cavity when you're really playing in upper register and beyond. Your tongue arch drops just a micromillimeter and you've lost 2 notes on your range, just like that. That's how easy it is. So watch, let's try it on a different note. Low C. I'm trying to do that, right? You can tell. What if I take a big breath and purposely stay on that low C? Don't let that G come out. Take a bigger breath this time. The first one came out air because I didn't have any air left. Even low C to G, which is a wider interval, isn't it? It's another note wider, so you're going to fifth. Now, a lot more air is coming out on low C than it is on G because you have the placement of your jaw and your tongue even lower. But still, you could hear that something was happening. In fact, the air started to cut off. And on that first one, did you hear that? It was almost no air. I mean, it was just air coming out. But the low C would not come out. So don't think that was a mistake. The low C would not come out anymore. Let me just see if I can go for the air again because that was pretty important. I'm raising the tongue up to the point where the low C will not vibrate anymore. Well, now that time the note came out. No, hold on, let me try it again. Trying to keep the low C down, but I'm raising my tongue into a tongue arch. No, it's not going to do it this time. I guess it was kind of a fluke, but still, that was important to realize I'm trying to play the low C, which even beginners can get. So you know something was going on inside here. I mean, if I can't play the low C, something really is bad, and something bad is going to happen. Maybe the end of the world tonight. I can't play a low C, and if you can't play a low C, it's probably the same thing. Now, if I'm playing a low C and I do something inside my mouth that causes the low C not to come out, you know I'm doing something. You know something is going on. You just have to know that. So I was probably speeding up the air too fast for the low C to come out, and it was in the little twilight zone area right before the G was going to snap out. So I'm not even sure if I've even tried this on C to E. Now, I'm thinking that as you get more narrow in intervals, it's probably going to come out easier. So I'm not sure if this will be the best demonstration or not. Let's find out. So middle C to E. Oh, normally. Now, I'm going to try to keep it at middle C and not let the E to come out. Oh no, okay, it gets easier as you go higher, actually. Yeah, okay, so that's why I was experiencing that error at the low C to G. So this demonstration is actually perfect for you at G to C. And if you do have range up to about an A to a high C, you might want to try it from middle C to E because it's actually easier. But it might be so easy that you don't really get the feeling of it. So you've heard me do 3 different ones. G to C is commonly what I show students. Low C to G is going to be harder, and C to E is going to be easier. So you got 3 different intervals that you can slur to using the tongue arch. And remember, you're trying not to let the top note come out. You're trying not to let the top note come out. That's what you're trying to do. But you're arching up, you're trying to arch the tongue as high as it will arch, but with the goal of not getting that top note. Because if you have the goal to get the top note, then you might add a little bit more pressure here. You might blow harder. You're going to be doing some things unconsciously that you've just already trained yourself to do to get the note to come out. That's why it's important to really, it might go against your ego, but really do not let that top note come out. Just keep arching the note up and hope it doesn't come out. And when the top note does come out, if it does for you, then you know that you've got the tongue arch decently perfected, but just not strengthened. I mean, the tongue arch, you either get it or you don't, right? There's not really a gray area. You got to perfect it, you can do it, or you don't have it at all. There's not really a middle ground. You either got it or you don't. After that point, it's about developing your tongue and the tongue arch to really be refined and just amazingly versatile when you're playing. That's where I come in. Have you ever heard that I got a website called TrumpetSizzler.com, and that I teach a lot of people, especially a lot of advanced and professional players that want to get better with endurance and range? Well, if you haven't heard about it, you're just hearing it now. I actually do that. That's kind of actually what I'm good at. And I do I'm good at some other things too, but I kind of have this natural knack for helping people out with that. So if you'd like to learn more, you can definitely look at more videos here. And if you're watching this, why not go ahead and subscribe? You can support me. You're going to get an instant email when I put up new videos like this. And I don't know, I think that you're going to learn something and become a better player. But if you really want to take the horse by the reins and run with it, you got to do something, and that's called going through the process, which I alluded to earlier in the video. So, but this tutorial on tongue arch should help you. And now if you're not getting the note to come out at all, even though you're trying not to, but it still doesn't come out, that's where, again, you need a coach, you need someone to work with you on that, because that is the second reason you're not able to play high, play with power up the upper register, or even have great endurance. If you're constantly playing in a low C position in the upper register, you're gassing out all the muscles here. You're just putting such a load on them, and that's why you don't have any endurance. So you might even have a little range where you have no endurance. You got to get the tongue arch. It's the second reason people have problems in the upper register and with endurance. Since you've already heard me say that, it's a no-brainer. Work on it. Get it going. It's worth the investment in time. So that's a wrap. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these, and that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these 3 known mainstream techniques. Number 1, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It can be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling when you hear someone play with a great tone. That comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. Alright, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones. And you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones. But you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And lip flexibilities are broken down into 3 parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between 2 notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range isn't that high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colon Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing 1-octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame, if I remember what he said in his book. Now, don't quote me perfectly back, because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by 1-octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we've discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range, and you're hanging around G's above the staff, and you're still a good 4th away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at high C, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale, and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic. Chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the 3 things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these 3 things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number 2, lip flexibilities, and there's only 3 ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise. Lip trills, right? Glissandos, and lip slurs. And finally, the third thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye. 3 tips to help you get the pedal C on trumpet, and then pedal C downwards. Pedal C starts off tier 2 pedal tones. Many of you can't even get the pedal C to even begin to get into the tier 2 range of pedal tones. Tier 2 range of pedal tones is the most difficult of all pedal tones, and they are also the pedal tones responsible for really increasing your power and your high range. They tend to have a real raspy, nasally trombone sound, and we do want to play them as loud as we can. So, alright, tip number 1, we're going to cheat. Sometimes cheating helps. So, if you can't play the low C and then drop down an octave to the pedal C open, that's actually really, really loud, folks. That's probably about 3 Fs. I can back off a little bit. You can actually cheat and play 1, 2, and 3 for the pedal C. Now, what happens when you play 1, 2, and C? You'll notice that the quality of tone and timbre changes to that of tier 1 pedal tones. So, tier 1 pedal tones are medium in difficulty. So, they're not too easy, they're not too hard, they're kind of right in between. By adding 1, 2, and 3, you now bump the pedal C back up into tier 1. It'll be a little bit easier for you, but at least you're still getting it. Now listen to the difference. Low C. Now I'm going to cheat and play 1, 2, and 3 for the pedal. Sounds pretty, right? Compared to... That's the real pedal tone. Okay, so first way to get it is to cheat and to use 1, 2, and 3 to get the pedal tone out. While you're doing that, you could, just for giggles, throw off the all 3 valves at once and see where you are at and trying to get a piece of that pedal C. Watch. Now I'm making that look really, really easy, folks. But what's going to happen is, as soon as you throw your fingers off, you're going to see where some of your deficits are in your chops and what you need to work on, because that note might drop or it'll go up. Always remember this: the only reason you can never get any pedal tone is lack of embouchure strength. That includes your lips. Remember, pedal tones don't really exist on the horn acoustically. We're actually manipulating things to get them to come out. So never come up with an excuse of why you can't play the pedal tones, the horn or the mouthpiece or whatever. It's always due to a lack of embouchure strength. If you can't go through all at least 4 tiers of the pedal tones, all of them, it's due to a lack of strength here and also your lips. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, the second tip now, to be able to help you reach that pedal C, is, for many people, they describe the pedal C as a note that's not on the horn, that they can never get. It doesn't exist. It's just not there. Remember, the only reason it's not there is because you don't have enough strength here. That's simply the answer. So, okay, what can we do for our second tip to get into the pedal C? Do the scoop method. A lot of times, intermediate and advanced players will try to get the pedal C to come out, but they'll come in around an A or B flat. It comes out something like this. And they're fighting, but that's actually a good way to fight it. You want to fight and sharpen and raise the pitch. Well, actually, I hit it too close there. Let me go down under it a little bit more. I did that? We're scooping into it. So that's tip number 2, scoop. Okay, again, I'm making that look quite easy. You won't likely be able to do that right when you first try it. But listen, how did I get to do it? By practicing. I practiced until my lips were falling off to get these pedal tones a long time ago. You got to practice it. You'll increase the strength and you'll get it to come out. The third way, now this is a little bit more of an advanced technique, so you should already be familiar with tongue arch. And so tongue arch is what we use normally when we ascend and we want to get above the staff and keep going higher. We're also using it when we're doing our shakes and our lip trills, right? You can actually employ the tongue arch in the tier 2 pedal tone range because tier 2 pedal tones are almost a substitute or kissing cousin for practicing in the upper register. Okay, yeah, so the third way and tip for getting your first pedal C, or at least pushing that direction, is use a tongue arch, as I already mentioned before. You start off with the low C positioning, which is a drop jaw, a little bit wider aperture, and your tongue's flat in your mouth like you're saying ah. You got an egg in your mouth. Just a little bit of exaggeration. But instead of freezing and keeping that same position in your mouth, you're going to bring your chin up. You're going to arch your tongue up into an E position as you go down to the pedal C. Ah, yee. Ah, yee. And so you're going to have, of course, when you put your tongue into the tongue arch position, you're going to have to actually blow harder because now you're blowing against more resistance. That resistance is the tongue in your mouth. You're going to blow harder. You got to blow more air. Actually, you're not going to blow more air. You're going to blow air. It's going to seem like you're blowing more air, but you're blowing against this resistance, and that actually speeds up the air. There we go. That's a little bit better description. But you'll feel like you're forcing, like you're blowing more when you put the tongue in that arch position. I have my tongue right, curled up as much as I could, arched as much as I could to get that pedal C out. I can still do it low. It's harder, it's less efficient. That's no arch, that's no tongue arch. That relies on lots of air and pure armature strength, so the tongue arch makes things more efficient down in the tier 2 pedal range. That was with tongue arch. So to recap, the 3 tips and tricks and techniques you can use to get your first pedal C to come out and then keep continuing down in tier 2 pedal tones all the way to G flat, pedal G flat. What was the first one? What, you don't remember? Cheating. Cheating's number 1. The second one is doing the what? I think someone got it. You know, it's like those Fritos. Ah, you got it. Scoops. You seen those Frito scoops? Yes. Scoop. Got to scoop the note. And then the third way is what we just finished up on, is using the tongue arch. So these are the 3 ways that are going to push you in the right positive direction for getting your first pedal C on the horn. Yes! Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. You are looking at a book that you should be very familiar with. It's the red Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Flexibilities for a Trumpet, Volumes 1, 2, and 3. In my opinion, as an advanced trumpet player, as a semi-pro player, as a professional, you should have already gone through most of this book. Now, not everybody can get to the back of the book, but you should try, definitely. You should know this book pretty much inside and out. You should have mastered it as much as you can. And if you tell me that you did, I don't even need to hear you play it. I know that you're probably a pretty good player. If you have no clue what this book is all about, and you've never gone through it, my guess is that you still have a lot of work left to do on the trumpet. But we're talking about starting at the very end of this book today, not the beginning. It's not a beginning or intermediate lesson. We're going to turn to the very back of the book, which is the last section in the book. It's like page 79. It's section 8C to A above high C. And a lot of people try to get through the book. Some people actually arrive at the end of the book and finish that last one, maybe just barely, or maybe they can actually finish it and then they think they're done and they've arrived. But no, that's not the case. So we have some things that are out of the scope of this book and many other methods as far as upper register that you can keep pursuing to develop yourself into the best that you can be. Popped out the first three on that page, and now we're on to the last page. I'm not going to go through all of the rest of these just for time's sake, because my important message to you is what we're going to do after that. So let's do maybe one or two more of these, and I have my own way of doing it. I realize that some of you guys may start and hold that in the first note as indicated with a fermata. You may go to the other notes and hold those longer, but not me. I have my own way that I've been doing it for years, and so I'm just going to do it how I do it. It works best for me. I do throw in some extra notes at the end. I throw in some pedal tones just because even though you're doing lip flexibility studies and the name flexibility implies some flexibility in your lips, well, you do a lot of these and your lips actually start to stiffen up if you do too many. And you have to do too many on a regular basis, not every day, but to be able to build. To maintain you don't, but to build you have to do kind of overdo it so you get stronger. So I'm going to pick another one. Let's go to 24E, and that starts on high C. First bell. And then the last one, which is 24G, D, high D. Okay, so now you've just finished the book. Think that you're done, and maybe you're going to go back and dibble-dabble through the book. But that's not going to get you anywhere, because you've actually done the hardest one in the book, So if you kind of work your way backwards just for maintenance, you're just going to maintain what you got, and you're not going to get any better. Your range is not really going to improve. You might improve your endurance a little bit, but that's about it. So where do we continue on this exercise? We continue with E flat. And you start off with 2 and 3. So you got E flat, 2 and 3 up there after the D. That's where it continues. The same format. Working yourself up. Now I'm not going to go through each one, but for me, I actually go up to double G. So that was E flat. So I do E flat, I'd rest a little bit, E, rest, F sharp, and then I'd hit the double G. When you do that last one on double G, you're actually getting up to like a triple D, or some people might call it a double D. Anyway, you're above super C that way. That's usually where I stop for my maintenance right now. If I'm really preparing for a show, or if I'm really trying to build, I will actually force out some more lip trill studies above that one. And there you start approaching the triple C when you do that. And it's good for you if you really have some stuff that's going to be challenging you. So I'm going to do maybe 2 more. So we just did E flat, and then you would go to E, 1 and 2, F first, F sharp second, and then G is about usually where I end up on a regular basis. So we'll go to F. So if you did F right, your top note should have been double C. So the last one would be G. Let's just pretend that you did F sharp, which I didn't do, but you're going to do F sharp, take a break, and then you're going to start on double G, and your top note should be the D above that. So those are some exercises that you can do past the end of this book. Now, there are so many other techniques that I do beyond the scope of both books. Some I've commingled with other exercises from other people, and some exercises are things I've made up on my own. But when you're trying to develop your upper register and your high notes and your sound and your tone way up high, there's no question, if you're not doing these types of lip flexibility exercises, my guess is either that you're not up there that high, or if you are, you got one of those real thin, shrill, annoying, lead playing kind of upper register sounds that most people just can't stand to listen to. And there's some famous people out there who have that kind of sound. I think we know who we're talking about. But you don't want to end up sounding like that. You want to get a nice, big, round Bill Chase, Doc Severinsen, Maynard Ferguson, should have mentioned him first, but those are the sounds that you want to get. A nice, big, round, beautiful tone in the upper register, not a shrill, shrieking, thin, annoying high note sounds that sounds like someone just backed over a cat. And some people can play high and sound like that, but hopefully you won't be sounding like that after this. See you in the next lesson. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, I'm here going to talk about tongue arch a little bit. Simply because although I've tried to explain it before, even demonstrate it before, people still have trouble actually doing it. Now, a lot of people think that they're doing tongue arch. This is for all brass players, really. Tongue arch, as you probably should know, is the second stage of compression. Diaphragm first, tongue arch and the bottleneck at the throat second, and your aperture and your ability to keep your aperture narrow is the third stage of compression. But it's that second stage of compression which is really important and the problematic area for most brass players. A lot of you think you're doing it, but you're not. I can instantly recognize, I don't even need to hear you in the same room. And that's why I'm so effective teaching on phone and by Skype. I can hear when someone is not doing tongue arch because they have this strained, forced sound that does not come with a tongue arch. It comes when you're not doing the tongue arch. You got the tongue arch, it's free and it's effortless. You can just tell there's a different kind of quality to the sound. I'm going to try to get down and dirty in my mouth. I think you can see it. It's not going to be pleasant. But some of you got to realize what's going on. When I talk about roll in and roll out, a lot of people don't get that. I'm not sure why that is. So first off, you need to understand the concept of roll out and roll in. Roll out, roll in. Okay? When you are going higher, eventually, when you really get an expertise at the upper register, you can do both of this in real time. And you can do it in the form of a glissando. Here's like low A. I'm not warmed up, folks, so pardon me here. Look at, that's kind of a roll out, isn't it? More roll in, right? Even more roll in. Awesome roll in, okay? So I went from here. Sorry, it's flat. Not much roll in. In real time. A little bit sloppy. That's real time rolling, folks. To be able to do what I just did, you have to be able to roll your lips in and roll them out in real time. Now, for those of you who haven't graduated to that level, and actually it's very, very difficult. I have to say that I don't meet too many people that can do that. It's just difficult. So your second best way to do it would be to already have the roll in place. Okay? So when you're wanting to play higher, or if you have to start a higher passage, you need to already be rolled in. You can't start above the staff with a roll out. It's just going to have that strain sound. Even with my tongue arch. Let's roll out. Recognize that sound? I certainly do. Because I hear it in a lot of people that I teach. And most of the time when they get done with me, they don't make that sound anymore. Because they've learned proper tongue arch and roll in. So you can't start a passage. Let's go back real quick. Ultimately, you want to be able to do what I just did. Roll in and roll out in real time. Okay? That's ultimately. But during the interim, while you're still getting this down, you at least got to roll in when you're starting a higher passage. So you can't start above the staff with a roll out. You got to start with a roll in. Roll them in. Rolling. That's rolling, folks. Seems like a lot of people don't get that. I hardly ever get on the forums anymore for obvious reasons, but when I've gotten on there, it seems like every other topic is about roll in and roll out. So people are still having tons and tons of problems with roll in and roll out. So get the roll in down. Now when you get the roll in down, you roll in your lips as much as possible, and you're trying to put as much lip tissue into the mouthpiece as possible to play higher. So I'm rolling in. Let's say I want to go, let's just like ridiculously higher. I got to really roll in. I am a dry lip player, by the way, but sorry. I'm just trying to get my roll in without scraping up my lips too much. Roll in. Now I'm going to put some pressure and put as much lips in the mouthpiece as I can. Actually, that wasn't too horribly difficult for me. I'm not really warmed up. It's almost impossible to play too low, or even low at all, with the roll-in as extreme as I was doing. Watch. I mean, even that high C felt low to me. So roll-in extreme. I mean, I'm having trouble getting the high C out practically because I rolled in so much and I got so much lip tissue that it really narrows down the aperture. Now I'll roll out a little bit. A little bit more. So for me, I actually had to roll out considerably to accommodate the high C, probably because I'm used to playing so much past that. And for you, you're going to have to feel where you are on the instrument. You have to get the roll in, folks. It has to be there. Learn it, do it, use it. Now, if you got the roll in without the tongue arch, remember at the beginning I was doing the roll out on the high A, but with the tongue arch. What happens if you have the roll in with no tongue arch? Other people sound like this. So you got the roll in part down, but they don't have a tongue arch. So it sounds like this. Roll in. And roll in. Again, the hallmark of somebody who is not doing the tongue arch properly is a very forced and strained sound. And of course, you don't really have a lot of good range if you're not doing the tongue arch at all. So, hope you recognize that sound. If you hear that in your own sound, you need to start paying attention here and get with the program. Get that tongue arch down, get the roll in. So roll in, but no tongue arch. Listen to the difference when I go higher. Okay, roll in, drop my tongue. Sounds like crap, doesn't it? It's got that forced, strained, quivering, wavering tone that people get when they're not using tongue arch. So put the tongue arch back on, and I don't know if you can tell this, but I'm one-arming this myself, which is not easy to play and do this at the same time. So I'm actually holding the camera. With tongue arch. Notes lock in. In fact, that almost hurt my ears, folks. That was louder than, okay? It's loud. So, and I was one arm banded on that double A scale, right? So now let's go back to what's going on inside your mouth. Low C positioning. Ah. Ah. There you go. You can see my tongue. Ah. So for low C. Ah. I'm going to freeze my tongue when I get done playing with no tongue arch. Low C. Notice there's hardly any roll in. It's just more of a roll out. That's where my tongue was. Flat with that kind of dip into it. Let's see what happens if you do the tongue arch. Now the tongue arch should be with your tip of your tongue, right, There. Behind your teeth. Here. Okay, now you got the first part of the tongue arch. Now the tongue arches up. That is your tongue arch when your teeth are shut. Okay? That's not here. Some people are doing all kinds of wacky crap and it's not going to help you. In fact, I don't even know how some people can do it. Your tongue arch is not just arching up like that. I don't even know how you can play if you're doing that, but some people are arching it up, but they still sound pretty bad. And the reason is you have to have your tongue anchored. The tongue can be anchored at the top of the bottom teeth. Here's the bottom teeth, obviously, near the top. Right there. Or down lower. I'm right down almost at the gum line. You getting this, folks? Folks? Why are we doing this? Because no air is coming around the sides of your tongue. Only the air can come up and over the tongue and come down and come out your aperture. That's why just building lip strength and chops is not the be all end all to everything, because you have to have this air sped up at the second stage of compression. The air is coming up here. Now you've already got the first stage down. We're not going to talk about that right now with the diaphragm. But basically it's a bottled up high compressed air. So that's diaphragm. The air is coming up through your throat. It comes in and immediately it should meet the resistance of your tongue. Resistance meaning you reduce the space in your mouth. Ah, E. Now it has to travel up and down. When it comes down right there. It comes out your aperture. You got to get that, folks. If you don't get that, you can actually go through my 4-month program and build up chops of steel. And yes, have gain in range and endurance, but you haven't hit that sweet spot. You're still going to be struggling with mouthpiece pressure, even though you have strengthened all this up. You have strengthened up a lot of things during my course, or if you take somebody else's course. But if you don't get the tongue arch, you're really missing that sweet spot that a lot of people that excel in the upper register are enjoying. It just makes life a lot easier and more efficient. So you got to get that down. You need to invest whatever time it takes for you to get the feel down for yourself. Ah. That's low C for me. Ah. 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 Now, when I go above high C, my tongue arch is so high that it's rubbing against the roof of my mouth and almost stopping the bulk of air to come through. I mean, I'm really blowing hard to meet, not because the note's hard or high, because it's meeting a tremendous amount of resistance inside my mouth. Once I meet that resistance, the air spins out so fast, and then you see what happens with the roll-in. Everything links and syncs up to be able to get those high notes out with the least amount of effort and the most amount of efficiency. So, again, low C. I'll freeze it. That's where my tongue was, and you saw where my lips were pretty much a rollout. Tongue still low, but it is higher than it was with the low C, and my jaw is up. Low C, the middle C is more up. So I think your jaw dropping down when you go lower. I'm exaggerating. And it goes up as high as you can get it when you're really going into the upper register and the extreme upper register. So high C, Hey, you see the beginning of my tongue arch? So I didn't even have a full tongue arch for my high C. Don't need it. I guess I'm just a little bit lucky. I just don't need it after doing it for all these years because I also have this to rely on. And I also have a lot of hot air. I think people know that one, right? So that's even when I'm not playing the horn. Now let's go a little bit higher. Um, roll in. Oh yeah, tongue arch was up there, way up there, and almost probably at the max, but not quite, because my max starts to get my tongue really. I can feel the brunt impact of it when, for me, when I'm going to my highest notes. Got the B out, not the triple C. Once I'm at, for me, triple A, triple B, and triple C, my tongue is like, it's just shaking, it's just grinding as hard as it can to lift up and close off the air at the roof because it's trying to make just a little pinprick of a space for the air to come through extremely fast and then come down. And then after that, it's up for my lips to be able to continue grip into the mouthpiece and hold that narrow aperture. As soon as you have a millimeter flinch where your lips can't do that, all of a sudden you drop. You could drop a fifth when you're up that high. So I hope this video helped explain what most of you think you are doing, but you're not. Tongue arch, just like diaphragm, is not theoretical. It's something that you really employ. So tongue arch, take a good look. Roll in. Tongue arch. It's not pleasant to look at, but so many people have problems with that you just need a little tough, unpleasant love in this video. So we talked about roll in, roll out. I got up close and personal. Roll in. Sorry, roll out. Roll in. Roll out. Roll in. You need to understand that concept, and you actually need to be able to apply it. That means really do it. Not something you're thinking about. You are really doing the roll in and roll out. You are really doing the tongue arch and then flattening the tongue back out when you go lower. You are really moving your jaw up and down depending on what register you're playing in. These are things you're really doing, and if you're not really doing, but you're just thinking about them, you really are having problems, and you're not sounding the way that you likely could. So this is all about technique and feel. It's like riding a bike. There's a technique to it, but also there's a feel that you got to learn, right? So technique and feel. This is not about lifting weights and getting stronger, making your chops stronger. This is all about applying technique to what you've actually done, the conditioning of your embouchure and your lips. You apply this technique to it, and you're going to have that wow experience. So now, for those of you who thought that you could just watch this video and sail on into the silvery seas with no more problems, no. Upper register and endurance is the most challenging technique on the instrument, bar none. Bar none. So I gave you some really good advice on this one to help you, but you still need to get involved in a process. So many people, when I say so many people, it just gets ridiculous. I mean, every time I log onto Facebook, can you help me with the high note tip? Can you help me with this? Can you show me this? I mean, well, first of all, it's my job, and people sometimes pay me for doing that. But second of all, no, I can't just show you a quick little tip, because one quick little tip is not going to help you attain your goals. And the reason is because most people don't understand Improving your upper register and endurance is a process that you must go through. It is a process that you must go through. And you need to have somebody show you the correct process and the right timeline to accommodate your goals. And a couple of techniques, a routine from some guru, meaning one technique from one routine, or some tips and tricks just ain't going to cut it. You're just not going to get what you want. So I've shown you some pretty good techniques here, which is a part of it, but there's no shortcuts. You have to go through the process. You got it, my friends? I hope you do, and I hope this helped. Bye for now. It's Kurt Thompson, and you haven't forgotten my website, have you? TrumpetSizzle.com. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Woo! Look at those chops, baby. That's what happens when you grind out some super duper power high notes. Hey, this is not a mystery. All you got to do is get involved in my 16-week upper register course for all brass. And starting for 2019, I have a very unique twist, financial twist. You can get involved for $21. Easy, right? If you would dream of playing like what you just heard, the power, the range, the technique, the accuracy, it's not a pie in the sky dream. It's attainable, but you have to get involved in my course. There's no other course on the planet at the moment anywhere that comes close to the success rate of my 16-week brass upper register course. Test me on that one. Try to find another course that even equals mine. You won't find it. I'm Kurt Thompson. Look in the description below. There will be a link. I hope to have you join me in 2019, and it feels amazing to be this strong and this powerful on this instrument. Happy New Year. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of flexibility stuff out of the Arvin. This is number 30, page 47. And so this is definitely a measure of flexibility. And if you're working on your high range and other stuff, you definitely have to have flexibility as well. So let me flip this around if I can. Here we go, Arvins, page 47, number 30, a little flexibility action for you. Got the metronome set around 84. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, I got one of these Bach visualizers. It's kind of in conjunction with that clear mouthpiece that I just used. I never have really fooled with micromanaging and overanalyzing my embouchure and what it looks like, the mouthpiece, but I've had a lot of requests, especially over the last couple of years, and so what the heck. This is the Bach 1.5C, I do believe. I just ordered it, and it's the visualizer, and you know, I'm not really big on these bigger mouthpieces for what I do. If I was a symphony player 100% of the time, then of course I would have to be very selective on what I'm playing on, and this might be included. But we can start off with something. I'm going to put it up. Okay. Go up a little bit more. Trying to get it as close as I can. This should be a high C coming up. And let's see if we can scoop it up another octave. Double C. Almost trying to get the triple G to come out. Not quite. Go back to double C. That felt more comfortable. Okay. Now let's drop it down lower. Yeah, even lower than that. I don't even know if I can get a pedal tone. Let's see. I skipped a whole tier, went down to the 4th tier, and it didn't even sound that good. So anyway, I don't see myself using this as a tool for anything that I would use to enhance my playing, but it is kind of interesting to look at maybe where my lips are, what happens when I get ready to set up. Well, let's kind of have a diagonal look. I don't know if you noticed that. So I'm here, but when I really set up, there's kind of a diagonal movement here. I don't know if you saw that. Oh, we're a little bit flat. So you want to get that up an octave. Barely, folks. I'm working hard here. Anyway, so that's this guy here. I'm going to take a look at this when I get done and see if I can spot some interesting things when it comes to this embouchure visualizer. And as you have probably seen from some of my most recent tutorials, I'm not big on overanalyzing embouchure unless you've built up some serious strength here first and are still having lots of trouble. I'm a firm believer that most embouchure problems can be rectified with strong embouchure and strong lips. Easy for me to say. If you have strengthened your corners, your embouchure, and your lips, and everything else is right, but you're still having lots of problems, then yeah, we could probably adjust your embouchure. You should check out my other video. In fact, I should leave a link for that. I'm just basically hitting the embouchure from any single from every possible angle and level that you can. And anyway, I'll put a link in this description here below. So that is the Embouchure Visualizer. Doesn't really float my boat that much, but some people get all excited about it. So I put it up there if people want to just take a gander. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, it's national anthem time. Bring it. Back to nature with Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing advanced trumpet lesson here. Kurt Thompson, I'm going to expose you to a very, very useful, powerful, and efficient practice technique. And this is actually going to be more doable and more absorbable if you've already been doing the Bill Adams routines and the Bill Adam routine. I always like to pronounce his name with an S. For those of you who don't know, Bill Adam was the best trumpet teacher at Indiana in Bloomington, bar none. There's no one that's even close to him before or after. And it's just too bad that he's not still teaching. And he's, of course he's getting older. In fact, I haven't even checked to see if he's still around, but I hope that he is. Anyway, even if he is, I mean, he's just the best teacher at Indiana, and he came up with a lot of cool stuff. And I played with a lot of IU guys back in the day, and these guys were all good players with huge, big sounds. And I believe that they got that partly from Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing. And we're not going to go into his whole routine because you could actually spend an hour and a half or 2 hours doing all the Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing. But I tweaked and twisted and manipulated my own advanced version of Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing. It's just a little snippet. And so what we're going to do is we're going to be starting on perfect force from second line G to middle C and working our way down. And as you'll soon discover, this is going to be very, very difficult to do unless you have extreme flexibility and power built up in your chops. So G to C. Okay, a little flat. Now I'm pulling out the lead pipe, or the tuning slide, so I'll be blowing just through the lead pipe. The same thing. So you can see that I'm actually blowing out through here and not through the whole horn. And you probably could tell by the tone quality. Okay, let's work our way down. Now, most of you probably can get that one. That was G to C. How about F sharp to B? Take the lead pipe out. I'll do it like this so you can see what's going on. Okay. You probably are noticing it's getting extremely hard, and it's going to get about impossible in the next one or two for you. It's going to feel that way. So F to B flat. Pull this guy out. F to B flat. Taking a lot of intention and focus on my part to get that out. And now we're going to go to a little fly on my lead pipe. Now we're going to go to E to A. So 1 and 2, bottom of the staff, E to A. Take out this guy. For many of you, that would have been almost impossible. I thought I heard a monkey over there in the trees. You hear that? It is back to nature time with Kurt Thompson, but I didn't know that we got monkey in the trees and chimpanzees. But anyway, if I don't make it, there he goes again. If I don't make it through this video, you'll know what happened to me. I got taken out by a monkey or chimpanzees. Okay, now it's going to get really hard. In fact, this gets hard for me. E flat to A flat. Pull this guy out. Boom, center that note. And the last one that we will do will be D to G. One more time. And there you have it. You can consider this extremely advanced. And I put this particular technique that I just did to even the best players on the planet. And if you just sprung it on them and made them do it right without even having a chance to look at it, probably 9 or 10 out of them, I don't care who it is, would have difficulty going through this advanced Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing technique. So the physical part of the horn, yes, the high notes, but listen, so many people that can play high have a real shrill, thin sound. And so it's not about just being able to play high. If you have a real shrieky, shrill, thin, falsetto kind of sound, who cares? There were people that were playing back when Maynard Ferguson was kicking butt when he was a lot younger in the 40s and 50s that could also play high. Well, how come we didn't hear about them and they didn't get that famous? It's because they had that shrieky, thin, falsetto kind of sound that nobody wants to listen to. Maynard's sound was thick and brassy all the way up. That's why. So this is a technique here that will improve your sound. So with whatever range that you have, you're going to have a thicker, fuller, maybe even warmer type of sound in the upper register, and then all registers really. Now, if what I just did today on the horn seemed almost impossible to you, there's usually just one reason why that would be. It's simply a lack of embouchure strength. Not really talent here. It's a lack of embouchure strength. So you don't need to feel like you don't have the talent. You actually got what it takes, but you have to have someone show you the right way to do it in the most efficient way to do it. So if I perked up your interest and you'd like to learn more about the stuff that I do, which for the last 9 years in my online programs, is it 9 years? Sorry, 7 years, has been truly effective for just about anybody that has gone through my courses. It's not a walk in the park. You will pay your dues, you will invest time, and you will invest money. And it will take some hard work and effort, but the results are pretty amazing. And they're long-lasting for your life. So it's something that if you've been thinking about it, you just need to pull the trigger and do it now. Take care of this, get it handled. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, one of my students, Tom Granoff, told me about a master class that he went to quite a long time ago where Bobby Shue came in, talked about his breathing techniques like the wedge breath and all that, and then picked up the trumpet by a second valve and played a few high notes that were pretty meaty. And so I thought I would try to see if I can demonstrate the Bobby Shue, I would just call this probably the Bobby Shue no pressure high note test. So you can do this after you watch this. You can try it right out if you're in a practice room. So what I was told by Tom is that I guess Bobby just grabbed the middle valve like that and proceeded to play a couple. My valve's starting to unwind. Proceeded to play a couple of notes. So I'm going to try it here. Just a couple of notes. G. So that was a pretty loud double G just by doing the Bobby Shue method of holding on to the middle valve. Even though I was trying to pull in, you really can't pull in too much, folks, as opposed to when you got, both arms grabbing and pulling in. So you got just your fingers holding on to this. Part of it's holding the weight of the horn from dropping. So anyway, that's the Bobby Shue no pressure high note test. You saw it here probably for the first time because I just found out about it from Tom Granoff. Thanks, Tom. Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Hey, this will be a discussion about brass embouchure and the differences in embouchure, and how even if you think you might have a bad embouchure, it can be overcome by strengthening your embouchure from all different kinds of directions. And I'm going to play some embouchures that are bad for me, and that typically for me I would not be able to play very well using these type of embouchures. Now, one thing to keep in mind, no one embouchure is really bad for an individual. And so what that really means is what might be bad for me and I sound horrible on might be really good for you. And so it depends on, if you look carefully, your lips, how long they are, how short they are, how narrow they are, how thick they are, how thin they are, your teeth, how much of an overbite you have, how much of an underbite you have, if they're crooked, if you're wearing braces, so if maybe you have a partial denture, so it can include a lot of different things, and also your bone and jaw structure. That's why I think that some brass coaches and teachers can do more harm to a student by forcing them into a particular embouchure. For example, the most common would be centered and a little bit more on the top lip. That seems to be, the most common, but not everybody is going to do well with that particular embouchure. The other thing that you should be aware of is that if you attempt to drastically change your embouchure, it seems like, in my experience and opinion, people that have done that end up really not faring any better. In fact, a lot of people get worse. So if you think a big drastic embouchure change is the answer, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. So let's look at some various embouchures. Here we can see. For me, I tend to play a little higher. So I guess you got your high player or high lip placement position. You got your medium or middle and your low. So those would be the different placements. So high would be, it's probably high. Now I can go higher, but that's probably close to where I normally would play. Now, what happens if I wasn't playing that way and I was using an embouchure that was bad for me? Let's try something. Let's drop it way down. So I'm up here. Let's go on way down. Way down. Hear the difference in tone quality? But guess what? I'm still able to get the high C. I'm still able to play, but it doesn't sound that good, but I can still do it. Let's go maybe medium. So normally I play here. Let's go down just a little bit. Seemed like it noticeably flat on the high C. I think I was flat on the first one too, but so I'm still able to play. Now I'm gonna be tying this all into a huge point here. Okay, so now let's talk about angles. So I can use my normal embouchure here. What if I bringled it up? Because I see people playing like this. Okay, it had a significant high angle to it. One of the most interesting embouchures I've ever seen is by Stan Mark, the famous lead trumpet player for Maynard Ferguson. I don't know how he can play the way he does. Take a look at it. It's like he puts the trumpet up straight, and then he comes up to the mouthpiece. You really got to watch him do it when he's playing live. It's very interesting. He's got the trumpet here, and then he'll come up. So the trumpet's actually straight out, but he's coming up at this angle. So now most of the embouchures that I'm showing you are ones that I really couldn't play on. In fact, if I was playing on them, I might be just like you are right now. If you have a particular question about your embouchure and then it's not working for you, well, if my trumpet teacher long ago had said you need to play like this, like Stan Mark, so I got the horn out, I'm coming into it like this. Well, I mean, if I was using that embouchure all along thinking that was how it was supposed to be, I would be having a lot of trouble, and I would be wanting to look at a video like this to change my embouchure or do something about it. So, okay, so now we had the upper angle like that. Did we do this one yet? Well, I think that's kind of more like Stan Marks, isn't it? Yeah, it's more of a, he's coming into like that, but you can still go downwards. Okay, now, what if you don't play center? A lot of us brass teachers want kids to be centered right smack dab in the middle of their lips. Unfortunately, our jaw structure and teeth and everything else might suggest otherwise. So, here's me, I'm center now. I'm a little bit off center, I guess. It's kind of difficult to do this too while I'm playing, but I wanted to get the camera up close, and so I needed to be holding the camera. Okay, so here's kind of where I normally play. What if I didn't play centered? I played off. I can still get it. It's a little bit crackly. What if I go way over? What if I'm crazy and I go way over here? And that's a real screwed up embouchure, isn't it? Okay, let me try playing the horn left-handed here and hold the camera this other way. So go back to center, or center for me. Let's move it over to the left a little bit. Let's just say I played a little bit off. Okay? That's kind of wacky, isn't it? But some people play in all these different positions. Now, no, I've never seen anybody really play out here. But what if we go over here? I'm going to go crazy. Look at that. All right. So you saw various positions from high to medium to low, mouthpiece placement, and of course each one of those takes a different embouchure to be able to play, right? You saw me go over a little off center, way off center, back to center, off center this way, and way off. And then you saw the horn angles like this, and then down. So I basically covered just about any embouchure that a brass player could play with. Now, the point I'm trying to make in all of this is that there's one reason that I could go up to high C on all those angles, all those embouchures. Now, granted, you notice that the tone quality went way out the window on a lot of them. And obviously, that would mean that I wouldn't use that particular embouchure, right? But how am I able to do that? And if I wanted to, folks, I can switch my embouchure to any embouchure and start to get comfortable and familiar with it and let it sink in. It takes me about a week. And I'm able to do all that because of an extreme amount of strength that I build up in the embouchure and the lips. So what is my real point to you brass players out there that are micromanaging yourself, that are being confused by too much worry and thinking, what's that analysis by paralysis kind of thing, overanalyzing everything? So my advice to you is, number one, you need to do something that will hit your embouchure from so many different directions that it almost won't even matter what embouchure that you use. I mean, you want to use the embouchure where you feel most comfortable, where you get the best sound, the best tone, and things just feel right. You don't want to use the embouchure that a teacher tells you to use, and it feels horrible. It always seems bad. It seems like you're always struggling. Of course, you don't have any high range, and your endurance is shot. But supposedly, quote unquote, that's the place where you should put it. Ideally, I like to have my students, my younger ones, start off with centered on the lips and slightly a little higher on your top lip. But sometimes that doesn't work for them, depending on what I see going on with them, and their teeth structure and other things in their lips. Sometimes we have to bring it back right down to the center, and sometimes even go down a little bit lower. Sometimes the upstream player will not be an upstream player until he or she or their teacher figures that out. So if a student is not doing too well with the typical embouchure that I like to get them started on, well, I'll start playing with it. We might move their mouthpiece down and have more of the lower lip inside the cup, and if they do a lot better with that, then hey, why not? That's them. Why not let them do that? So you need to strengthen your chops, your embouchure, and your lips in many different directions. So what did we learn? We learned that not one particular embouchure is suited for everybody, and you may find that playing on an embouchure that supposedly does not look good to other players but works for you, that may be the embouchure that you need to be using. You got to play where it's comfortable, where you're sounding good, and if you're a little bit off center, and if the horn angle, like for Stan Mark, look, you got to Google him and watch him play. I mean, he's got an extreme angle that he's coming at. I don't know how he does it, but it works for him. And there's other people that play with that horn at an extreme up angle, and then there's people that play off the side of the center of their lip. So you got to find the sweet spot for you, not the sweet spot that your teacher thinks is for you. If the teacher thinks of a great embouchure position for you when you were younger and it worked, by all means, that teacher gave you great advice. If the teacher kept forcing you to stay in with a particular setup, but you are not doing that well, that's when you really need to start thinking differently, and maybe there might be a different setup. For people, in fact, I want to thank Sharon for giving me an idea about this particular video. So for people who are concerned about bad embouchures and good embouchures, more mouthpiece pressure, less mouthpiece pressure, I really don't want you to be thinking about that if you're working with me and you're taking lessons from me or you're taking my course. What I want you to be doing is focusing on the 75 techniques, if you're involved in my course, that are going to hit this from so many different angles. In fact, now is a perfect time to plug my course, which I almost do in almost all my videos. Your embouchure and the muscles here in your lips need to be worked in so many different directions. And what that really does is it makes worrying about embouchure and everything else, angles, and where your mouthpiece is hitting your lips, too high, too low, in the middle, off center, almost irrelevant, because once you develop chops of steel, you can pretty much play anywhere that you wanted. I demonstrated that, right? I mean, I took the angles all over my mouth, and I was still able to get up to high C. You just probably heard a change in tone quality from either decent to bad. But still, I was able to do it, mainly because of this. So if you're concerned about your embouchure, lack of strength, or maybe you're using a bad embouchure, you're using excessive pressure, there's really only one answer, and you're going to have to come to the conclusion quickly by deferring to someone that knows what they're doing and has worked with a lot of people. That would be like me or somebody else in my capacity. Or you can kind of go to the school of hard knocks and keep pounding away at the one method that you're using. Maybe you're not even using a method. Maybe you're just practicing all technique, Clark and Arbenz and other stuff, and some warm-ups. Or maybe you are involved in a routine. Claude Gordon, only doing Claude Gordon. Or only doing the palming method with William Costello and Roy Stevens. Or only doing the isometric stuff of Carmine Caruso. So if you're pounding away at one routine and you don't want to change, yet you have embouchure problems, endurance problems, range problems, excessive mouthpiece pressure problems, And it doesn't matter if you're on trumpet or trombone or euphonium or French horn or any brass instrument, the mechanics and the approach is still the same, basically. Well, you're going to find out through the School of Hard Knocks, if you keep insisting on working that one routine for your embouchure development, you're going to find out it doesn't work. It only takes you to a certain amount and you get stuck. So my advice is to go back and rewind this video and watch it again and think to yourself, how is he able to put that mouthpiece in all these wacky positions on his lip, up and down and all around, yet still be able to get a high C out on each one? If the answer comes to you that maybe I might have stumbled onto something that's very successful when it comes to embouchure development, then you really need to look at the item description below this video and go to my homepage, TrumpetSizzle.com. And I'm mainly addressing people that have embouchure problems, that have problems with too much mouthpiece pressure, that maybe play off to the side or too high or too low, or maybe need to experiment. The 75 techniques in my course almost is an auto correction mechanism for minor embouchure problems. In other words, it's hard to go through all 75 techniques and get those down after 4 months and not have had some kind of shift in your embouchure. Your embouchure and your mouthpiece placement will shift during the 4 months. For some, slightly, and for some, noticeably, because you'll need to be able to accommodate those various techniques. And you just can't go through 75 different techniques in 4 months and not have a change take place here. You're going to have the musculature thicken and develop, but you're also going to have a change take place in the embouchure. So, if you don't recognize me by my lips, I'm Kurt Thompson. You may have thought this was somebody else the whole time, but I am Kurt Thompson, and I wanted you to get a close-up of my jaw, my lips, and hopefully got close enough on those different embouchures. So don't let embouchure scare you or wear you down. You focus instead on building embouchure strength from all kinds of angles, and from my point of view, 75 techniques with the different angles that we're going to hit you at in your embouchure is just the holy grail to upper register and endurance improvement. Well, now that you got to know my lips really good and my embouchure, I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Again, the Hot Hit Band.
Probably a good thing you didn't use the microphone.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, middle C, high C, and double C buzz. and that's the ultimate test in pure embouchure and lip strength. Notice I was doing the real lip buzz. I wasn't doing the little puff out your thing that 8th graders do. No, I was doing the real lip buzz with an embouchure set, my lips rolled in, like I'm blowing into the horn. So make sure you're comparing apples to apples. What I did was the real lip buzz, free lip buzzing, like you got your embouchure set. So if you do this, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about real free lip buzzing, which requires an enormous amount of embouchure strength. And you can always just about count on the fact that you can buzz a certain note, it's likely you can play about an octave higher than that. Buzz a high C, you can probably play double C. Buzz a middle C, you can probably play high C. Buzz a double C, like I just did, you can probably play a triple C, which is true. So there is a correlation between your lip buzzing and your strength and what you do on the trumpet, what you do on any other brasses. It doesn't really matter, tuba, trombone, whatever. So embouchure strength is the most important thing, the most important aspect of brass playing. Take it away and you really have little left. Little left. You might as well just become a singer. I mean, you really do. You don't have the embouchure strength. You can't play. I don't know. Maybe you can play in the low register, and that's about all you're going to get if you absolutely have no strength here whatsoever. Nothing really is going to happen on the horn. You could be Olympic swimmer with great lungs and air, no embouchure strength, and it's going nowhere. So there you have it. And I will continue on with this brass improvement series right here. Hey, today we're going to be talking about chop strength or embouchure strength versus air. And it seems like every other day I'm getting an email from somebody with a counterpoint of view for myself about air. A lot of times you hear me say air is not the main thing that's going to get you your range, and it's not the only thing. And then people think that I don't believe in air at all, and that's not true. But we really need to figure things out. Now I love Don Jacoby and his stuff. Bill Adams is wonderful. In fact, I do a little bit of his stuff in my 4-month upper register program, the lead pipe buzzing and stuff like that. So, and then the other yoga breathing techniques. But air, my friend, if you work only on air and think that's the holy grail to ultimate endurance and upper register, you're going to fail. That's just the bottom line. And we're going to find out why today. In fact, I'm going to prove that air is not the holy grail to upper register. It really is lip and embouchure strength. And then the second to that would be how you compress your air. So that is a very important part of being in upper register and playing that way, playing clearly in the upper register. So, and I'm not following a script here, I'm just thinking out loud, but you need to see a good up-close demonstration. That's why I have this camera so close. I want you to notice how much air I'm really taking in to be able to get in the upper register. And if you have half a brain, you're going to figure things out that you got to have the chop strength. You got to have the lip strength. Lip strength is a little different than your embouchure, than the muscles that surround here. Don't believe me? Watch some autopsies. It's pretty gruesome, but you're going to see that the musculature of the face right through here, our embouchure, actually is different tissue than what you have right here. And so this is a little something different here that we want to work on to get stronger. You have to have lip strength to withstand the pressure of the air coming out. So yes, you do need to be able to have great air flow and to be able to really compress the air. That's the most important part. So even if you only had one lung, if you had the mechanism set up to really compress that air and everything was synced and coordinated, I'm sure that you could probably still play decently in the upper register and expand your range. I'm confident of that. And let's find out why that is. So I'm going to put the mouthpiece up. First of all, I'm going to see if you can get the feeling of when I take a full breath. So here's the full breath. Okay, so you'll know when I'm taking a full breath. I'm sitting down, so you'll see that I have to do that. Now, if I take a partial breath, I'm not going to take a full breath. By the way, this video's in lieu of me writing out a big email for my brass techniques improvement series. I'm just basically it's going to be this video, so you're not going to see a long email. This is the next installment in the brass players improvement email series I do on Facebook. So I'll just be watching this and taking notes. So check this out, and I'm going to try to make it clear when I do take a larger breath. So you need to see my lips. Try to get it close. I'm putting the mouthpiece up. I'm going to take about 20% air. Here we go. That's it. That's only 20%, folks. Now, I didn't exactly have the accuracy that I wanted because I didn't have the airstream pushing it forward. But that's pure embouchure strength. Let's do it again. I'm going to take about the same amount of air, about 20%. Here we go. It's only 20. I think I got up maybe around the triple F range, give or take. Wasn't a lot of air there. Now, I will put in a lot more air. So let me take in double that. Let's go up to about 50%. That's about 50. So I'm getting more sound out, and the air that I'm blowing through my chops is more air, more quantity, and it's actually probably a little bit faster, of course. Now, because I'm blowing more air, that's activating all the muscle contraction in here. It's got to still stay sealed on the mouthpiece, otherwise the lips would fly out and you're not going to be able to go up any higher. So anyway, that should be really clear. Let's just take another look at that. Not much air. So here we go. That's a big breath, and let me let it all out. Basically, you saw me playing a double G, that's a double concert F, on the trumpet with virtually no air. Did anybody check that out? I basically had hardly any air. And how loud was it? It came out about MF. So wait a minute. Now, let's go back to Don Jacoby, and we can even include Stamps and some of these other guys, Bill Adams, real big proponents. Even my hero, Bud Brisbois, real big proponent of his wedge breath. He was the original wedge breath guy. Shu came after him. Bud Brisbois is the originator of wedge breath breathing, in case you guys didn't know that. And there's actually two versions. The Shu version, Bobby Shu's, is a little bit different, more applicable to like real-time playing. But Bud Brisbois basically said his way of breathing, this wedge breath, was the reason he could play so high. And tell you the truth, I don't believe that's true. The guy had incredible chops, and I'm pretty confident that even if he had only one lung or wasn't breathing quite as good as he did in the wedge breath that he originated, he could still play very, very well in the upper register. He had a natural setup, and so I think he was trying to explain why he could play so well. Sometimes when players are born with natural leverage and a natural ability to really compress air, they're not quite exactly sure what they're doing. So they look to rationalize how they're able to do it. You can watch Maynard, one of the ultimate talent in upper register. Just look at his face. He had a natural setup. His teeth and everything was just perfect for being able to get the high velocity out to play in the upper register. Now, of course, he had to work. He had to practice, not shortchanging that. But I think at some point he was trying to figure out how he was actually doing it. He had just this ultimate talent. I mean, he had the perfect leverage just built into a system that a lot of us have to work a lot harder to get. And sometimes we don't even get to that level. So you can watch in some of his master classes that he really explains about that he worked a lot on his breathing, and then he leans back. He's really big about bending knees and leaning back. And I'm going to tell you something, and Maynard is also one of my heroes, just along with Bud, but they're trying to explain how they're able to play so easily and well in the upper register when in fact they had just like the ultimate amount of talent to be able to do so in natural setup. I'm confident that you can take in a big gulp of air and practice yoga, lean back, bend your knees, and you're not going to be sounding like Maynard. And you're not going to really get that much upper register. You're going to have to do something to strengthen this area up here in your face. You have to have the strength up here. There's just no question. And what do a lot of people tell you to do? Do long tones, take stuff up an octave, play in the upper register, and really work on your airflow, and you'll get there. Nope, it doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it. Now, it might for some people who are already predisposed and have the natural great leverage in their face right here, their tongue. Maybe they got a small. If you have a smaller oral cavity and you're using your tongue arch, you really can speed up there a lot faster. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that really go into this to making natural leverage. So yes, the people that have gained a lot of range and can excel very well in the upper and extreme upper register of any brass instrument, if they did the long tones, if they really worked on their breathing, if they played stuff up an octave, they might actually just get to where they wanted to be and where everybody wants to be, but mainly because they had already a predisposition for natural leverage and a great compression ability just through their genetics. So the rest of us, you're going to have to really be strategic about getting this strength. And unfortunately for most of us, not one method and not one technique is going to get you there. In other words, you can't just do Bill Adams' method and get there. It's going to work for some people, but will it work for you or me? I don't know. Claude Gordon, love it. And I actually got something out of it, but is it going to work for you? I've been teaching for a long time, and that Claude Gordon doesn't work for everybody. It works for me, and not ultimately, but it did help me out at one point. So I love the Claude Gordon stuff. Roy Stevens, so palming and all that kind of stuff. Will it work for you? It may, and it may not. Reinhardt, all these other methods that are out there. Cat Anderson is probably the toughest method to actually go through. So there's a whole bunch out there. The only question is, will it work for you? And those methods are successful for some people, but not for everybody. Of course, we already know why it's not successful for everybody. It's just fact. If one method was actually successful at producing gorgeous high notes and upper register abilities and endurance, then we would all only use that one method. Think about it. Let's use our brain here. If one method was that successful, you wouldn't be listening to this right now, and I wouldn't be talking about it. Everybody could just do it. So the fact of the matter is, not one method is perfect for everybody. As a result, that's the whole nature of my 4-month upper register course. There's 65 techniques, and these techniques come from every method you can think of. The bulk of it are actually my techniques, and I include a lot of breathing for compression and some other stuff. So you have to take the macro approach to really building the strength. We don't know which particular technique is going to do it for you. I'm confident that out of 65, 5 or 10 are definitely going to be the magic bullet for you. But what's the magic bullet for you? Don't know. And whatever it is, it won't be the same for me or the same for the next guy or gal. So you really have to use your intelligence here if you want to improve your upper register. And keep in mind, I don't care what instrument you play. I don't care if you're a college professor or you're a comeback player or you're a hobbyist or you're a pro player, whatever. It doesn't really matter. What matters is you have to keep improving your range. You can't be subtle on your range, wherever it is at today, because the more range you have, what happens? Even if you don't want to play double Cs, classical guys out there, if you can play a double C, what happens here? Boom. The pressure comes off your lips when you're playing in the tessitura that you normally play in, whether it's middle C up to maybe E's. So you don't have to have the desire to play double Cs. It's just if you can play them in your practice, the pressure comes off here. You get a better sound, a bigger sound, and a lot more endurance. So let's take one more look, and then I'm going to wrap it up here. Really, the air is important. And to compress the air, you really have to arch the tongue in your mouth up, like you're saying N or E or T. Your tongue's actually like this. That it's doing the arch. Like that. And you're blowing the air from the back of your throat up and over the tongue, and it comes out the aperture. Now that's great. We got to have that air. But if you don't have the super strong embouchure, chops, and the lip able to contract and hold that air into the mouthpiece, all the air is just going to be useless for you. And that's this brass improvement email series. Hope you get a lot out of it. You're seeing a real good close-up of me, maybe too close. Let's take another look at the mouthpiece. So I'm putting the mouthpiece right on my chops and take a small amount of air. Okay? Not a whole lot of pressure there, really. And that was probably about 30% of my air capacity. That should prove a point. It should really prove a point that, yes, work on your air, but you need to focus a lot more on how to get this going here. And let me just leave you with this. If you're pounding away and banging your head at one method, and you keep wondering why it doesn't work, but you know it should work because it works for everybody else, well, that's erroneous thinking right there. You really need to take the shotgun approach. I'm here to tell you, you got to take the shotgun approach, the macro point of view, when it comes to really increasing your strength in your face, your lips, and everything else. You just got to do it. Otherwise, you're going to be one of those guys that sticks with a method because you don't want to, I guess, admit that you've made the wrong decision. You'll stick with that method for all your life, and you'll always have problems in the upper register. So, use your intelligence. Think about things in an intelligent way. And I'm Kurt Thompson. Hope this made a little sense to you. And today's date, by the way, happens to be March 7th, 2013. Take care. So, that was a test of your pedal tone ability. I started on first bass F, and I worked my way down with a F major concert E flat scale all the way down to triple pedal F. Now, that's a test of your overall ability to do pedal tones, but keep in mind each tier of pedal tones has a different characteristic and a different level of difficulty. So briefly, your bread and butter and your meat and potatoes pedal tone tier is the second tier. It's the most hardest tier of all. In fact, for those of you who are not really playing up into the upper register, ability to do it, we're talking about starting at high C up to about double G, give or take. That range right there is the upper register. Above that is the extreme upper register. So if you're trying a lot of different things, at least check your pedal tones. If you can't do what I just did, that may be one place to start looking and start practicing on. Now, to be efficient and focused with your time, when it comes to gaining strength in your embouchure and a big round sound, especially in all registers, you really want to pay attention to the second tier. So the second tier is the hardest of all pedal tones to play. That starts with pedal C, and I'll just play it down. The best way to do it is just to do octaves, unless you have perfect pitch, which I don't. I got relative perfect pitch, but if you don't have perfect pitch, just go ahead and play the tester note an octave higher. So here's the low C, and then the pedal C. B, B flat, A flat, G. Now notice I'm going to play G 1 and 3. Don't cheat and play it open. And then the last one in the second tier of the pedal tones, this is the hardest tier of pedal tones, would be the G flat or F sharp. Again, when you go down to play it, don't cheat and play second valve for the pedal. Go ahead and leave it as 1, 2, and 3. Here's the low G flat. Okay, so that's the hardest range. Now, let me just describe the different levels of pedal tones. The first tier is from F to D flat, E, E flat, D, then D flat. Okay, so you'll probably be able to get most of those. That's what I consider like a medium difficult level of pedal tones. So the first tier of pedal tones, which I just did, is the medium level of difficulty for pedal tones. That's F, pedal F down to pedal D flat. And you already heard me do the most difficult level of pedal tones, which I consider your meat and potatoes. That's where you're going to get a lot of bang for your buck as far as your practice time, especially if you're shooting for upper register and power. You're going to get it from the second tier, which is the most hardest. That's pedal C all the way down to pedal G flat. Don't cheat when you get down to pedal G and pedal G flat by playing those open in 2. Make sure you play pedal G 1 and 3 and play pedal G flat 1, 2, and 3. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Kurt Thompson here, debunking more myths. And the air myth. The air myth. A couple of gurus in the past are really known for talking about the airflow, moving the air. And I buy into some of that, really do. For especially playing in the low register and the middle register. Quantity of this air that they're talking about, really breathing from the diaphragm and all the way up, and letting the air come out and help you sing up in the upper register, that is a myth, folks. And let's talk about the physics, so you can understand when your university professor tells you it's all about the air. I actually had a French horn, Dr. Olson from Austin Peay State University. I remember when I was trying to get past upper register in college, first couple of years, and get into the extreme upper register so I can do some of the Maynard. My trumpet professor there, who was a great trumpet guy, he didn't really have that much of an upper register, and at least in my opinion. And so I took a couple lessons with Dr. Olson, who was all about air. He told me the reason that I couldn't play in the extreme upper register of the instrument is because of my lack of air, and I really needed to work on airflow. And anyway, I did a lot of his exercise. He was a French horn and faculty member, tenured at Austin Peay State University. Dr. Olson, Ken Olson, I think is his name. And I remember working on some of his techniques for a couple of weeks, and I got worse because I was trying to do the technique of using a lot of air and just no pressure here. and no strain. He said, don't even tense up at all. No muscle power here, no nothing, no lip. It's just all air. Well, as a kid, of course, I was trusting him since he was supposedly the expert. Now that I am in the position where I'm at now, I know he totally was talking out his ass. He didn't know what he was talking about. Physics. This is your lips, obviously, and your embouchure set. And you're going to have a little bit of a hole that will form. See, it's like a crack. It's not really a hole, but we call it the aperture. Now, folks, use your noggin on this one. If I blow a tremendous amount of air, breathing from my diaphragm, let's take that correct breath, stomach out. You see it, my lips open up? Watch it again. My lips are opening up significantly. Why are they doing that? The tremendous amount of quantity of air and the speed of air is causing my lips to blow out just from the sheer force and the sheer quantity of air coming out. My lips can't contain it all. Now, if you're really thinking about this and you know that you need the most narrow aperture possible to jettison out fast air vibrations for the upper register on any brass instrument, what does that tell you? That tells you that the more quantity of air you try to blow out, especially if this is not strong, you're going to have a limited upper register. Now, even if this is strong, and mine's pretty decently strong, it's the physics. I can't blow as much air out as a lot of these college professors and your own private instructor might be telling you to. And I got a pretty strong embouchure, and I can't hold all that air. Can't do it. What happens if you don't have a very good strong embouchure like I do? Well, then you're even. You got like two strikes against you right there. So we have to use our noggin on this one and realize that it's the compressed air, not the quantity. And that's what, you don't really hear that from university music faculty, compressed air. You hear air, airflow. It's all about the air. Diaphragmatic breathing, that's what you hear, but you don't hear compressed air. So they're confusing a lot of people. The reason is because they can't do it themselves. They don't know what's going on. Okay, so you're going to have to back off on some of the high notes and just let the compressed air do the work. So if I take a big breath, let's see what we got here. That was a concert E flat F. I blew some decent air through the horn, but it was mainly compressed air. I wasn't trying to overblow and blow my lips out. Now if I try to go more, I'm really shoving a tremendous amount of air through the horn, and I start to notice my tone quality goes out the window. The note chips a little bit and dances around. The reason is I'm fighting to contain this narrow aperture with the strength of my chops. And all that air is just blowing my lips out. Remember, as soon as your aperture widens even slightly, we're talking about a millimeter, your range drops. Listen to that again. As soon as you cannot contain the narrow aperture here, and if we're talking about micromillimeters, a millimeter, just a fraction, your range drops. Boom. That's how tight the clearance is right there. So if you're trying to fill up and blow this huge amount of air in the upper register, you're actually fighting the wrong fight. You're making things really hard on yourself. Now, if you're trying to play in the middle register, middle, right? Now, look at my aperture. Fruge. Earn right there for a middle C. Way, that's like a million times wider than I would use for above high C. So because my aperture is already wider, and of course I got my low C tongue position, there's no compression going on there really, except for the natural compression from the diaphragm and maybe the bottleneck in your throat, but there's no tongue arch. Other than that, there's not really compression. So I am able to blow. That is where the university professors are correct when it comes to your air. So when you're in the middle and low register, they are correct about that. Then then it is a lot about air more than anything else. So if you can think of in terms of trumpet speak, let's say the middle of the staff, middle C, which is third space C in the treble clef staff, maybe D, maybe E, but now you're getting to the top of the staff, but right around there, C, D, E, and down. Now all that air advice you've been getting from your instructors and your college instructors and your university professors, that is good advice. That is good advice, because you do need to have worked on a lot of air and breathing techniques for that. But it's counterintuitive. I know it seems counterintuitive that you need a lot more air and have to huff and puff, but you're actually working against yourself as you go higher. You actually have to use less quantity of air. So on a high C, what if I take in less air? Here's a full breath. What if I take in half a breath for the high C? I actually get a lot more vibrancy and brassiness to my tone, and I'm not overblowing it. And it's not going to gas out my chops. That's a high C, so that's the beginning of upper register. Ooh, that's a very, very narrow aperture for a high concert D, which would be high E on trumpet. Barely any space in the aperture for that to come out. That was a double high G. And of course, we all know what a double high G is, right? University professors? You got your high G that sits right on top of the staff. And if you double that an octave higher, you got your double high G. See, fortunately, a lot of them don't get that part right either. So that's actually a double high G. A high G is the little G that sits right on top of the staff, the treble clef staff. So know your notes on trumpet, folks. The next one. Let's see where we're at. Okay, here we go. There was probably a pinhole of a space in my aperture for that, what should have been a double C. Let's double check it. Yeah. Try it again. Hardly any aperture there at all. Barely. Like maybe not even a pinhole for that double C to come out. And I wasn't using that much air. So as you go higher, you can get away without using much air. Now I'm not really warmed up for the high notes here, but if I don't want to take that, you saw me take a big breath before. That's a big breath for me. You can't tell, but I am breathing. My stomach's going out first, and then my chest is rising, and I lift up my shoulders a little bit more to allow my lungs to expanding more, and then I come back down. That's where I get part of my compression. So So the people who tell you don't raise your shoulders when you're taking a breath, they obviously don't play in the upper register, or if they do, they suck at it. Watch any of the heavyweight upper register experts like Maynard Ferguson. I've even seen a couple of video clips of Bud Brisbois. Bud Brisbois developed the original Bud Brisbois wedge breath. It wasn't Bobby Shue. Check it out. Bud is a lot older than Bobby Shue. Of course, he's passed away now, but Bud developed the wedge breath, and of course that involves taking as much air, swallowing the air, and then bringing your shoulders up, and then coming down. That's where you get the pressure. So these, I hate to keep, beating up on the people that really can't play that high, but they're good test takers. They got the DMA, right? So they're good test takers, and they know how to play the game. But most of their technique doesn't make any sense. So when they tell you to keep your shoulders down, when you're playing and you're supposed to take a big breath, how can you actually take a big breath with your arms and your shoulders down, locking your lungs in, where you can't even expand your rib cage? Anyway, I feel sorry for some of these people. So anyway, what if now my big breath, the point where I'm going with this is I don't want to take a big breath. What if I took even less air? So how about 25% air? Okay, so I'm letting all the air out. Now I only had 25% of a take of air in my lungs. You heard at the very, very end of that, I put a little meat on the bone on that double C. You probably can't tell because I'm recording this on my phone camera, but it got up to about a forte. It wasn't a Barry the Band double C, but it was about a forte. That was on 25% tank of air for me. Now I would probably want to take another 25% more to at least have a half a tank. But there's no way in heck I'm going to try to shove the largest quantity of air that I have in my lungs through this horn for a double C. I probably would overblow, but probably nothing would come out. So anyway, that's your lesson, and this is a real logical lesson based on physics. And unfortunately, for a lot of brass players, you don't get a logical lesson based on physics. You get a illogical lesson based on passed down theories that don't have any merit. Usually they're passed down theories in academia. Because the DMA that's teaching you, well, that's what they learned from their DMA, and that's what they learned from their DMA, and on and on and on. Good test takers? Yes. Yes. Got a good memory for regurgitating all those facts? Yes, they do. Are they the best players in the world? Almost certainly not. No. And they're not always the best teachers either. Go back and rewind this video. It should make a lot of sense to you. And if it does, you know what to do, baby. Send me an email. Kurt@trumpetsizzle.com, or just go to my site. You're going to get the real deal at my site. I don't have to kiss any department chairman's butt to be able to say what I'm doing. And I don't have to kiss any contractor's ass either and worry about whether or not I'm going to get a gig. I make my own gigs. I am the contractor. So I say what I want, and I say the real truth here for everybody. I don't have to kowtow to anybody. And if you like that frank, honest, brutal, in-your-face truth, you'll like working with me, and you'll actually like getting results. Until next time. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these. And that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these 3 known mainstream techniques. Number 1, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It can be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling that when you hear someone play with a great tone, that comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. All right, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones, and you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones, but you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And the lip flexibilities are broken down into 3 parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between 2 notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range is that high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing 1-octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame, if I remember what he said in his book. Now, don't quote me perfectly, because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by 1-octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range and you're hanging around G's above the staff and you're still a good fourth away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at IC, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic. Chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the 3 things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these 3 things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number 2, lip flexibilities, and there's only 3 ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise. Lip trills, right? Glissandos, and lip slurs. And finally, the third thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye. This exercise is meant to increase your endurance, in a huge amount, and your range, and you have to actually work. And that's one thing a lot of you are not willing to do. So what you're going to see is me doing the Cat Anderson whisper quiet middle C for 5 minutes. Trust me. You do that for 30 days in a row and you're going to notice something big time happens to your endurance, and you'll probably get a half-step pop in your range. That's not a bad trade-off for doing your 5 minutes of practice a day. So let's see if we can put this. Hold on, I got to fix the phone here first. Yeah, so I have this set at 5 minutes. I was just trying to adjust the screen so it won't go off. And this was set at like 30 seconds just to go to sleep. So let's do it for 5 minutes. In fact, once you know what I'm doing, why don't you get out your horn and go right along with me, and let's kick some butt together. Okay? So let's start the countdown. By the way, if this note sounds pretty on your horn, you are doing it the wrong way, my friend. Listen to how I do it. This note does not lock in, and the closing your teeth stuff is optional in my opinion. I'm going to just do it normally without my teeth shut. But it's going to be at the threshold of where the tone quits. The tone should be kind of bad on this one. The pitch should waver around because you're never locking it in. You're playing at about 4 Ps. Here we go. 5 minutes. right, Cat. All right, Cat. Folks, you want to get some serious range and endurance, then you need to man up. Or if you're a gal, you need to woman up. I mean, you need to work your butt. You try that exercise I just did and watch how it exhausts you. Basically, you're not breathing for 5 minutes. That is a Cat Anderson Whisper Quiet 5-minute C. It's an advanced technique in my course. And I'm here to tell you, you do that once a day, like I did, 5 minutes for a month. You might double your endurance and you might throw a half step on top of your range just for 5 minutes a day. But you're going to work. Did it look easy? You do it. And you do it for 30 times in a row for a month. But when you have that extra range and that double of endurance, then you got to come back and thank this guy right there on this video, okay? You make a comment. If you haven't subscribed, you should subscribe right now. And you come back in the middle of January with more power, a little bit better range, and a lot more endurance, and you make a comment right there for everybody to see that it does work. Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com, and I was just doing the Cat Anderson 5-minute Whisper Quiet C. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, we're back with topics posed right before Christmas of 2016. And next batter, Ed Carew, if I'm pronouncing that right. Carew. Ed, so you're wanting to know about shallow mouthpieces and how do you actually pick one out that works for you? And it says that you have a real big struggle with them. So, well, I think we're all experienced that. I remember when I was in high school, I found out that Maynard played on a jet tone, and I immediately rushed right out and got a jet tone. God, I was just so excited. And when I put it in the horn, guess what? I think I could maybe get a G. My range went down 3 notes. I could get a G above the staff when I had a high C at the time on my other mouthpiece. I think I was playing on a Claude Gordon Bench mouthpiece at the time. And I was like, what in the world is going on here? I can't play. I can't get any sound out of this thing. And then, later on I heard about Bill Chase's mouthpiece, which was the Schilke 6A4A. I was like, okay. I mean, Bill gets this amazing, rich, brassy sound on it. I mean, wow. So I ordered the 6A4A, and the same kind of deal happened. I went to play it, just blowing my brains out, couldn't get any sound to come out. So I believe that there is a mouthpiece out there that will fit for everybody, but you have to find that fit, and it may not be a stock mouthpiece. It may not be a Schilke 14A4A. It may not be a certain Monette mouthpiece. Aren't those like the B1s? And then I've tried the Maynard Ferguson Monette, the gold ones, the Prana. I think it's like the MF1 or whatever, MF3. I've tried those. And different, mouthpieces. Parduas and Proviance is another one. So shallow mouthpieces come in various depths and widths, and since your teeth and lips and everything are different than mine, I can't exactly tell you to do the things that I did because I have a different setup than you likely do. However, what worked for me is to spend a good afternoon, about 3 hours, with Bob Reeves and his associate John, and over there in Valencia, California, which is, I think that's right near Six Flags. That's where I actually went. They'd already moved offices. He was in Hollywood. But when I went there, he was right near Six Flags. And I took the mouthpiece that I currently played on and looked at what they had and we all decided that I liked the rim. But there's something about either the back bore or the shallowness or the deepness or the cup of mine that wasn't the greatest. So they ended up cutting off my mouthpiece. Don't know if you can see that. And I don't want to I don't want to unwind it, but these are 3 parts. There's my original rim, This is the Bob Reeve stock backbore, I guess, if you, or the bulk of the mouthpiece, and then a sleeve. So I spent probably, close to 3 hours trying out different backbores and sleeves and screwing on. This has threads now. They got rid of the rest of my mouthpiece except for the rim, and it came out with a mouthpiece that works really, really well for me. Um, it is definitely on the shallow side, but the width of the rim is probably that of a Bach 1 or even a 1.5C. It's a very, very wide rim. That works for me. I've had other people that have tried to play on the Neil Sanders 17S and they couldn't play it at all. It was too wide. So your best bet is to invest some time in playing a myriad of different mouthpieces from different brands, different widths across and different depths. They do make a 5E. They do make a Bach 7E. I think even a Bach 10 or a Bach 7D. They make a Bach 1.5E, I believe. So if you're with Bach, you can try different shallow depths and different widths based on your embouchure. You're just going to have to try a lot of different mouthpieces until you find one that just all the stars line up and you play well and you notice something is really, really good about it right away. That's when you found a shallow mouthpiece that's going to work for you. Otherwise, it's like throwing darts blindfold in the dark. If you go get Maynard Ferguson's Monet mouthpiece, if you get Bill Chase's 6A4A, if you get a Jet Tone, and anything like that, it may or may not work. It's like throwing wet spaghetti at a wall. It may stick, it may not. So you're going to have to try a bunch of different mouthpieces. One way to do that is to go to a music store that does carry a bunch of mouthpieces, and they will let you take some back in the practice room and start playing them. I think the Woodwind Brasswind, www.wwbw.com, woodwindbrasswind.com. I believe they have a mouthpiece policy where you can order 3, 4, 5, 6 different mouthpieces and just keep the one that you like, and then send the ones you didn't like back, and you're only charged for the one that you ended up liking. So that's another idea about mouthpieces. So I hope that helped you out there. And that was Ed Carew, if I'm pronouncing that last name correctly. I hope so, about mouthpieces and shallow mouthpieces. And I just told you my story on what I ended up having to do. And I had to spend quite a bit of money and a lot of time getting the mouthpiece that I really like, but it's really paid off. So you will spend some money. Don't expect to spend, $50 and try one mouthpiece and that's going to be it. You're going to spend a lot of money and time to boil down what works for you the best and allows you, remember, I believe in playing on the smallest equipment possible as long as you get the best and biggest sound. There's no point in going to a shallow mouthpiece or a horn where you suck and you sound like a leaf blower or a broken down chainsaw. I mean, there's no point in playing on something like that, and you can play a little higher, but you sound like, you sound horrible. So you want to play on the smallest equipment possible that allows you to get the best and biggest brassy sound. And a lot of people forget that last part. They only hear the smallest equipment. They don't hear the part about getting the best sound with it. That's the important part. So anyway, and that was Ed. So Ed, appreciate that interest in the topic. Hope it will help you out and other people. I'm Kurt Thompson. My story. Sticking to it. Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. The ultimate trumpet mouthpiece comparison. I'm going to be reviewing all the Bach trumpet mouthpiece cups from A, B, C, D, E, F. You've never seen this before. This is going to be awesome. I'm Kurt Thompson, trumpet teacher, trumpet player, and brass coach, and you are at my channel, your brass instructor. Okay, the couple of things that we're going to talk about in this video today will be, first, we're going to be taking a look at some of the pictures that I took of all these mouthpieces. I've never seen all the cup sizes in one spot. I mean, A, B, C, D, E, F. Personally, I've only tried the C, the E. I've only tried the C and the E cups versions of the Bach trumpet mouthpieces. I haven't tried the A, B, or the D or the F. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some pictures that indeed I have these mouthpieces. That's going to be number one. Number two, we're going to go ahead and put these mouthpieces to a test, and we're going to try to make the test equal for all mouthpieces. In other words, I'm going to play the same thing, but on each different mouthpiece. Third, we're going to wrap it up, and I'm going to give you my opinion on each mouthpiece and what it might mean for you. So stick around. Please go over to Patreon, become a supporter, support my channel and my work and what I'm doing. I really need your help. Thank you so much. This is Kurt Thompson. Here we go. So are you ready? Are you ready to hear and see something you've never seen or heard before? All Bach trumpet mouthpiece cups in one sitting. You ready? First, I'm going to use my control mouthpiece. Now this is the mouthpiece I play on all the time. It's a custom hybrid mouthpiece from Bob Reeves, and we're going to go ahead and use this first. I'm going to do a triple G scale from low to double high G. I'm going to do it rather slow and put a couple of breaths in there. That way you can hear the notes as they go by. So first, my normal mouthpiece. Yeah, you heard me play my normal mouthpiece. The first Bach cup size that I'm going to try today will be the Bach 3F. Let's see what happens. And keep in mind, I'm going to try to make this a very true blue test by playing the same exact thing as we work our way into the basement and into the bathtub. Here we go. This is the Bach 3F, as in F as in Frank. Next is our good friend, the Bach 3E trumpet mouthpiece, which you already know my opinion about from a previous video, a tutorial and review. The Bach 3E. . I already know I like this mouthpiece. Here we go. All right, the next mouthpiece is the Bach 3D. D as in David. I've never seen one of these in person, and I've never played on one of these D cup mouthpieces ever. Give it a shot. All right, the next mouthpiece is the quintessential iconic Bach 5C. How many of you guys right now and gals play on a 5C? Raise your hand. Is that you in the back? You play, and then over here, the side of the auditorium? All right, we do have a couple of people in the audience that actually play on a Bach 5C. So, C as in Charlie, and I'm actually just kind of joking here, but really, I bet a lot of you raised your hand. Well, let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and give the Bach 5C, C's and Charlie, a run for its money. Many of you play on this mouthpiece, so I hope you enjoy this. I felt the double G get to be a little bit harder with the 5C. I still got it, but it doesn't feel as comfortable as my mouthpiece. I bet you guys could hear that right there, right? Yeah. Moving on. We are now going deep, deep down into parking level 2. Way down in the garage. This is the Bach 5B. B as in boy. First time to hold one of these, first time to actually see one of these. I've never played on one before. I don't think I've ever heard anybody play on one before. But it looks like we could probably go swimming from the depth of that cup. It looks like we could do a little bit of swimming in there. And this mouthpiece is cold. This is going to be fun. Let's give it a whirl and a twirl. Bach 5B as in boy. Double G on the Bach 5B, B as in boy. I don't know about you guys. I'm not hearing a huge difference in the upper register, but I feel like my low register, which I'm not really called I don't know if you guys know this. If I do something, if I play somewhere on my own, or someone calls me to play, or whatever, it's never to play below the staff. I mean, that's just the truth. But you know, in another life, if my range wasn't as good, I could probably play on one of these deeper mouthpieces and be a really good second or third trumpet player in a symphony. You know. Anyway, I digress. Let's move on. Okay, can somebody turn around? Will you just turn around? Because I'm going to go ahead and get my beach towel, my beach ball, take off my shirt, get the sunscreen, my sunglasses, my flip-flops, and I got some swimming trunks underneath these shorts here, and we're going to go swimming. Wow. This is the Bach 5A. 5A. A is an apple. 5A, trumpet players. I've never felt this one in my hands. I've never played on it. I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen anybody play one. Now, I haven't searched anybody on YouTube if they play this, but I should have a beach towel, beach ball, sunglasses, sunscreen, the whole thing. You know, shark repellent, a spear. Because we're about, wow. Can you see me at the end of, can you see me through the mouthpiece? I mean, that hole is big. I bet you can see my pretty face through this mouthpiece, right? Wow. I mean, I'm just looking at that, just catching light coming through it. Wow. I will admit to you right now, this is going to be the largest trumpet mouthpiece I've ever played, ever tried to play, ever held in my hands. A Bach 5A. Oh my goodness. You blow into it, all your air goes out right away. Okay. This is really going to test my execution of all three stages of breath compression, I can tell you that. I may have to take more than a couple of breaths. We'll see what happens. I mean, this thing is huge. Probably use it for trombone. That G sounds nice. Oh, that was tough. Would you like to hear me do that last octave again? G to double G? High G to double G? Yeah, let's try it. Let me see if I can get it in one breath. Wow. I feel like I'm at the gym and all the weights in the entire gym are on each side of the barbell, just weighing me down. So today you saw some close-up pictures of the entire ensemble of all the Bach trumpet mouthpiece cup sizes from A, B, C, D, E, F. We got into the test, the demonstration, the comparison, using my trusty, well-worn Bob Reeves custom mouthpiece as a control in this type, if you want to call this an experiment. You can rewind the video, you can go back and hear how I sounded on this. I feel like I sounded best on this for what I do. I'll make this point again. I don't make my living teaching or playing below low C. I make it playing in using the upper part of this inside of the staff and way on above. And I feel like this mouthpiece I sound the best for doing that. Okay, so I started off with my Bob Reeves. You guys have already heard me play on that one, and you're not going to be able to get that mouthpiece anyway. It's a chopped up hybrid cut of an old mouthpiece and Bob Reeves mouthpiece. They don't exist, and you won't be able to get one. And I don't think, for some of the students that have played on it, and a guy that was playing split lead with me not too long ago tried it, he hated it, couldn't play on it. So it's a wacky, weird mouthpiece. So let's move on to the Bach trumpet mouthpieces. This is the Bach 3F that I tried first. I don't know, you want to hear something weird? I didn't really like the Bach 3F, as F as in Frank. Supposedly the cup is a little bit more shallow, right? I don't know. Oddly enough, I like the 3E better, which is odd because this is a 3F, so it's not like a 5F, but it's a 3F, and I actually like the 3E better than this one anyway, so take that for what it's worth. You may fall in love with the 3F, but I highly recommend you try it. It was a decent mouthpiece, unusual, not as shallow as this guy. So you're probably wondering, no, the Bach 5F is not as shallow. So I'm just revealing my kryptonite here. This is more shallow. It's very wide. This one's about as wide as probably the one rim on the Bach ladder of sizes. I would say this is probably as wide as a Bach 1. But no, it's more shallow than the F. Now we should go to the 3E. I don't have to say too much about that. Here's the 3E. There's a previous review video tutorial on the 3E, and I'm not going to say a whole lot. I think that you guys could probably tell when I played on it. I felt better, more confident, I sounded better, at least to myself. I like the 3E. I don't play on the 3E, but this is the #1 best overall trumpet mouthpiece that anybody can get. Not specific. Now, if you're a pro, you're probably not playing on this. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. I'm saying for somebody who hasn't found the perfect mouthpiece and spent hundreds or even thousands of dollars, this is the best all-around mouthpiece, macroscopic, for someone to be on when they don't really know what they want or they haven't found it. So that's all I'm going to say about the Bach 3E. Great mouthpiece. Here we go with the Bach 3D. I thought the 3D was pretty cool. In fact, let me just do it one more time. I enjoyed the 3D. In between the 3C and the 3E. Yeah, this 3D, I'm like, yeah, you hear me play the 5C. Now this is probably one of the most common mouthpieces for most people to play on, at least the trumpet players that I've met in my life. In fact, we could do another video that would cost a lot of money. We can go to the top 10 music schools that are classically oriented. Well, most of them are anyway. So anyway, yeah, if we ask quite a number of professional classical players and professors, a lot of them might tell you that they play on the Bach 5C. It's just one of the most common, decent mouthpieces that I've heard and found that people play on. The Bach 5B, my impression was, it was a good mouthpiece, but it would never be anything practical for what I have to do. Let's hear the Bach 5B, B as a boy one time. I mean, maybe when I get to be about 90 years old and I'm playing in an old-timey, 3, 4, or 5-piece jazz ensemble. I think I get a pretty good sound on it. It's big. A 5B, B as in boy, folks, is big. And it's not likely that you're going to be able to use this in most of the stuff that you do. But if you are a person that just enjoys playing third and fourth part in any ensemble, or you like to play Dixieland Okay, so enough about the 5B, 5A. I bet you guys want to hear me do this one more time, right? 5A. Seems wide to me, but it could be that because the cup is just about as deep as could be. Um, it really is an amazingly large mouthpiece. You heard that I struggled trying to get up to that double G and actually put some meat on the bones, power. So we could play it again. I feel like it does make me sound better for the classical stuff, but I don't make my living playing or teaching the classical stuff like I did when I was in college. So I mean, yeah, and I'm not going to go out there. You're not going to see me anywhere in the next couple of years just playing the Carnival of Venice or the Hummel or the Haydn. We got thousands of players around the world that can do that. In fact, even some of my high school students, the All-Staters, can actually get a piece of some of those. But it does have a very nice tone in the low register. Wow, I sound the best in the middle of the staff and all the way down to below the staff on this 5A. I mean, I wish you could be here. It sounds good, but I'm not going to go out and I'm going to send this back probably. I'm not going to keep it because I'm just not going to be able to use this kind of mouthpiece for the stuff that I do. Like I said, in another million years when I hit 90 and I really can't play above the staff, maybe I'll get one of these guys and you'll pass me in the hotel lobby someday over in Korea or Japan and I'll be doing this. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this first one-of-a-kind Bach trumpet mouthpiece cup comparison for all the cups of the Bach trumpet mouthpiece lineup. A, B, C, D, E, F. I really enjoyed doing this for you guys. It was very interesting for me. I was curious about some of these cup sizes I've never heard of before until I started thinking about doing this video review for you guys. If you're not happy with the mouthpiece you're playing on, there are a lot of mouthpieces in different cup sizes. I highly recommend that you go out, have some fun like I did, and try a couple of these different mouthpieces. And by the way, you probably didn't even realize I still have the Bach large bore commercial trumpet Stradivarius in my hands, and I'm really enjoying it. So I did all this. In fact, some people might say, hey, you did it the right way because you heard the Bach trumpet mouthpiece, which is supposedly supposed to go into a Bach trumpet. So there you have it, right? Bach trumpet mouthpieces, all the cup sizes, and they went into a brand new Bach large bore commercial trumpet. So I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope that you got a lot out of this. If you did, why not give one of these things, Do you have a question or comment about what you saw in this video? Drop me a comment right there. I'll do my best to get back to you maybe in a couple days, up to about a week. And finally, if you'd like to see more of these types of videos, or if you'd like to see some wacky videos or entertaining videos or me performing, all kinds of stuff, or people talking about me and how it was working with me in my courses or lessons, become a subscriber. You're going to have a lot of fun here at Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson, and I will see you in the next one. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. The top 2 reasons you cannot play high. Well, I just demonstrated one of them. This, the meat, the muscle, right? But you already knew that, right? Yeah. You know you got to have chops. You got to build this. Everything. All these muscles, everything. It's all got to be built up strong. So you know that one, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought it was talent. Okay? A lot of people think it's just talent. Can't play high. I was just born to play third chair. Just the way it is. Don't get mad about it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You just weren't born with the talent to be able to play high. Actually, some people feel that way. But that is 100% wrong. 100% incorrect. That's your belief system, but it's not reality. Your belief system, but not reality. So the top reason that you can't play high is you haven't gone through the process of training this and the whole mechanism from diaphragm to here to out to the horn. You haven't gone through that process. Now you can look at video, YouTube after YouTube. In fact, I just crossed over the 600 mark on my YouTube channel. Videos available to the public. You can watch them all. You're not going to get that miraculous improvement in range and endurance just by watching videos, even though I'm giving you some good advice and others are giving you good advice. You have to go through the process. The process is systematically applying so many different angles at your chops, your breathing, your tongue, strategically over a period of time, infused with momentum. That's what the process is. And you're not likely to have gone through that process if you're watching this video, or maybe you're just watching it just for giggles. But you have to go through the process. It seems like a lot of teachers that can actually play decently high are not taking their students through the process. And as a result, the students don't end up playing as well as a teacher, and they don't even make that much improvement. It's about the process, not about 1 or 2 techniques or a routine that you're going to do. About the process. So, if you watch my stuff, you will get better, and you are certainly going to play a little bit higher, a little bit better, a bigger sound, a bigger tone, more accuracy, better endurance, yes. But you're not going to get that miracle, amazing, oh my God, I was playing high Z's and D's a few months ago and now I'm zinging out double high G's. Now I can actually do some Broadway shows if I wanted. No, you're not going to get that by watching just individual random videos on how to play trumpet better from anybody. You have to go through the process. I happen to know what that process is, by the way. And according to most of the people that have been working with me, it seems like they know it now too, and they can demonstrate it. So let's go on to number 2, or the second reason, the second top reason that you can't play high. That. Tongue and tongue arch. Now, you can still play high without the tongue arch. I'm going to play high right now, leaving my tongue dropped in a low C positioning. And now it's not going to sound good at all. Okay? How am I able to still get up there even though it sucked? I had the chops. But having the chops is one part of the equation. If you don't have the tongue arch, my friend, you can have the range. F, G, weak, kind of brittle sounding, stiff sounding, not that powerful. But I can get those notes. That proves to you right there that if you're still not doing some things right, that you can still gain some altitude just by developing your chops. But that's not going to be the panacea. And what you're thinking about is an end result of how you want to play. So the tongue arch, the less space you have in your mouth when the air is coming out, you're going to zing out higher notes because the air is going to be speeding past the lips, vibrating them faster, vibrating the air that goes into here, coming out here is going to all be faster. Okay. So how do we do that? It's the tongue arch. And it's kind of one of the most elusive techniques on the trumpet. It really is. I get people that can actually play pretty decently up to high C, D, even E, and they're not using tongue arch, but they're so used to not using tongue arch that they can actually play sometimes at the professional level or as a professional in a symphony. It's quite amazing how they can do that. They're making things in life very, very hard by doing that, but yet they've accommodated not knowing about the tongue arch or not being able to do it. So what if you had a screwed up embouchure, or what if you thought you didn't play correctly? Well, here's my natural setting. What if I played poorly? Let's move the mouthpiece over a little bit. There we go, see it? I'm way off my embouchure. In fact, I'm over. What about the other way? Well, now I'm back to center. Move it over. Now I'm really playing not where I want to play. I can still do it, but it sucked that on that one side compared to the other. So I've showed you that with no tongue arch, I can still play high. Playing on a totally screwed up embouchure, one side to the other like that, I can still play some, actually into the upper register above high C. So it's the tongue arch. Tongue arch. So quit looking at whether or not you got a bad embouchure, a defective embouchure, whether or not you think that you're playing a little off center and your teacher's on you for that. Or you play too high, play too low. You can work on that stuff later, but that's not your problem. The problem is tongue arch, especially if you got the other part handled, the musculature of the embouchure and the strength. But a lot of people don't got that handled either. But it's the tongue arch. With the tongue arch, you can do quite amazing things. So if you can play high B flats, B's, and C's with the perfectly executed and advanced tongue arch, that those high C's automatically turn into E's and F's with no change in the musculature and the strengthening of the embouchure here. Tongue arch works wonders. That's the second reason that you can't play and if it's the second reason, or it's the second place why almost all brass players can't get altitude and can't have good endurance. It seems to be mystical and ambiguous, foggy, murky, unclear what the tongue arch really is. But basically, if you can take the tip of your tongue, that's the tip. Take it and put it under, behind your teeth, your lower teeth. There's upper, lower. Take the tip, go down, anchor it. I have the tip anchored right at the bottom of my lower teeth, where the teeth kind of almost turn into the gums, right at that gum line, or you run out of teeth. and you can feel the wet gum. That's where you anchor the tip of your tongue. Yeah. And then the tongue arches up. Like you're saying in, or E-I-N-G, swimming. Mm, yeah. So that's when you're at maximum tongue arch. And here's a good test for you. Now, I made another tutorial about this, but it was kind of shorter. So you can try this on different things. Here's me going from second line G to C on purpose. Okay? Okay, you're seeing movement here. I'm also adding a little extra tension when I'm going up to give it push. The way to really get the feeling of tongue arch, so it's not theory, is actually something real that you're doing, is to purposely try not to get the top note, yet raise your tongue in an arch position. So right now I'm going to take a big breath. I'm going to hold a G, but during that time what's happening inside my mouth is this. My tongue is arching up. You already know that tip is placed behind my teeth. So it's going here, up. And I'm purposely going to try not to get the C. Watch what happens. Hear that? Of course it didn't sound good, but I'm purposely trying not to get the C. I don't want the C to come out. Watch again. Again. You notice no movement going on here at all, right? And I'm really trying not to let the C to come out. That's your assignment. If you can get that to happen, you've executed the tongue arch quite perfectly. Now, it doesn't stop there. The tongue has to be developed, and you have to be able to hold the tongue arch under a lot of undue pressure when you're above high C. That pressure will flatten down your tongue, and your range will drop. Not because you don't have chops, because you're not maintaining the tongue arch. So the tongue arch, you got to get it, but then you have to develop it to withstand the pressure that will be inside your oral cavity when you're really playing in upper register and beyond. Your tongue arch drops just a micromillimeter and you've lost 2 notes on your range, just like that. That's how easy it is. So watch, let's try it on a different note. Low C. I'm trying to do that, right? You can tell. What if I take a big breath and purposely stay on that low C? Don't let that G come out. Take a bigger breath this time. The first one came out air because I didn't have any air left. Even low C to G, which is a wider interval, isn't it? It's another note wider, so you're going to fifth. Now, a lot more air is coming out on low C than it is on G because you have the placement of your jaw and your tongue even lower. But still, you could hear that something was happening. In fact, the air started to cut off. And on that first one, did you hear that? It was almost no air. I mean, it was just air coming out. But the low C would not come out. So don't think that was a mistake. The low C would not come out anymore. Let me just see if I can go for the air again because that was pretty important. I'm raising the tongue up to the point where the low C will not vibrate anymore. Well, now that time the note came out. No, hold on, let me try it again. Trying to keep the low C down, but I'm raising my tongue into a tongue arch. No, it's not going to do it this time. I guess it was kind of a fluke, but still, that was important um, to realize I'm trying to play the low C, which even beginners can get. So you know something was going on inside here. I mean, if I can't play the low C, something really is bad, and it's gonna something bad's gonna happen. Maybe the end of the world tonight. I can't play a low C, and if you can't play a low C, it's probably the same thing. Now, if I'm playing a low C and I do something inside my mouth that causes the low C not to come out, you know I'm doing something. You know something is going on. You just have to know that. So I was probably speeding up the air too fast for the low C to come out, and it was in the little twilight zone area right before the G was going to snap out. So I'm not even sure if I've even tried this on C to E. Now, I'm thinking that as you get more narrow in intervals, it's probably going to come out easier. So I'm not sure if this will be the best demonstration or not. Let's find out. So middle C to E. Well, normally, now without, I'm going to try to keep it at middle C and not let the E come out. Oh no, okay, it gets easier as you go higher actually. Yeah, okay, so that's why I was experiencing that error at the low C to G. So this demonstration is actually perfect for you at G to C. And if you do have range up to about an A to a high C, you might want to try it from middle C to E because it's actually easier. But it might be so easy that you don't really get the feeling of it. So you've heard me do 3 different ones. G to C is commonly what I show students. Low C to G is going to be harder, and C to E is going to be easier. So you got 3 different intervals that you can slur to using the tongue arch. And remember, you're trying not to let the top note come out. You're trying not to let the top note come out. That's what you're trying to do. But you're arching up, you're trying to arch the tongue as high as it will arch, but with the goal of not getting that top note. Because if you have the goal to get the top note, then you might add a little bit more pressure here. You might blow harder. You're going to be doing some things unconsciously that you've just already trained yourself to do to get the note to come out. That's why it's important to really, it might go against your ego, but really do not let that top note come out. Just keep arching the note up and hope it doesn't come out. And when the top note does come out, if it does for you, then you know that you've got the tongue arch decently perfected, but just not strengthened. I mean, the tongue arch, you either get it or you don't, right? There's not really a gray area. You got it perfected, you can do it, or you don't have it at all. There's not really a middle ground. You either got it or you don't. After that point, it's about developing your tongue and the tongue arch to really be refined and just amazingly versatile when you're playing. That's where I come in. Have you ever heard that I got a website called TrumpetSizzler.com, and that I teach a lot of people, especially a lot of advanced and professional players that want to get better with endurance and range? Well, if you haven't heard about it, you're just hearing it now. I actually do that. That's kind of actually what I'm good at. And I'm good at some other things too, but I kind of have this natural knack for helping people out with that. So if you'd like to learn more, you can definitely look at more videos here. And if you're watching this, why not go ahead and subscribe? You can support me. You're going to get an instant email when I put up new videos like this. And I don't know, I think that you're going to learn something and become a better player. But if you really want to take the horse by the reins and run with it, you got to do something, and that's called going through the process, which I alluded to earlier in the video. So, but this tutorial on tongue arch should help you. And now if you're not getting the note to come out at all, even though you're trying not to, but it still doesn't come out, that's where, again, you need a coach, you need someone to work with you on that, because that is the second reason you're not able to play play with power up the upper register, or even have great endurance. If you're constantly playing in a low C position in the upper register, you're gassing out all the muscles here. You're just putting such a load on them, and that's why you don't have any endurance. So you might even have a little range where you have no endurance. You got to get the tongue arch. It's the second reason people have problems in the upper register and with endurance. Since you've already heard me say that, it's a no-brainer. Work on it. Get it going. It's worth the investment in time. So that's a wrap.
Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these. And that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these 3 known mainstream techniques. Number 1, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It could be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling when you hear someone play with a great tone. That comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. Alright, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones. And you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones. But you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And lip flexibilities are broken down into 3 parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between 2 notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range isn't high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colon Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing 1-octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame, if I remember what he said in his book. Now, don't quote me perfectly back because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by 1-octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we've discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range and you're hanging around G's above the staff, and you're still a good 4th away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at IC, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale, and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic, chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the 3 things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these 3 things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number 2, lip flexibilities. And there's only 3 ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise. Lip trills, right? Glissandos, and lip slurs. And finally, the third thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye. You remember my little friend. Of course you do. I've been working on it for a month now. And I figured out the way to do this. The way to do it is to do it fast and for a lot of reps. And so I've noticed just a feeling of more solid structure here in my corners, a little bit better flexibility, and my endurance. So I've noticed 3 things. Just a little bit more grip here in the embouchure, and my flexibility seems just to be crazy awesome. And endurance, you know, just play and play and play, and I'm not really getting that tired. So what I've been doing, and there's a big time drill factor. I got 3 rubber bands on here. And you're not supposed to, I don't think, have that many. You think the way they have it graded is they have the rubber bands graded as a lightweight, medium, heavy, so forth and so on, and using only 1 rubber band. But I started off with 1 rubber band, and that was just so easy. And so I don't know if you can tell, but I got, probably hard for you to tell, I actually got 3 rubber bands, and these are the heaviest weight rubber bands that they have on there. I don't know if you can see that. 3 of them together. They're little tiny rubber bands, and I feel like this one, I might end up putting a 4th rubber band on there at some point, but right now this seems to be good. And what I've been doing is setting my phone at a minute on the timer, let it count down. What I do is I do 2 per second. So it goes something like this. Okay, that was about 10 seconds. And I feel that right away. So what I've been doing is I'll set it at 1 minute, and I was not able to actually do the full minute for probably the first 3 or 4 days, especially with 3 rubber bands. And so I've experimented with different ways, from putting it in there and squeezing. I've actually been able to squeeze these apart so they pop off. That's how hard I squeeze them. Squeeze. Which is definitely more isometrical. But this action of making this go in and out, kind of like that, yeah, there is some isometric activity, but you're really moving things along. You're kind of fighting against a resistance instead of just a static isometric. So I'll probably keep it where it's at. I do 2 1-minute rounds of this guy, and I have noticed a difference. So I think my chops are still adapting. So what I'm going to do is just keep this in a regimen, probably not up the ante anymore on it for right now. Just keep it as part of my regular regimen. It's really easy to do. I do it while I'm watching Netflix. I have a couple of my different contraptions out.
including the Pete and some others, and the mouthpiece that Bud Brisboy exercise and all that. And I'll just have it all out there like a little buffet of devices, practice aids that I use, and I'll put on a Netflix show or catch up on weather, and I'll just do it then. So this is part of my practice, but I don't count it. I'm not going to lump, I'm not going to say that I practice a half an hour on these because I'm actually multitasking. So there you have it. I think it's definitely worthy of anybody incorporating it into the routine, but I think it comes with a caveat. You can't use this in place of good old-fashioned elbow grease and nose to the grindstone work. This is not a substitute for long tones, arpeggios, for Arbenz Clark, for lip flexibilities, irons, Colin, Schlossberg. It's not a substitute for that. This is an add-on. And I feel this probably would work better for people who are already advanced and they're looking for something to kind of take them up, a notch or so. That's how I see and view this particular device. So this is not a substitute that should come before the other stuff. I don't think it's going to get you where you want to be if you substitute this instead of the hard work and the smart work that you should be doing. So anyway, if you'd like to know where you can get this at a pretty decent price, I don't sell them. I don't have anything to do with the company, but you can send me an email if you like, and you should know my email by now. It's all over the internet, so I'm not even going to tell you. You should know it by now. If you don't, then you need to do some work and find my email. Send me an email, and if you'd like to know the particulars of where to get it, it's not much money, and I think you'll be glad that you did. So I give this 2 thumbs up and my bottom lip up as well. It's definitely something I'm going to keep doing, and I expect to continue to get some results from it in a positive manner with my playing. All right, that's my story, baby, and I'm sticking to it. Subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Or glissandos. And if you're not doing those, you're leaving a big chunk out of the apple when it comes to improving your overall trumpet playing, flexibility, range, all range, low range, mid range, high range, facility on the instrument. Here, check out some fun stuff when it comes to glissandos on the trumpet. Hope you enjoy it. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. How about, let's see if I can get my double A up into the 120 range as well. I'm proud of that. That's almost 130. I think I got up to 127 range. It's a wonderful little tool. You ought to get one of these decimal meters and you can kind of critique yourself on how much power you really have. Okay, here we go. Double C.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. And the fact that he actually had some decent high notes in his back pocket, but they didn't last very long at all when he went to play in his band. And he really wanted to know how the 16-week upper register course could help out with that if it mainly focused on higher notes. And that's when I told him, I said, well, endurance is a byproduct of your range. Okay? So if you want better endurance, you just simply have to increase your range. That's what you got to do. It also goes hand in hand with being able to have more duration on your chop. So let's just give you a quick weird example. Let's just say that you are a trumpet player and you've done very well for yourself and you can just honk out really, really loudly and beautifully a double G, which is the top note in upper register before we go into extreme. Okay, but let's just say that you only practice 10 minutes a day or 15 minutes a day. Okay, now typically what I would tell people is take your max range in your practice at home and come down about 4 or 5 notes, and that's going to be the range where you actually have the best endurance in a rehearsal or a performance or a solo. So if he had that double G and he came down to high C, for example, that would be the perfect playing range for him. Now, and also for endurance. Now, based on what I just said, well, you might think, well, then he's going to have tons and tons of endurance. No, 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 no. Remember I just said this guy is practicing 10 or 15 minutes a day tops. Maybe he's a busy professional, or maybe he's an MD and just doesn't have time to practice. But he does 10 or 15 minutes a day to maintain his double G. A little warm-up, he goes up, hits the G and a couple other things, and then he's done. This individual is not going to fare too well, even if he takes my advice with that correlation of 4 or 5 notes below your highest notes at home or in your practice studio. Simply because he doesn't have enough time, doesn't have enough of metal on his mouth outside rehearsals and performances. So even though he has the desired ratio of 4 or 5 notes below, that's the music he's playing, goes up to about a high C, maybe a high D, that would be perfect for this individual, except for the fact he doesn't really practice that much. So you have to have both parts of the equation. Now, here's where most people have a problem. Most people get the second part of the equation. Okay? So most people are practicing, if they got an hour and a half rehearsal that they know they're got to go to, on average, these people are practicing an hour to an hour and a half a day, sometimes 2 hours a day, thinking that by practicing that much every day, they will actually be able to go through an entire rehearsal or a performance. No, because they didn't get the other part of the equation. The other part of the equation is the range. So let's just give an example of someone playing at a community big band. Maybe at your community college, maybe you meet at a church, or maybe it meets after school at a junior high or high school. And you happen to be the lead trumpet player, and you got a really, really, really solid high D, at home, and you go up to E flat, it's still decent, not as solid, and E kind of thin out. So you're right around the D, E flat range. And you are practicing 2 hours a day. You're trying to do everything right. But you notice that when you get into your big band rehearsal on Monday night or Tuesday night or Thursday night or whatever it is, that halfway through the rehearsal, your chops are falling apart. You're missing these high Ds and the high Cs, and you're getting the burn here. Just feels like you can't hold the note and your lips are blowing out and you're going out of tune. It's just not fun. I mean, you're smashing your lips pretty good with the mouthpiece. And you keep scratching your head, what's going on? Because I'm practicing an hour and a half or 2 hours a day, but I'm not able to have the endurance in my rehearsal. I'm cursed. There's some kind of hex that's put on me. No, my friend. When you go into a big, typical amateur to semi-pro big band rehearsal, most of the high range is going to be up around high C and high D. Yeah, you might find one chart that goes E or F, but basically, you know, you're going to be required to play quite a lot of high C's and D's. And if your range at home is a high D or a high E flat, and let me just excuse myself for a second for other brass players, trombone players,
euphonium, French horn, tuba, whatever. You just have to transpose whatever that is. This story that I'm telling is geared toward trumpet, but really it's geared to everybody. But you would have to transpose the notes and make it your own story. So the problem with this particular individual, he is doing everything right practice-wise. Probably is a really great player. His endurance is being inefficient in rehearsals and performances simply because he doesn't have the other part of the equation down. He needs to be having at least double F sharps and double Gs pretty full and pretty decent at home. At least be able to hit a couple of them at home. Doesn't mean he has to play all day on those, but he has to be able to go up and reach those and tackle them pretty good a couple times in order to balance out this part of the equation. That's what most people are not getting. And in fact, it's not that they're not getting it. I think most people just don't know. Every time I talk to somebody about this, they don't really sync up the fact that your range has everything to do with your endurance. It really does. So I don't care if you practice 4 hours a day. If your range is D or E, you're just not going to be able to play D or E for 3 or 4 hours in a wedding reception big band. You know what I'm talking about? Your big band gets hired to do someone's wedding reception, and they're going to have you play from 9 p.m. until 1 a.m. at night with, you got 4 sets, 45 minutes. You're not going to last. If your range is high D and high E, and you're playing Ds and Es in that particular wedding reception gig, you just are going to fall apart, and you're probably going to have to hit up somebody else in the section to cover some of your lead stuff. It's just not going to balance out that well. Same thing if you're in a brass quintet. That's really, really tough on your endurance and on your chops. And if you're playing some of the easier brass quintet stuff where you just typically need to go up to Fs and Gs above the staff, which is really common in some of the easier stuff, or maybe even just high A right above the staff, and you have a high C, high D range, you're probably going to do okay on that, especially if you've been practicing the right amount. But if you're playing some of the tougher stuff, Empire brass, Canadian brass, that type of stuff, and which we're talking about stuff that goes, routinely high C's, D's, E's, and F's, especially if you have to have your pick out. But even if you don't, you're still going to be required to lots of high C's and D's. You're going to have all kinds of trouble in that particular group simply because you don't have the range that's way above that. So this is a pretty important tutorial, at the very least, for you to have the light bulb turned on your head so you can go, wait a minute, I've been practicing 3 hours a day, but when I go into my band, I can't even play half of that. Well, it's because of the range thing. And so that's why I get some people saying they're not interested in playing high notes and, they want to play music. Well, here's the problem. If you don't develop your high range, I don't care what instrument, I don't care if you just play tuba. If you don't have any range, low and high range on your tuba, you're just going nowhere musically. And the same thing on the other brasses, French horn, euphonium, cornet, trumpet, trombone, even slide bow. It doesn't really matter if your range is not well above of what you have to play in your ensemble. You're just going to be out to lunch. You're going to be struggling. So when I hear people say, I don't want to play high notes, I don't want to be that guy, that obnoxious screamer dude. Well, this is not about that. You can do what you want. Once you are able to play high, you can do what you want with it. Okay? If you have a great range, that means you don't have to scream out high notes and hang over and be that obnoxious high note player. What you can do is you can play comfortable and easy in your ensembles and have plenty of endurance, and that will make you feel just a million times better about playing, because this is going to be pretty much rock solid. So let's go back to the original topic in question is endurance. What is endurance? How can you improve your endurance? What are some things you can do to improve your endurance? Well, we already talked about the foundation of endurance. I didn't really describe what endurance is, so let's really talk about endurance. Endurance is the ability to do a particular activity over and over for a period of time, usually a long period of time, and still be able to function quite well. So that's the definition of endurance. So let's just take, I was on a site reading about marathoners, and obviously, this is a no-brainer, right? If you can run 26.2 miles, you got some hefty endurance, right? Your heart, your muscles, your legs, your energy, everything. Well, when I got into how some of these marathoners train, and these aren't just the professionals, just people in general who want to be able to run a marathon and have that endurance, do you think that they run 26 miles every day? And that's how they practice and train for a marathon? No. No, they don't. They might get in 20 or 26 miles once a week, maybe once every 10 days, but they're getting close to it on the other days. They might be doing some 10, 15, and 20-mile runs. But what else are they doing? They're doing very, very, very fast sprints over a mile. They're doing very, very fast runs for 5K and 6K and 10K, or sorry, 5K and 10K runs. They're doing those very, very fast, and then they're still trying to up their speed on their 15-mile or 20-mile runs. Why are they doing all that? Because they know that if they can have a faster running pace at these reduced miles or reduced distances, that's just going to help them that much more when they go for the marathon. And so let's think about that in terms of playing a brass instrument. The shorter durations, like the mile sprint that a marathoner might do, might be for, well, I'm speaking trumpet, but it could be for any brass instrument, might be that double G or that high F that you're hitting a couple times after you warm up and playing it really, really loud. That's like your mile sprint if you're a marathoner. And if you're doing that, good, you got the sprint. And then the other things would be, like let's just say your 10K run, your 6 mile, you're going to really push the speed on that if you're a marathoner, right? Well, if you're playing a brass instrument, you're going to be doing some etudes and some other phrases that are going to be up around that high C, D, E flat range, okay? And you're going to be blowing those out pretty loudly, maybe even E or F. And so that's kind of how it translates into endurance on a brass instrument. The bottom line is you can't just practice for 3 hours a day. That's like a marathoner trying to do a 26-mile run every day and thinking that they're going to be able to run a 26-mile marathon. Fact is, even if they can do it at home under the stress and the pressure of a competition and a race, and what if they're not feeling up to snuff and all they've ever done is run that 26 miles, they're going to have the same problem that any brass player would have in an ensemble or rehearsal and find themselves hitting a wall and gassing out maybe halfway through or maybe 3/4 of the way. And so that strategy that I read about for marathoners is what I already know for this guy, for a brass instrument. Can't just practice 3 hours a day and expect to go in and play on your teeth at the range that your top range that you can play. You play a double G and you go play Buddy Rich for a rehearsal and Rob McConnell, Frank Mantooth, Big Fat Band, Maynard Ferguson, Louis Belson. I mean, come on. You go play F's and double G's and you're not going to last, and you might end up hurting yourself, or you're going to feel the hurt up here because you're going to be playing on the skin of your teeth. So endurance is the ability to do an activity or a period of time and do it successfully. And the way we build endurance on any brass instrument is to increase our range 4 to 5 notes above what you have to play in your rehearsal and your performances. And then, of course, you also have the longevity of your practice to be pretty close to, what you're expected to do in a rehearsal or performance. So let's talk about that real quick. If you're going to a Monday night big band rehearsal, for example, I'm saying that because now it's Monday night, and there actually happens to be a rehearsal big band next door to me. I'm over here at the college. So if their rehearsal goes from 7 to 9, which I think they said it does, 7 to 9, maybe 7 to 9:30, well, you need to be practicing, I would say, at least close to that on a daily basis. An hour and a half to 2 hours a day would be perfect. Probably can get away with an hour and a half if you have a higher range, but somewhere around an hour and a half to 2 hours would be good. Now, if you don't do that, what you're going to do is you're going to come in, you're going to be like the weekend warrior. You're going to come in and you're going to go to the rehearsal and you're going to struggle and your chops are going to fall apart at the end, and you're always going to hate playing the last couple of songs because you can't make it. And so if you don't mind that, well, that's a personal choice for you. But if you want to come in, sail through the rehearsal, and at the end of the rehearsal, feel like you want to keep playing because you feel good and you're really in the groove, then you actually have to, 1, increase your range 5 steps above your playing range in that particular ensemble. 2, make sure that the longevity and the duration of your practice is pretty close to what you're expected to do when you go into the rehearsal or performance. And how do we increase, what are some ways to increase your range and endurance? Well, I already made another video about that on YouTube. It's called the 3 most popular ways to increase your range. And those three popular ways would be a good way for you to start if you don't have any other resources. That would be flexibility studies, lip trills, lip slurs, glissandos, any type of long tone endeavor or routine, long tones, anything from Maggio stuff, stamp stuff, Gordon, and then also taking stuff up an octave. The reason you got to do that is because you have to get your embouchure used to actually playing high. I mean, you cannot not practice higher at home and expect to be able to go out there and do that in function in a rehearsal or performance. I mean, you actually have to play higher. And what I recommend for a lot of my students is to get something that they can actually play that's written high. And the reason for that is there's a psychological component. So if you're just always used to taking stuff up an octave and stuff that you might read, whether it could be the Arbenz book or maybe a jazz lick or whatever, there's a psychological component that can intimidate you. And if you're not used to reading and seeing all the ledger lines about the staff, even though you can play those notes and you've been practicing, there's a psychological component that destroys a lot of people when they go into a reading band or just a band in general and they got to play these notes. And you get intimidated by looking at all those ledger lines. Those notes look higher than they really are. That just scares you. You see 3 dashes and then the note sitting on that third dash with the staff, that's an E, high E for trumpet. That might scare a lot of people, seeing that. And when you can already do that at home, but you've been taken up an octave. So my suggestion for increasing your endurance would be to make sure that let's just recap this lesson right now, just to make sure that your daily practice is pretty close. Doesn't have to always be exact, but it is coming in pretty close to what you're expected to do in your rehearsal. If you have a 2-hour rehearsal, for example, at least get in, an hour and a half a day of practice. That's the number one thing that you got to make sure that you're doing. The number 2, the other part of the equation, these are both equal, is you have to do things to increase your range 4 or 5 notes above what you're seeing in your rehearsal. And I just told you what to do. What were they? Lip flexibility, lip trill, glissandas, lip slurs, long tones, including pedal tones, and then playing stuff high or up an octave. And then the part B of that is to actually get some stuff written above the staff, so you're not intimidated psychologically and when you see those notes way above the staff. So I hope this really helped. I mean, this is some very, very good advice for you. It really is. If you just start doing this, you are going to be tickled that you notice you can play higher and better and you last longer in your rehearsals. And it doesn't have to be just about jazz. This could be orchestral, symphonic, like I already mentioned, brass quintet, chamber. It really is all about the duration of your particular ensemble and not so much about the idiom or the style. Same thing, if you got the metal on your mouth for 2 hours in a symphony rehearsal, it might be a little bit easier because we know brass players a lot of times, we have to count like 100 measures of rest, so there is a little bit of an easier component there when you're playing orchestral stuff compared to other stuff. But you get the gist of this in lesson on endurance. Remember, there's 2 parts of it, and you can't just have one without the other. If you do, it's going to be like this. Crash and burn, baby. You don't want that. Kurt Thompson, hope you really enjoyed this. Found it informative, and don't just watch it and go on to something else. Make notes and actually start doing it.
for right now. I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hey guys and gals, I've been using a cool little trick, tip, shortcut. Again, this is not a substitute for the process or for enrolling in lessons, and specifically we're enrolling in some of my pedagogical specific courses like upper register, technique, lead trumpet playing, breathing. But I have found that this is a very potent and quick results producing technique. And I call it the frozen lip bend. I've scoured Google, YouTube, even that crappy little site called Vimeo. No, there's nobody else that has come up with this, so the date of this video will be the copyright for this particular technique. It's the frozen lip bend. We could almost call it deep frozen lip bends. And so you've seen people demonstrate lip bends almost in a half-step fashion, and it looks impressive. They're doing things like right. Well, that wasn't a lip bend. Okay. I was doing that in 9th grade, folks. I mean, come on. So when you see someone, a pro that's screwing around, lip bending like that, that's kindergarten stuff. You want to go up to the heavyweight league with the big boys, then you do deep lip bends on any brass instrument. Not this little half-step bullshit jargon that's not going to get you anything. So here we go. I like to play the F sharp in the G progression down. So play the F sharp. Now no valve. Soft and increase dynamics. Control, baby, back it off. Okay, now that is the half-step lip bend that you hear all the time, except that was a frozen lip bend, not quite deep, but now it's going to get deeper. Now let's go to something that you don't hear anybody doing unless you've watched another of my tutorials on lip bending. We're going to go down to F natural, which is going to be the whole step below G. Control that baby all the way back to triple pianissimo, baby. All right, this is the big boy league, and you might not even be able to do what I just did, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't do it with a little bit of practice with trying this. This takes incredible, resilient, flexible, strong, powerful chops to be able to accommodate what I'm showing you now with this technique, the deep frozen lip bend. Let's go even deeper. Now, you'd never hear anybody, I haven't heard anybody lip bend down to an E in this part of the range of the horn of the trumpet. So G to, now we're going down a minor third. Lift the belt up. Incredible amount of control there and finesse to be able to accommodate that. You have a favorite celebrity trumpet player, and if you're friends with them, ask them to do what I'm doing. The odds are very considerable and stacked against them that they won't be able to do that. So now we're going to get into the extreme minority
of all professional. Actually, this is not even professional. This is way above professional level playing. And you have to have worked considerably on the physical aspects of brass playing to be able to accommodate this to go down a major third and control it. So G down to E flat. All the way down to quadruple piano, ladies and gentlemen. Again, quite an exhibition in resiliency, malleability, flexibility, powerful. What other kind of adjectives can I come up with this? It's just, you really have to have excelled way above the typical professional, commercial, or orchestral player to be able to do this. But with this technique, you can. It's not going to happen overnight. But what is going to happen is as you keep working on this, you're going to notice that your sound opens up. Your flexibility just becomes like a hot knife through butter as you go through all registers of the horn, and the facility of the horn is just going to be a piece of cake. Of course, your range is going to improve. I think that this would be especially good for orchestral players because I have a feeling that you're going to be able to open up and get that more brassy resonance on the mid and lower middle register of the horn, which is where a lot of this orchestral music is played, especially if you're not principal trumpet. So this could be very beneficial if you totally don't like the commercial and jazz idiom of playing and you're more into the classical. This could really benefit you in this particular register. Now let's go to no man's land. We're going to go down to perfect fourth. Man, this is like super deep. This is like the 12-foot deep into the pool where the high dive is. So here we go. Very difficult. In fact, you even heard me falter a little bit. I'm not perfect. I'm close to perfect, but not. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Well, when it comes to looks, yeah, that's been pretty close. But when it comes to playing, yeah, I have my problems. It's just like everybody else. So I guarantee you, most of you are not going to be able to do that, but you do not need to be depressed because you can start just on the F sharp in this progression down from middle G, second line middle G for trumpets. Everybody else you can transpose to the notes in your instrument. That would be practical. I've just thrown it out here. For example, probably for trombone, I probably would be playing first position F. That's fourth line F in the bass clef staff. For trombone people, I would probably start right there, first position, and then of course you're going to have to bend it down without moving the slide, right? So you're going to find it very, very difficult. But that's just an example if you're playing another brass instrument. Now let's go for the quintessential granddaddy gold medal Olympic winner. If you can get this one and control it, and I gotta be honest with you, sometimes and some days I can't get this one. That's how difficult it is. But that would be going down the tritone from G down to C sharp, D flat enharmonic. This is almost a nightmare to try to do on a regular basis and be consistent, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot right now. So we're playing our G down to D flat. Oh, almost didn't get it. Folks, that was rough and tough and tumble. If you can do that and control it, you just certainly have to have chops. I would almost bet without hearing you playing anything else that you probably have a good core to your sound, amazing dynamics in all registers, and just great facility all over the horn, whatever brass instrument it is. So this was Kurt Thompson with another amazing proprietary and unique tip, trick, and technique for brass players that you've never heard before And the date of this video will be its copyright. No one else has done the deep frozen lip bend. Try it, you'll like it, comment below. I'll see you in the next one. So, hi, it's Kurt Thompson again, and this is the first installment in If Blank is the Holy Grail to Trumpet Playing, then why aren't we all practicing it? That's basically what the theme is. And so this particular installment, Claude Gordon. So Claude Gordon is a legend, was a great studio musician, teacher, all-around awesome brass player. And from my resources, he took from one of my best and favorite trumpet players from the early part of the 20th century, Herbert L. Clark. So he took from a guy that I've spent a long time with through books, Herbert L. Clark. Claude Gordon does include some of the most important things, and the process is one of those most important things. So a lot of techniques and routines don't take you through a process. In fact, you might have heard me mention that in some of my videos. You know, if you're not, you can watch 1,000 free videos on YouTube about increasing your power, your range, bettering your technique and tone and sight reading. But there's generally a process that you have to go through. And the Claude Gordon 52-week systematic approach to daily practice actually does have that process. It really does. And the Claude Gordon routine and method does work. So, and how do I know that? Because as a young kid in college, really wanting to improve myself and to make myself stand out over other trumpet players. I'm a classically trained guy. A lot of you guys don't even know that, but I basically was an all-stater several years in a row in Tennessee. That means pretty much #1 in the state, and I was focusing on that, but it dawned on me, wait, there's a million freaking classical players everywhere, and a lot of these guys are good, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to stand out in that arena of thousands of classical trumpet players. What occurred to me at some point, and as I was a teenager, is that most of these classical trumpet players that had fantastic finger technique and tone and tonguing technique and style when it comes to the etudes and concertos did not have a good range, and some of them didn't have a good sound or power. And so after observations, I realized, wait a minute, one thing you could do to set yourself apart from the mass is to have a huge, awesome, great sound, power, range, and endurance. That kind of separates the men from the boys. In fact, it separates the men from most other men in the brass and trumpet playing world. And I think Claude Gordon must have figured that out too, because he devoted a lot of his routines and books to increasing range and endurance and power. A glutton for punishment, I went and bought Claude Gordon's 52-week systematic approach to daily practice, and I laboriously and tediously went through the entire damn book, not once, twice. Twice. If you don't know what that means, folks, that means that I took 104 weeks of Claude Gordon. It's 52 weeks, rinse and repeat. And I got some pretty decent results out of it. My range went up. I don't remember exactly how much. I want to say it went up, but maybe at least a good minor third. I mean, a usable, solid minor third at that point. Maybe it could have been a perfect fourth, somewhere right around there. My sound opened up. My power was there. My endurance was there. So, how come the Claude Gordon routine and method is not the holy grail to trumpet playing? And why aren't we all just doing that? Think about it. No Adam, no Reinhardt, no Stevens, no Maggio. no stamps. Don't listen to Doc Severinsen, Armando Guitala, anybody else, you know, just Claude Gordon only. Well, because you're going to hear this in subsequent tutorials, not one routine or technique works for all brass players. Claude Gordon happened to work decently for me. Was it the Crystal, Holy Grail, and Miracle Pill? No, it wasn't, because I worked my ass off in the Claude Gordon book. Is it easy to get through? No. Oh, go get yourself a Claude Gordon 52-week systematic approach and flip through it, and you're going to go, oh my lord. It's a lot of long tone, folks. Long tones, pedal tones, long tones. It's tedious. So, but it doesn't contain the process. So for a good chunk of people, the Claude Gordon systematic approach may actually work more than most other routines. So, its failing is in its tediousness and repetitive long tones that just don't seem to be that interesting. So you really have to be as crazy and as hardcore as I was back at 18 or 19 years of age to want to sit there and pound away through that and yeah, and do it just like he wanted you to do it. So through the years of messing around with Claude Gordon, actually having dutifully gone through it for 104 weeks and then messing around with it after, kind of tweaking things, I've actually come up with my own way to do Claude Gordon, and it's in my 16-week brass upper register course. Since Claude is not alive, I'm not sure he would approve of the changes that I made in his program. I've changed it enough to where any of the living Claude Gordon disciples, if they were to take a look at it, they would probably say, hey, that's not really Claude Gordon. I've changed it enough to where it has the essence of Claude in it, but it really is not what Claude was teaching, you know, precisely. So anyway, that's the tutorial on Claude Gordon and his 52-week systematic approach. I've figured out a better way and a faster way of improvement with the essence of Claude Gordon. But if you're not interested in that at the moment, then certainly go out and get his book. Put your stand up, put that book on the stand, and look at the calendar. You're going to be doing that routine for 52 weeks. 52 weeks. 1 year. Look all the way through that book. That's a year of hard work. Still, Claude Gordon has the process. I'm Kurt Thompson. And now you know the rest of the story on the Claude Gordon systematic approach daily practice. Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. tongue-controlled embouchure, TCE, spit buzz, Jerome Callet. And I know I'm leaving out, I think, a couple of German people. Sorry about that, German folks. I think there's a very influential German trumpet player. His name is just escaping me right now. He might not have actually taught it, but I think he was employing the TCE, and he sounded pretty spectacular. I can't think of his name right offhand. I believe the guy I'm thinking of died at an early age of early 40s due to alcoholism. But he was a pretty good player, and I believe he's associated with the TCE, tongue-controlled embouchure. So, if the TCE is the holy grail to playing brass and trumpet, why isn't everybody doing that? Forget Claude Gordon, forget Stamps, Maggio, Reinhardt, Stevens, Adam, Caruso, on and on and on. They're just balanced embouchure, pops, and everything else that you've ever heard of. Forget it all. Why not do tongue-controlled embouchure? The reason is because the tongue-controlled embouchure really doesn't take you through the process, in my opinion, and you need to go through that process. It's kind of a radical, different approach to playing a brass instrument that could work for somebody who's tried other possibilities. That's how I'm going to say it. So I don't recommend anybody go out and start doing their spit buzz and the tongue-controlled embouchure and changing their embouchure to that. But I do recommend the tongue-controlled embouchure and checking it out if you've tried everything else. I mean, this hasn't happened yet, but if you go through my course and it still didn't kick your butt and make you where you wanted to be at physical-wise, then try the tongue-controlled embouchure. But I haven't actually had to point anybody in that direction, because the people that go through my course go through the process and they come out very strong and usually getting what they're after. But I would recommend the TCE if you've tried other things and have failed or fallen flat on. It seems to work for some people. I can't remember the guy's name now. You're really going to hate me on butchering these names. I think Mac, he's even a friend of mine on Facebook. Mac Gallahan. Sorry if I'm not getting that exactly right. I believe he uses that, and with tremendous success. But again, I don't see it being the holy grail to brass and trumpet playing. I really don't. I've tried it myself. I tried switching my embouchure over to it. You know, there uses no tongue arch, and the spit buzz, and it's kind of weird. You're kind of using part of your tongue as your lip. It's just, I'm not going to go into it all right now, but it didn't work for me at all, and I don't think it's going to work for most players. But I think it will work possibly if you've tried everything else. I mean, this is a good last resort routine and technique to get into. So there you have it, the Jerome Callet method, if you want to think of it that way. I think he had a video out called Master Super Jobs, and otherwise it's tongue-controlled embouchure. I don't think Jerome Callet invented that. I mean, I believe it might have been invented in Germany or over there in Europe. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it on the tongue-controlled embouchure.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Hey, Kurt Thompson here with Kurt's Bearded Video Series. Kurt's Bearded Series. And at the request of a couple of you, you wanted me to review the professional silver Jean Paul B-flat trumpet. It so happens that I happen to have one here. Let me just hold it all up in case you can't quite see it. I don't have my trumpet stand here, but here she is. I just got it. We're gonna check it out today. I have received two separate emails from two separate individuals saying that they got this trumpet off of Amazon in the Jean Paul series, and it played just as good as a box Stradivarius, like the 37, 72, or 43 bell typical 180 series for the box Strat. And I found that hard to believe because this guy is only about a couple $100, and a box Strat is going to run you a couple $1,000. So because more than one have emailed me asking me to check it out, I thought I would. Now you just heard me play a little thing from Carnival of Venice on what I wouldn't call a classical horn on a V-Raptor. But let me pull out the Jean Paul B-flat trumpet. Let you take a look at it. It's a handsome looking guy. And I'm just thinking that it's not going to be that good. I mean, for $200, it could be good for an intermediate maybe. For classical or jazz, I just can't imagine it's going to be that good. But I'm going to put my mouthpiece in it. And things are a little stiff. I didn't really oil anything. The valves, the valves probably need a little oiling. They're a little sluggish. Probably should have done that before I turn on the camera here. Let me just play a few notes on it and see what happens, folks. This is a Jean Paul brand new silver B-flat professional trumpet. Let me pull it out a little bit. Not bad. Not bad. Wow. I'll let you be the judge. I played it on a horn that would cost you more than $3,000. Actually, I think it's $4,000 now for the V-Raptor VR2 Raptors. And now I played it on a $200 horn. You know what I do. I don't do this Carnival of Venice stuff. Yet I can still do it. And you heard me do it on both. Now, do they sound the same? Does one sound better? Pull out the larger bore horn. This is the 468 multi-bore. I like this better because I'm used to it. It's more free blowing. But is there a $3,000 difference between this and this? I don't know if there's a $3,000 difference. This is not as good as this, but it's close. Let's see what else. The valves are not horrible. The intonation. combination is not bad. It's not perfect, but I could probably calibrate that if I were to play on this. It's the Jean Paul B-flat trumpet silver professional series for $200. It said it's made in USA, so yeah, it says Jean Paul Wind Instruments USA. I would have thought it would have been China. So I guess they're made here somewhere in the USA. Interesting. So, folks, I got to tell you, I don't know. I'm kind of speechless because it may not play exactly as good as a Bach Stradivarius, but it seems close. And I'm just doing this off the cuff. Well, let's just test out a high note. Not bad. A little shaky on the double G, but still. Can we get a double C on this $200 professional trumpet? Yes, and you even heard I got a little meat on the bone on that double C. It wasn't just a shrill squeak. I got some pedal to the metal on it. Would I recommend this horn? I'm gonna have to say definitely. Now, if you got $3,000 to go spend on a brand new Bach Strad, Yamaha, Jupiter, some of the more famous brand names, you probably go ahead and get one of those, because they're tried and true. They've been around for quite a long time. On the other hand, if you're a hobby player, or if you're an amateur, maybe even barely semi-pro, and you want a good, decent horn, just off the cuff and out of the box, and I'm not even used to this horn at all, it plays pretty close to a Bach Stradivarius. It plays pretty close to this. It's not a large bore, multi-bore horn, but still, it's not bad. I've been working on zigzag lately. I wonder how it would do on that. Folks, I don't know. I mean, I'm just warming up on this stuff, and it seems pretty decent. Fingers. Now, I did notice right away that the Bach Strad valves would probably be better than this guy. So these, and it also could be that these are new valves and they need some oiling. But having played a Bach Strad for quite a long time in previous lifetime, I think the Bach Strad valves are better than this. So anyway, my overall impression of this $200 Jean Paul brand new professional silver B-flat trumpet is a thumbs up and a beards up. Remember, you're watching Kurt's bearded video series, so we have to include that.
Kurt's bearded series.
I'm going to include a link down in the description where you can just get one really quick at Amazon if you're so inclined. And I mean, really, for $200 and change, I don't think you're going to be able to beat this for the price. Now, if you want to move up to $3,000, you can beat this horn, I think, from just about every angle if you want to spend $3,000. But if you don't have that and you want a horn that might work in your community orchestra, your community symphony, brass quintet, jazz group, big band, I found the high notes actually. Let me try it one more time. Let's see what we can do here. There we go, I'll do this. plays big. I chipped a little partials because I'm just not used to the feel of this horn, but still you heard it. I mean, it came out pretty big and bold. So now I would also recommend this would be okay for lead. So I'm Kurt Thompson. You're watching the Bearded Series. Kurt's Bearded Series. And if you want a good horn, don't have a lot of money, at least until you can get a big chunk of change to get a Strad, to get a VR2 Raptor, to get a Monet, to get a Jupiter, on and on, a Yamaha, on and on and on, these other different horns that cost you an arm and a leg. Go ahead and get the Jean Paul Silver Professional B-flat trumpet. I'll put a link in the description. I hope you enjoyed this review. I'll catch you in the next Bearded Series. Okay, I got this clear 3C Mutek mouthpiece. It's plastic, mainly just to see what's going on with my embouchure. Some people seem to be very interested in what's going on, so I'm just going to put it up here and see what we can find out. It's not that clear, but that's kind of a normal set. Let me get up more into the lights here. Mouthpiece seems to be a little bit out of whack tuning wise, but anyway, just waiting to see if you can actually see my lips coming through the mouthpiece there. See if we get a little bit closer. Come under here. Well, that's probably not good. Let's see if I can. I don't want to drop my phone here. So that was this guy here. You can get it up there. Just like $12 off of Amazon. I don't want to say too much bad about it, but it feels muffled and stiff, like I'm not getting all the colors and tones and stuff that I would normally get on my other mouthpiece. And of course it's a lot deeper than when I play on. The rim is not as wide, but I believe it is quite significantly deeper. BC powder stuff. Gotta be this plain old BC powder aspirin. So let's just take this out. Now, oh, well, we gotta do it before and after too, right? So we gotta make this fair. So here's a little doodad, a little packet it comes in. So let me just play a couple notes and we'll see. Take about 5 or 6 minutes for it to really take effect. So let's find out. Let me just go ahead and play a few notes right now. Of course, they got to be high notes. You're not taking this to affect the tone on your low range. That's not what we're doing here. I'm not even going to play any licks, really. Just going to go up. Okay, that's a double C. That's not a good warm-up, folks. I don't recommend doing that. Let's go a little higher. Yeah, let's see if this can affect me. What do we want to go to? E. Okay, they had a little meat on the bone. I wouldn't call it that great. Let's see if we can go higher.
Okay, barely got the double G out. Or no, that's a triple G. Whew, making me work here. And I'm trying to give it my all here and try to see what I can do. Okay, that was a G. That wasn't a squeak, folks. You probably can't tell. That was definitely mezzo forte. And I worked up a little sweat on that. Let's see if I can go a little higher. Because I'm going to give it all my go right now. And then we're going to take this BC powder and see if it makes a difference. A, triple A. Okay, that's a pretty rock solid double A. Can we get the triple out? Well, that was it, folks. It slipped down to probably mezzo piano. That was like an Arturo style triple note, and it would require a hot mic and me to be eating that hot mic. But if properly, what's the right word? Produced with a sound guy through a big soundboard, you know, if it was this a live thing, that would come out like a nice Arturo Sandoval triple high note that would sound loud through the speakers, even though it was only mezzo piano. And let's go a little higher. I can do better than that. Okay. I got control of the double C, but now we got to go a whole octave higher. Okay, triple C went all the way down to about a piano. I mean, I'm not going to fool you guys. It was probably piano. Still, giving it the old Arturo rub down. If I did that in a microphone with a little jazz solo, it could come out sounding very loud to you guys in the audience. Okay, so now I'm going to excuse you. I'm going to suck down this powder. This is that BC powder. Okay, let's see if we can do this here. I mean, who takes aspirin out of powder these days? Let's just see if there's a little in there, just to let you know. Yeah, there it comes. So here we go. I'll be right back. 6 minutes, or the required mandated 6 minutes. I have now taken the BC powder and swirled around in my mouth, got everything all wet. And if anybody can gain range, sure as fuck it's going to be me, because I'm already playing an octave higher than these guys. Actually, more than that. My top range is around a E flat, sometimes a triple E above triple C. You know, when I'm at my best. I have squeaked out an F, but triple F above triple C. So, but that's like once every couple of months. So, according to him, I should get my first quadruple G. Will I get a quadruple G today? I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, going up the ladder again. Feels about normal to me. Let's go for the G. Okay, the G seemed like it might have been a little bit better. My triple G in the first run through that you just saw me do just a couple of seconds ago, what did I call that, about a mezzo forte? This might have been a little bit louder than that, or maybe I'm just more warmed up. Let's try it again. Okay, I have to admit that my where the hell am I at? Triple G, okay, might have actually been a little bit louder. Okay, let's go on up. A. Maybe, just maybe a little bit better. Let's try the triple C. Okay, the triple C might have been a little bit louder. So it wasn't piano. My triple C right there was probably just on the edge between MP and MF. Can I get, now, according to Knucklehead number 2, with this nifty little hack, I should be able to go higher than what I originally did. So now let's just see if I can get the D. Okay, triple D. Folks, I still got a ways to go to get that quadruple G. Let's just see if the F will come out. Ooh, no. No, no, no. It's not coming out. Wait a second. Try it again. That was it. The triple F did come out, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it probably was around piano, maybe pianissimo. I got one more note to go. The quadruple G. Let me dry this off. You can see I'm not pulling any punches. I'm not trying to make them look bad. I'm not trying to fake this out. If you can't tell, I got a little freaking sweat breaking up on here. So yeah, I'm not trying to do this experiment to make them look wrong or look bad. This is an honest to goodness experiment here. So let's try to go for the quadruple G. Holy shit. Did you hear that? It was just a little bird chirp, but I believe I got the quadruple G. I have to go back and listen to that. It was just a little dog whistle. That was a quadruple G. Let me try it again. That's it. Holy shit. I just got my first fucking quadruple G. And I can't believe it. I got it on one of these knuckleheads lame trumpet hack, the BC powder shit. That's absolutely fucked up. So, you got a couple knuckleheads out there with some weird, funky trumpet hacks, and it appears that this one works. I mean, I've always got stuck around D and E flats for the most part, triples, and I've never got a quadruple. But that was it. I've never got a quadruple to squeak out. Let's see what the other ones are like now. Now I had some meat. That's a honest to goodness mezzo forte triple C, and that's even a little bit better than Arturo. I mean, you need a mic to hear that, but if I put that in a mic at Jazz Alley up in Seattle, which is where I heard Arturo Sandoval last back 10 years ago, that would have blown everybody out of their seat. I'm Kurt Thompson at TrumpetSizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure? At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Kurt, this is John Youngdahl calling from the Navy Band in Washington, D.C. It's Wednesday, January 3rd, and I just got back from vacation and got your tape and your resume, and I'd like to invite you for the live audition, which is going to be January 16th. I've tentatively scheduled you for 12:45 in the afternoon for an audition, and if you could please, before I send the letter out, if you could give me a verbal confirmation yourself that you'd be able to make it that day. I appreciate you calling me back as soon as possible, and the number is area code 20.
Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these, and that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these 3 known mainstream techniques. Number 1, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It can be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling that when you hear someone play with a great tone, that comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. Alright, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones, and you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones, but you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And the lip flexibilities are broken down into 3 parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between 2 notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range isn't high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colon Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing 1-octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame. If I remember what he said in his book, now don't quote me perfectly, because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by 1-octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we've discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range and you're hanging around G's above the staff, and you're still a good 4th away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at IC, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale, and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic, chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the 3 things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these 3 things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number 2, lip flexibilities, and there's only 3 ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise. Lip trills, right? Glissandos, and lip slurs. And finally, the third thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Yes. page 48, number 184. Herbert L. Clark says, the following is my daily endurance test. It should be practiced 4 times in one breath. All right. 184. Wow, Herbert.
I noticed a little bit of difference with this hair. It's like really squared off.
Mm-hmm.
That one's not as easy to play.
Try with your low notes, some of the lower notes.
Oh. No, let me go. This is so straight down. Look how it just goes all the way down then.
Mm-hmm. Is it good?
I know. I think that. Well, see, you have to imagine what is the air doing? It goes here and gets stopped, and goes straight down, gets stopped, and here. So it's doing something to the tone and the feel of the horn. Let's put the other one in because that feels like I'm working harder. Same thing, but now with this different lead, this thing. Here.
That one is curvy. The other
Yeah,
one
this
is
is
like,
now the air doesn't get stopped here; it just kind of continues curves around.
Mm-hmm. I can tell the difference. This one is louder compared to the other one.
Uh-huh.
The tone is more, it's more defined something.
Brighter.
Brighter, yeah.
And that one there is maybe more darker for classical.
Mm-hmm. you can hit the high notes compared to.
I'm not even warmed up, hon.
I know.
Let's try the higher notes, though.
Okay.
I got to come in on the D, so hold on. Saxophone playing, blah, 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 blah. It's a lot better, hon. You got to remember, I haven't played in the last couple of days, right?
I wanna save this for YouTube.
Okay.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Not be able to see it up there. This 13A four-way. 13A four-way. All right. Beautiful looking mouthpiece. I'm going to play along with Rob McConnell at the very end and let you hear how the 13A four-way sounds. And I'll be right back. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed that Rob McConnell TO. Not bad, right? Pretty decent. Got kind of a bite, kind of that bright sound that you want when you're playing something like that. The double A came in pretty decent, I thought. Not perfect, but decent. Anyway, that is the Shilkey 13A 4A mouthpiece, and I highly recommend that if you haven't tried it and you're thinking about doing Broadway, lead in any big band, jazz band, rock and roll, funk, ska, anything like that, where you're going to just need a little bit more cut through, a little bit more brightness, a little bit more sizzle, a little bit more pop, a little bit more range, you owe it to yourself to try the Shilkey 13A 4A trumpet mouthpiece. I'll put a link in the description. You remember, you get this mouthpiece and you absolutely love it.
or send it back. Easy as pie. I'm Kurt Thompson. Like this video if you got some enjoyment out of it. Subscribe, and I'll see you in the next review. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Hey everybody, it's Kurt Thompson here doing my very first live YouTube feed. It's kind of like throwing wet spaghetti at the wall and see what's going to stick. You know, I've never done it before, so we're just going to jump in. That's my philosophy, just go for it. Jumping into the cold, deep end of the pool and see what happens. It's Sunday, January 23rd, I believe. It could be the 22nd, I haven't checked the calendar. It's about 1 p.m. Central Time in the USA, North Texas. We have some very unusual weather. Well, I guess it's usual for Texas. Lots of wind, and it's alternating from being super cloudy to sunny. So I hope that you're going to be able to hear me. I've done the Facebook Live thing a few times now, and one comment I got is that when I back away from the camera, it's more difficult to hear me. If I have something really important to say, I'll try to step up to the camera. Otherwise, you're going to hear me play. So for my very first live YouTube feed, I'm going to be working on really skyrocketing lip trills in the Charles Colin book. And you're going to have to likely adjust your lip trills to where you are at. But you're still going to get my philosophy on lip trills and basically on all the range stuff. Remember, if you're practicing for high range and endurance, especially the high range and lip flexibility, and you're just doing what you're able to do, you're not going to build too much of anything. You're going to maintain. You have to push yourself beyond where you can comfortably play and play it all. You're going to see a little bit of that today as I try to skyrocket the lip trills up close to triple G. Am I going to get it? I may not, or I may. I know I'll probably get to E flat and E's above double C. Whether I'll be able to lip trill up to triple G, I don't know. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to push it. Got to push the envelope if you want to build. So that's what we're going to be doing today. It's all about lip flexibilities and lip trills today, ladies and gentlemen, here. And you're at my channel. This is my home at YouTube, my domain. You're on my property right now, and I'm glad you're here. Your brass instructor, Kurt Thompson, that's my channel. So you can give it some likes. This isn't going to be an exciting, jazz or classical presentation. It's more of a trumpet lesson tutorial for you guys, and also it's kind of a way to be a fly on the wall and
and check out what I'm doing, which is you guys are, you know, I'm not seeing you guys, but you're seeing me. So you're able to just get an idea of what I do when I approach my practice. And of course, this isn't the musical stuff I do in Arvids and Clark and all the etudes and the solos and the concertos, or all the jazz solos, the Maynard Ferguson solo. This is the nuts and bolts of getting down and dirty and working your butt. You hear that? Down and dirty and working your butt. Doing some of this. Elbow grease. And a lot of people are scared, especially I notice the millennials. I'm about ready to post a tutorial at one of the colleges I go to practice. Nobody's there. And so you millennials, if you want to be good, it's not going to take much for you to rise to the top, because at least with the millennials, most of them are not willing to work. You know, why? You know, I'm already, you know, a good player. Why am I the only one at the practice room at a time when people should be practicing? It's just ridiculous. So if you're a millennial, let's just say that you're between 18 and 30. If you actually put in some hard work, you're gonna be so much better than most, because most that I've observed are not willing to work hard. We're going to be working hard now. So let me start off with some, this is in the first part, this is the second session of my practice today. So I wouldn't say that I'm all the way warmed up, but I'm going to start on some lip flexibilities right now to prepare myself. Just do a couple of these, triplets. Take the horn off your mouth. Get a little daylight there. B. I'll do one or two more right around the C area. Okay, we're getting the flexibility going. Gotta have flexibility. If you don't, your execution and style in the upper register, even if you built some range, is going to be choppy, sluggish, and heavy-footed. And most people I know, including myself, are not going to want to listen to you. You got to have this smooth, buttery flexibility in and out of phrases, which, as you've heard, most professionals and even some of the top celebrities don't have. Go figure, right? Okay, so that was just something I do, you know, to get myself going. Now I might do a couple things out of the Colonel Earl Irons book. This is near the back of the book. Again, some triplets. A little faster. Go to B flat. We'll do B flat and then B and C, and then we'll be on to Charles Colin. Feel like the flexibility is starting to happen. Again, this is near the front of my practice day on Sunday. It's my second segment. Oh, what am I talking about? If you aren't already doing this, your practice, daily practice, whatever it is, should be divided into fours. You practice an hour, then you practice, maybe for the total daily time, then you need to take 15-minute segments and put some rest in between those segments, preferably at half an hour to an hour between each segment. If you're closer to advanced and professional, you're doing 3 or 4 hours a day like I do, that means you need to take somewhere around 45 minutes to an hour segments. That's it. Then go off to the gym, or go to work, or go teach lessons, or go run errands, or go do whatever you're going to do online, then come back for your next session. That's the key. One of the keys to practicing correctly, to have the freshest, strongest, most flexible chops available to you when you need them, when you're on the gig or at a rehearsal. So this is my second segment of today, and then I'm going to take a pretty decent break after this because I have a bunch of, I got about 80, I had about 130 videos that were just sitting on YouTube that were unedited. I'm down to 80. So when I get done with this, I got to go back and I'm going to spend probably 2 or 3 hours putting some edits and some polish on my YouTube videos and see if I can get some of them off the sidelines and back on the front where you guys can watch it. So, okay, let's go on to Charles Colin. Now, I don't have a Charles Colin book here. We're talking about the Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet, Volumes 1, 2, and 3. It's a big red book with white lettering. I don't have it. I don't really get the book out that much because I made it to the end of the book a long time ago, and so I just start at the end, which would be at the very end of the book. It's in the 3rd volume, and it would be called Lip Trilling to AA. Or I think that's what he says. You might just say lip trilling A, but it's actually AA you're going up to. I start there and keep going. So that actually starts on A flat, and you play it in 7th position. So the one I'm starting on is A flat, and you play it in 7th position, and then you keep going up. So here we go. Make sure you rest. I'm trying to give you the pacing of what I normally would do by myself if I'm not on camera. Next one should be A. Alternate. B flat. Alternate. I'm already feeling it because I was just on Facebook Live doing a bunch of pedal tone stuff, and I really should have taken more of a break than I did. Because I was doing the builder pedal tones in tier 2 and tier 4. I can feel it, but I probably should have rested another 30 minutes before doing this. Oh well, time to step up to the plate, right? Gone to B natural, using the alternate 1 and 2. Come on, Chops. The reason I'm saying come on, Chops, is because I'm trying to go up to triple G today, baby, on these lip trills. Yes, sir. This horn needs a bath. It's going to get a bath for another couple of weeks. Okay, we're high C with the alternate first valve. Now we got 2 left, which would be the legitimate end to the Dr. Charles Colin lip trills. I'm serious, folks. If you turn to the very back of that book, that's what I'm doing. 2 more, and that would be the end of the Charles Colin lip flexibilities. That's the end of the book, but it's not the end if you're working with me. C sharp alternate, in the 2nd position. One left. The very last one in the Dr. Charles Colin lip trill book. Lip flexibilities. This is it. The last page. It's going to be D, but open position.
Now typically, in my practice, I would take a considerable couple of minutes before moving on to the next section. So now we're going into stuff that I've just developed for myself. And I have some other tutorials, advanced lip flexibilities on YouTube that you can kind of search through my channel if you wanted to. But these I've developed for myself. And in case you didn't know this, I'm pretty much self-taught. Well, I am self-taught when it comes to range and endurance. There was no internet note. There were no high note teachers that I knew of back then when I was in high school. And when I reached out, I was in the Nashville area. I got the same old, broken record. Kurt, you just need to practice long tones, and Kurt, you should practice on your lip slurs and practice doing intervals and taking things up an octave. Well, I did that. It got me about this far. So I had to start figuring out some stuff to really improve my range, but I wanted to sound good doing it. I didn't want to be one of these guys that had developed the range and they totally suck ass. I wanted to sound good doing it. And I started fooling around with a bunch of different techniques and exercises. And the Charles Colin book, what I'm doing right now, I started fooling around with that. And my junior year, I started ramping it up to about 45 minutes a day. And the light bulb clicked on. And I went from a good high C, high D player. I was all state, I'm classical background basically. I was never a jazz or a lead guy. Always classical. Good high C, high D, always there in my pocket. But at the end of my junior year, after spending 30 minutes to 45 minutes a day just on the Charles Colin book, my range had gone up a third. So I was definitely around a double F sharp or double G by the end of my junior year. And so I truly believe that the Charles Colin lip flexibilities and the lip trills, not the slurs and the glissandos, we're talking the lip trills. I focused on that. That gave me the pop when I was in high school to set myself way above and beyond most players at that level, especially the classical people that I mainly hung around when I went to Allstate and all these other, the U.S. honor bands and all this other stuff. My range was already much better than them. But I just stumbled on the Charles Colin book. So here we go now. We're going to go into after the book. Now this is not in the book. I start on E flat, 2 and 3. And I'll just be going up chromatically somewhat. So that was E flat above high C, then E, F, F sharp, G. We'll see how that goes first, and then after that is the final frontier for yours truly. Okay, E. Yep. Okay. Once I do start approaching getting higher, I tend to throw in a little bit more rest, so that's why I'm talking to you guys. Catch my breath, put some rest in there. You're going to shoot yourself in the foot if you try to rush through any kind of range builder program or any aspect of range building. If you rush through it, you're shooting yourself in your foot. You do need to have the rest to let the blood come back in. If you don't, what happens is you start to flip your routine over to an isometric activity, and that isometric activity will stiffen up your chops, and it'll actually make you play worse. Yeah, you might have developed some strength, but because they're inefficient and they're stiff, you're blowing harder to get the notes out, and you're just kind of blowing your wad when you're doing that. So you're not really doing what you need to be doing. Okay, yeah. So here we go on. Was that I already did E? So now we're on F. Two left in this segment, which would be, I'll start on double F sharp, and then double G. Well, we're back to cloudy again. The sun was shining on me a little bit while ago, and now we got gray, cloudy skies popping through here. The wind is blowing pretty fast, so it might be back to sunny by the time we're done here. Okay, now we're on to double G. Double G. Ooh. So did you catch that? When you start the Charles Colin lip trills on double G, you actually touch the double D before you come back down. That was double D. Now we're getting into the third and final frontier for me for lip trills, and this is where enormous amount of energy demand and it can take its toll happens. And so I might throw in an extra, either a rest or a breath break or something while I'm up there. As I start on double A flat, I should be touching double E flat above double C. Okay, folks. I felt that one. Look at my lips. I felt it. My lips felt it. All right. Starting on, where are we at? I kind of lost my train of thought here. Oh, we're starting on double A. So, okay, yeah. Starting on double A, which should put me up to double E. That's flat. Whew. That was called grinding it out, folks. Now, although I got that, it seemed like barely. Now we're going to get into a territory where this is my philosophy. You got to toughen up and do the ones that you know that may not come out or may not come out at all. I call faking it until you make it. So I'll be end up going to F. This is a double F above double C. It doesn't switch in the triples until you get to F sharp, right? Low F sharp, middle F sharp, high F sharp, double F sharp, triple F sharp. But when you're on the F, because of where it lands on the horn, you're still in double territory. So this will last a double high note. All right, now start on double B flat. See if we can make this happen. Whoa, I got it. Barely. Looks like we're running low on battery. Hopefully I'm still recording here. I gotta finish this up, folks, because my phones are about ready to go kaplunk. Hey, look at that, sun's coming back out, I told you. Okay, starting on double B, let's see if we can go for the triple F sharp. I'm getting lucky today. Woo! I'm going to do one more. I'm out of my comfort zone, folks. Out of my comfort zone. A lot of energy demand placed on me right now, a big load. It's one thing to go up and play a triple F sharp or play a triple G. It's another thing to lip trill up to it, much harder. It's like running up a mountain with somebody on your back as opposed to just running up a mountain. I better squeeze this in because I don't have much battery left. It's about ready to shut down on me. Here we go. I'm going to do the last one I'm going to do today. I mean right here in this session. Start on double C. Whew. Oh my Lord. I think I got it. I have to go back and look at the video. If I got it, it was just a little squeak. That last note probably was a mezzo piano squeak, folks, just so I'm not going to lie. If I was in a rock or a big band, you wouldn't have heard it, but if I was eating a hot mic, baby, you would definitely have heard that one. But if I was playing acoustically live in a big band, you wouldn't have heard that. It would have been buried. So that was the G, the triple G I ended up on. You heard it there. Much easier just to pull it out of thin air like that than to grind it and grind it out in the format of the Charles Colin lip trills. All right, Kurt Thompson, I hope you enjoyed seeing what I do in my daily practice. This is my segment 2 of today. Now I'm going to go back and relax, and if you call it relaxing, and try to get some of these videos of mine that have already been done, but they're just languishing on the sidelines there at YouTube. I'm going to try to edit them, and so I'll be scheduling. You might see a couple new videos pop up this afternoon. But here you have it. This is how you should work on your range. And this aspect was the lip trills on the colon. Now you can adjust this for where you're at. I don't know anybody right now, personally or even not personally, that starts at the end of the book and continues going like I did. So don't let that bother you. You start wherever you are. But remember, when you get to where you can't go anymore, push yourself another half step or a whole step beyond your comfort zone. That's truly how you make miracles happen on your horn and get the range that you're really after. Remember, endurance is a byproduct of range. Endurance is a byproduct of range. You just heard me play a triple G. If I can play a triple G, guess what? I got double B flats, double Bs, and double Cs all freaking night. And in the beginning of that gig or whatever I'm doing, I can blow away the band, outpower the band on those notes. Part of the reason is that ratio of range to endurance. Endurance is a byproduct of range. Actually, endurance to range. You got the extra range, but if you're playing way below that, you're going to have that much more endurance. Simple, right? Who'd have thought? All right, Kurt Thompson, I am out of here. I got to roll. Yeah, this was my first live YouTube feed. Hope you guys got something out of it, and I got to bounce. See you later. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
talk about trumpet high notes, trumpet lessons, and trumpet mouthpieces. Now, a lot of people think that if you can play high, it's because you're playing on a shallow mouthpiece. In fact, a lot of people that are unable to play high, when they hear someone play high, will say that they're using a cheater mouthpiece or a shallow mouthpiece to be able to get those notes. That's not necessarily so. There's the right tool for the job. So what I wanted to point out today, I wanted to dispel a couple of myths. I do happen to play on a shallower mouthpiece. It is a Neil Sander 17S. But is this the only reason why I'm able to play high? Is it the only reason why other trumpet players who are quite adept in the upper register of the trumpet, their mouthpiece, is it the only reason why they can play high? I don't think so. I think that you have to practice the right techniques in the right way for the right amount of time to be able to get your upper register the way you want it. Now, I wanted to go through a couple of mouthpieces that are quite common. Let's pull out, this is the Bach 1.5C. And I'll see if I can get it up there in the camera for you, so you know that I'm really showing you the real deal. Probably can't really see it. Let's see if I can turn it a little bit. There we go. Take my word for it, that's a Bach 1.5C. Now it's a little bit cold. Now, according to a lot of people who can't play high, I should be able to hit a double C on this one. Now I will tell you that the mouthpiece I play on it for a reason. I like the sound I get, I like the tone, I like the accuracy, I like the volume I get out of it. Otherwise I could just play on any mouthpiece, right? So this one here will probably not sound as good to me and have the projection and some of the other qualities that I love in my Neil Sanders, but will I be able to play a double C on this one like I do on mine? If the people who can't play high that put out this myth that you can only play high with a cheater mouthpiece are right, then I should not be able to play much, maybe beyond a high C on this one. So let's find out. This is a Bach Bach 1.5 C. Now I'll just play a middle C here. No problems there. Does seem a little bit harder than mine. Whoa, wait a minute. That was a double C. It was on a Bach 1.5 C mouthpiece. Well, it looks like I just broke that myth that you have to be able to use a cheater mouthpiece to be able to play high. Now there's a lot of people that play on this one, a lot of symphonic players that poo-poo high notes, so they play on this one. They don't really have to play much more than a high C or a high D in their symphonic and orchestral works, even the professional trumpet players I'm talking about in major symphony orchestras. This is one of their favorite mouthpieces right here. Would I use this on a regular job or a gig for playing Maynard stuff, playing lead? No, I wouldn't, because this makes life more difficult. But you heard it right here, folks. I played a double C on this Bach 1.5 mouthpiece. See if I can show you it again. Well, before I put this one away, I got a couple other ones to show you. Let me put it right back in. This is the Bach 1.5 C mouthpiece. I'll put it right back in my horn. Let's just see if that was a fluke. Maybe it's a one-time fluke and I won't be able to get it again. Nope, it wasn't a fluke. I am able to play high on a Bach 1.5 mouthpiece. Let's set that one aside. Now, what is the most common trumpet mouthpiece in all the world? If you answered a 7C, you are correct. I'm going to see what happens when we get out the 7C. Now watch this video carefully because this is all uncut. There's the 7C. Can everybody see it? I'm going to leave it in the video. I'm coming back around Coming back around, there's no cutting or editing. Here's the box 7C. This is what you get typically when you buy a new horn. Typically what beginners play on it. Very few professionals play on a 7C. There might be 1 out of 1,000 that would play on a 7C. Well, let me try it. Now, supposedly, I shouldn't be able to play on high on this one either, right? It's a 7C mouthpiece, not a cheater mouthpiece, not a lead mouthpiece. Let's see what happens. Now, if you watch the video, I've been going on continuously there, so there's been no monkey business. It's still on my horn. It's cold. Try to double C there. Well, lo and behold, I'm able to get a double C on this 7C mouthpiece. Shouldn't be able to do that, should I? According to the people who can't play high and who use typically the larger mouthpieces, I shouldn't be able to play high on that, should I? Okay, so I played on a Bach 1.5C, played a double C. I played on a Bach 7C, played a double C. Let's get out just a couple more. This one here, this is a Bach 10.5C. Now this is the mouthpiece that a lot of classical players who really can't play high will actually use in their piccolo. See if I can show it to you. Sorry, it's not coming in clear. There you go. You can see it's there. That's the Bach 10.5C. I'll leave it in the frame so you can see me put it right on my horn. This is the one that a lot of classical players, professional, principal, symphonic players all across the country, the major metropolitan symphony orchestras will pop this in when they got to play something high, or they'll put it in their piccolo, and then they go back to their 1.5C. They'll put the Bach 10.5C in. It's cold. Let me warm it up. Middle C, high C. Double C. I'm going to pull right on my horn. You saw exactly what I was playing on. This is no trick photography here. It's a Bach 10.5C. Well, what is this? This is a Bach 12. Bach 12C. We'll try that one. I've actually never played on a 12C before. I borrowed a couple of these mouthpieces just for this demonstration. Bach 12C, I have no idea how I would play this one. It is probably a little bit more smaller than the 10.5C, I'm guessing. Middle C. High C. Double C on a Bach 12C. Okay, last one. I thought it would be kind of funny. French horn mouthpiece. You know, I have no clue what I'm going to get on this thing. You can see it's a huge, huge, deep cup. French horn mouthpiece. What is it here? It's 11. It's a Vincent Bach 11. French horn mouthpiece. So I still have it here. Let me put it in my horn. Of course, you know, it won't fit properly, but it's in there. Let's just see what I can give this. It's not going to sound pretty. It's going to be out of tune. Probably swim around. But it's a French horn mouthpiece. I really shouldn't be able to play too high on it. Most French horn players can't play too high, so let's see what will happen. Definitely a different tone. A lot warmer. High C now. Real muffled. It's probably going to be very difficult to get the double C out. You heard it right there. Got a double C on a French horn mouthpiece in my trumpet. So, let's go back to my mouthpiece. Neil Sanders, 17S. There you go, you can kind of see it there. There we go. Neil Sanders. You can tell it's beat up. This is the very mouthpiece that I played Gabriel, Maynard Ferguson's Gabriel on quite a number of years ago. So if you happen to see my video doing that one, or hear it somewhere. This is the same mouthpiece I used for that one. Now let's go back. You're going to notice that I can, of course, still play the high note. It's just going to have more of a punch, more power. That's your middle C. Here's your high C. Love it the way it comes out. You notice that in all these mouthpieces, I was able to hit the double C. All of us have different dental structure, different facial features up here, and therefore what works for somebody, for example, this works for me, might not work for you. And that's why I would definitely recommend, and I recommend all my students to spend some time going through different mouthpieces and making sure that mouthpiece is appropriate for what you do. This mouthpiece may not be the perfect mouthpiece for a symphonic player, but it shouldn't be the reason a symphonic player would say that they can't play high because they need a cheater mouthpiece. I've just broken that myth right here. You heard me play a double C on a Bach 1.5 mouthpiece. You've heard me play, that's a 1.5 C mouthpiece. You heard me play a double C on a Bach 7 C mouthpiece. That's the standard mouthpiece that every little kid gets when they take their horn right out of the case for the first time. So what can we learn from this? You, first of all, need to be taking lessons from someone like myself, or you got to take lessons from somebody who already can do what you want to do. That's number one. Number two, put the notion of mouthpieces allowing you to play high out of your head and actually do the real trumpet work. What does that mean? You actually got to practice. And you got to practice the right stuff in the right amounts. That's what we learned today. You don't need a cheater mouthpiece to play high. You should be able to play high on any mouthpiece you pick up. I just proved it here. You know, I want you to go to trumpetsizzle.com. That's www.trumpetsizzle.com. I have an array of trumpet video lessons. My main job is teaching trumpet from beginners all the way up to advanced and professionals. Yes, I do have a couple of professionals from time to time that come in that want to learn how to improve their range. Always remember, it takes about 5,000 hours of concentrated practice from beginning, whether you started in 5th grade or if you're starting as an adult, doesn't matter, log those hours in. It takes about 5,000 hours just to reach the very bottom of the professional caliber trumpet player. So if you're wondering where you're at or why you're not where you want to be, think about how many hours you've logged in since you begin playing. And if it's not 5,000, chances are you need to put in some more practice time. And, I'll repeat it again, you got to get with the right teacher. In fact, let me just bring that up before we close it. You know, if you go to Google and you type in trumpet lessons, you're going to see quite a variety of people on there, including myself. I come on page 2 right now. I'm trying to get on page 1. But you want to get with a trumpet instructor who not only can tell you how to play high, show you how to play high, but actually has been out there in front of an audience with different bands playing upper register trumpet music. Anyway, what I've noticed is that a lot of these trumpet players that you're going to find that pop up on Google on page 1 right away, if you try to search their name and find out what they've done, what they played, some of them you can't even find a live video of them playing. But their marketing is really good. So I would just caution you that as you're looking for somebody to help you out with your trumpet lessons and improving high range and everything else, you want to get with somebody who can actually play the trumpet, play the way you want to play, and has actually proved it with bands and other live audiences. Go to trumpetsizzle.com. See you there.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these. And that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these 3 known mainstream techniques. Number 1, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It could be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling that when you hear someone play with a great tone, that comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. All right, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones, and you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones, but you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And the lip flexibilities are broken down into 3 parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between 2 notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range is then high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing 1-octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame, if I remember what he said in his book. Now, don't quote me perfectly, because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by 1-octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range and you're hanging around G's above the staff and you're still a good 4th away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at IC, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic, chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the 3 things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these 3 things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number 2, lip flexibilities, and there's only 3 ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise. Lip trills, right? Glissandos, and lip slurs. And finally, the third thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye.
It's a brand new spanking 3E mouthpiece. Most of you watching this video are looking at your trumpet or pulling the mouthpiece out, and you're going, holy crap, he's right. I have one of these guys. And I don't know if you could actually see that, so I'll try to zoom in a little bit. The 7C. This is the all-time favorite mouthpiece that's in the case of a typical beginner intermediate. I've even seen it in a box Stradivarius, brand new case, a 7C. For some reason, someone somewhere along the line decided that 7C was the best all-around mouthpiece for everybody. And then you could branch out depending on what you wanted to do, jazz or rock or symphony or whatever, and get different mouthpieces better suited. I'm here to tell you that the 7C is not the mouthpiece for you. And it may be a specialized mouthpiece for a few. So how does that translate to you? That what you need to know is there is a much better all-around mouthpiece, and it is not the 7C. The 7C is too deep, too narrow, and has a nice sharp rim to bite your lips as soon as you try to go to the top of the staff. It happens to me, and I got powerful chops, and it happens to 4th and 5th graders who have no chops and they're just starting the horn. Why start on an instrument when you got your hand tied behind your back with the Bach 7C? Don't do it. I consider this more of a specialized mouthpiece. Maybe if I wanted to audition for 4th trumpet for the Chicago Symphony, I get off my current custom Bob Reeves, and I probably would use something like this, a 7C, maybe a 3C or a 5C, somewhere in this general vicinity, get a real crisp, clear attack down in the low register. So, but for everybody else, you don't need to start on 7C. Instead, there is a better solution, the 3E. Now the 3E is a little bit wider than the 7C, and I can visibly see the difference. I don't know if you can. This is the 3E. This is the 7C, and you can see that's a brand new mouthpiece. Look how beautiful that is. So this is a review of the Bach 3E trumpet mouthpiece versus the Bach 7C trumpet mouthpiece, with the Bach 3E mouthpiece being the overall winner for the best overall mouthpiece for the money that just about anybody anywhere on the planet can get. If you have a choice and your horn came with no mouthpiece, you must get this one if you want to succeed in today's world. If your horn came with the Bach 7C, you really should make every effort that you can to acquire the Bach 3E. It's an overall much better mouthpiece, and I'm going to tell you some reasons why. Number one, it's slightly wider. Slightly wider, so you're going to have more surface of the lips vibrating. You're going to have better flexibility. It's a little bit more shallow, and the corners or the edge of the mouthpiece is a little bit more rounded, so you're not going to cut up your lips. You're not going to experience the pain that you would on the Bach 7C. Because of the shallowness of the 3E, you're not going to fall into it like you would on the 7C. And that's going to give you half a chance to be able to play some of the beginning and intermediate music that you want to try to play as either a student in 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th grade, or an adult who's picking up the horn, or a comeback player who is picking up the horn, the trumpet, after so many years, and they see their trusty old 7C in the case, please get rid of that. You know, I don't care how good you got on this, but please get rid of it and get the Bach 3E. It's just an overall hands down winner. Even if you had a jazz band at your school, or even if you're an adult and you have a local jazz band in the community, you could take this and potentially play most of the parts. You could even play a decent amount of lead on this horn, on this mouthpiece. The 7C is going to F you up bad if you try to take it and play lead. And I'm talking about lower level lead stuff like Woodchopper's Ball and 1 O'Clock Jump, In the Mood, Little Brown Jug. The 7C is going to make your world tough. The Bach 3E, it's going to be a breeze. So the Bach 3E is the overall winner. I've reviewed both mouthpieces. Please get rid of the Bach 7C. Unless you are an advanced or professional player that knows they need a 7C for playing typically a lower part in the symphony or orchestra or wind ensemble or brass band that you are in. Then if you need a mouthpiece like this to play a lower part, then by all means go ahead and get it. Otherwise, don't accept the Bach 7C mouthpiece as a status quo of what you should be playing. Everyone should now look in their case, and if you don't have a Bach 3E, please go ahead and get one. I have a link right below, and I'm going to go ahead and play just for you. Now, I have my custom Bob Reeves mouthpiece. This is the one that I've spent probably over $300 on in a whole afternoon in Valencia, California with Bob Reeves, John Schnell. Those guys spent a considerable 2-3 hours, up to 3 hours with me, messing around, cutting my other mouthpiece off, cutting off the rim, a whole bunch of stuff I'm not going to go into, but this is my perfect mouthpiece for right now. And the body of it is the 42 SV Sam Victor. I'm going to take it out, and I'm going to put in the Bach 3E, and again, I'm not quite sure if you're actually seeing the 3E on there, but it is there. And I can't do everything on it as I can, you know, my Bob Reeves, but if that got lost and I had to have a backup mouthpiece, this would do at a pinch. Just simple scales. And by the way, my third valve slide is kind of a little bit sluggish, so I'm not going to be popping that out when I should on the D's and D flats, but I feel it gives me a pretty decent tone. It's relatively easy to tongue. Centers, articulation is pretty crisp on it. Pointed attacks, that's the tonguing. Accuracy is good up to high C so far. Lip slurring. Glissandos. Nice flexibility. And get around the horn well. How about shakes and lip trills? Shakes. So far it's passing the test, and I'm putting it through some extreme tests now. Now, this is not going to be my go-to mouthpiece for any kind of range work, but let's just give it a little test. Because I am telling you guys, this is the all-time best all-around mouthpiece for just about any player on the planet. I'm going to prove to you that I can do a couple things on this that would typically be hard on other mouthpieces, including the 7C. Again, this is the 3E. The start of Maynard Ferguson's Birdland. Hey folks, that was on the Bach 3E trumpet mouthpiece. Not a Shilke 14A4A, not a Purviance, not a jet tone. Hello? Are you getting the picture here?
That was the Bach 3E. Oh my god! Kicking butt on that bill chase lick. Awesome. A Bach 3E.
Kurt Thompson, and I'm recommending the Bach 3E as the mouthpiece for everybody, the go-to mouthpiece. And if you have the 7C, which probably most of you do, especially you beginners in band and junior high, please get rid of that or put it in a shoebox, put it in your chest of drawers, put it in the closet, and you need to go out and get a real mouthpiece that's going to allow you to do a lot more, play higher, get a better sound, better tonguing, better everything. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com. I wanted to give you a little bit of a direction when it comes to using the PETE, the P-E-T-E, Personal Amateur Training Exerciser. And in this particular video, this is a free video, the advice that I have to give you is that the directions that you get with the PETE, regardless if it's a little plastic one like this, or you upgrade and you got the nickel silver, or you went way over and you splurged and you got the gold one. The directions give you two things to do, and I'm going to advise you not to do either of them, except for maybe a little bit of the second one. First, they give you a little variation on the old pencil trick. You know, you shut your teeth, you put this in between your lips, and you hold it. So this is too short, it doesn't have enough weight, and although you're going to be getting a little isometric contraction, and likely you're going to end up doing this isometric contraction too long, and what's going to happen is your lips are going to get stiff in here. It's good for the chops, yeah, good for that, but the lip tissue, which is a little different, if you ever look at a human body, especially like a cadaver, this tissue here in your lips is different than the feather-like muscles that surround. So this will be made stiff. You'll lose your flexibility, your tone will become airy, and you'll lose your accuracy by doing this. So ignore that when you get the PETE. Now, I have another thing that, at least in my program, that we substitute for that. But especially doing any kind of isometrical contraction for minutes at a time, or until you fatigue out, is really, really bad for you. So anyway, that's that. Now the other thing they told you is shut your teeth and put it in between your lips with the big end, like the nail part of it. Shut your teeth and then put your lips over the big flat head and pull. So that's not too bad. I actually kind of like that. So I would say go ahead and do that. Now, the purpose of this video is to really give you heads up on how you can really get the absolute best out of using the PETE. And I've spent quite a number of months, actually it's going into years now, and I've also had other students input on some really marvelous techniques that even I didn't think about. I mean, these are pretty interesting. So I want you to take a look at the description below, and there's going to be some links. One link is really cool. It's a link to my Facebook page for a brass improvement email series, and it's all free. So there's lots of free information there that will really help you. And I'm also going to include a link for the video tutorial that you can actually purchase for a nominal amount. And the tutorial will give you all the techniques, and I'll be demonstrating those techniques. You're going to be pretty amazed at some of the things that you can actually do with the peat, and I'll prescribe exactly how you're supposed to do the peat at that point. So, thanks for checking out this video here, and you didn't have to pay anything for it. There is some good advice if you just follow it, but the real meat and potatoes of the peat and all the cool techniques that you can do with it that don't come in the directions that you got will be in my video tutorial. Just look down at the description and look for little hyperlinks, and you'll be able to figure it out. And my best for you with the peat, one word before we do anything. When in doubt, less is more when it comes to peat or any kind of isometric exercise that you can do. So if you're going to have to make an error or make a mistake, do it on the side of the minimum side, where less is actually more. So Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com, TrumpetSizzle.com. See you there. Hey, did you just get braces on? And now you're a freshman in the marching band, or maybe you're a junior in the marching band, and you play trumpet, French horn, or trombone. You know, those, especially the trombone, that's a little bit easier if you got braces. French horn is even harder, but French horn, you're typically not trying to get up into the, the loud crashing waves of sound that the whole marching band trumpet section might have to do. So, is there a way to get yourself back to where you were, maybe even better, without crushing your lips into those barbed wires of your braces on your teeth? Yes, there is. For many, many years now, more than a decade, I've been using this one awesome technique. I guess it's a little known technique because I don't hear about other people doing it. Extensive practice in the tier 2 range of pedal tones, using your tongue arch like you would if you were playing above the staff. So I guess it's not common knowledge. If you want to get back to where you were, trumpet guy or trumpet gal, and you got braces, and you're trying to just get back to where you were, or maybe even get better, but it's feeling horrible right now and painful, and let's just say you can barely play an F on the staff, that's going to really, that's really going to suck. I mean, to go through the school year like that. So, you practice this, and I guarantee that you'll be able to get either close to where you were, or maybe even a little bit better than where you were. And the reason is practicing extensively in the tier 2 range of pedal tones is like practicing a high C to double G, almost. Except you're not going to crush your lips against the barbs in the braces in your mouth. So, first things first, you should already have an understanding of pedal tones, or at least if you don't understand what they are, you might want to search some of my other tutorials. Maybe I'll include a link of some pedal tones that we've done. If I find that I haven't actually included that on my YouTube channel, I'll probably include just a course, very brief overview of it. But pedal tones basically starts below F sharp. Our lowest note, or natural acoustical note on the trumpet, is F sharp. If you try to go below that without manipulating your embouchure, you can't. You can't go below that note unless you do something with your lips, your air, your tongue. And that's what we're doing with pedal tones. Pedal tone is manipulation of those things I just mentioned. So tier 2 pedal tone notes. This is the heavy-duty, heavyweight contender of the pedal tones. It is the most difficult. So this is not a walk in the park. The technique I'm telling you is actually somewhat advanced. You'd be better off to be working with somebody like me or another specialist in range and endurance taking you through this, but this is just to get you started, or just say you don't have the extra cha-ching right now to have one of us brass coaches work with you. At least you can be doing something on your own and making some kind of progress. So here it is. To still be able to increase your range on your trumpet, even though you got braces, you're going to be practicing the notes in the tier 2 range. What are those notes? Pedal C, And the easy way to do it is just to do octave tester notes. You would play the normal low C on the horn, open, down an octave. That's pedal C. B, natural, to pedal B. B flat, low B flat down to pedal B flat. Low A down to pedal A. Low A flat down to pedal A flat. Low G down to pedal G, and you must play it 1 and 3 both ways, folks. Don't cheat. 1 and 3 for the low G and 1 and 3 for the pedal G only. And finally, the last pedal tone in the tier 2 range of pedal tones is the G flat or F sharp. So here's the low F sharp G flat. Drop it an octave. Alright, so those are the notes in the tier 2 pedal range. Pedal C, pedal B flat, pedal A flat, pedal G, and pedal G flat or F sharp. And you got to finger the low pedal G as 1 and 3, the pedal G flat F sharp as all of them down only for those last two. Okay, let's see. So your job right now, if you don't have a lot of experience with pedal tones, is to go ahead and go out to the woodshed and start working on these. And it's not going to be easy. Think about it. You're actually playing in a range that's very similar to this range up here. So I just play the notes in upper register on trumpet. High C, high D, high E, high F, and double G. Those are what most would agree on are considered upper register. If you go above the double G, then you get into at least what I call extreme upper register. So when you're practicing in the tier 2 of pedal tones, amazingly enough, is just almost as if you're practicing and killing yourself right? Now, if you were doing that with braces, you might be going, oh my Lord, you might start crying because it's going to be painful and it's really going to hurt. But with my technique and the trumpet exercise I just gave you for practicing tier 2 pedal tones, it is a life-saving moment because you can really still continue to increase the embouchure, the strength, and even some of the compression. You won't be hurting your lips hardly at all in the tier 2 range of pedal tones. Now, there are some other tips and tricks to enable the tier 2 pedal tones to come out, and that's where people like myself or other people that might have an expertise in range and endurance can help you out. But at least right now, if you want to do it on your own, you at least got something that's going to help increase your range and endurance on the trumpet, even though you got braces. See you next one. I'm Kurt Thompson.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Hi, my name's Eric. I'm a freelance trumpet player in the Seattle area. I've been playing for a long time, went to school for music, playing a brass quintet, orchestras, symphonies, and a Dixieland ragtime group. So a lot of the different styles around. I found Kurt because I was interested in improving my upper register endurance. Normally I could play a D, maybe an E flat or E, but I had a real big problem with endurance. Whenever I play one, I was done if I was really having to crank on it with the volume. So, been finishing up my course here with Kurt, and I love the way his techniques attack the problem from all these different angles. So you have breathing techniques, you have lip buzzing techniques, you have playing techniques, you have compression techniques, all these different things that are really attack the problem. And so you finally, find these little moments where aha moments where all of a sudden things that used to be difficult become easier. So Kurt's a great teacher. I've increased, through this course, my range has gone up about a fourth, especially my usable range. I've been played even higher than that, but a usable fourth for me. So I've been playing consistent Fs and Gs, which is really fun, actually. It's cool. So, highly recommend Kurt's course to anyone who's wanting to expand their upper register or in their endurance. Brass quintet gigs become much easier once you have, the gas to finish out a set with high Cs and Ds at the end of a piece. So, again, highly recommend Kurt's upper register trumpet course. Here's a couple tunes for you.
I'm Kurt Thompson, and during this live stream broadcast tonight, I will be reviewing the brand new Bach commercial trumpet. This is the large bore 462 bore trumpet that you've been hearing about. You are at Your Brass Instructor here on YouTube, the channel that helps you in all areas of brass playing and trumpet playing, but with a huge focus on range and endurance. You are watching a live stream broadcast here, and I welcome your comments and questions. Probably right around here, if you look down, use a place where you can put comments, ask me questions. I will do my best to answer your questions and comments in real time, right when you ask them. Right when you ask your questions and comments, I will try to do my best to answer in real time. So I'm here, I'm ready to talk about this instrument. Go ahead and give me your comment, your opinion, or ask a question during this live stream broadcast. As I mentioned tonight, we're going to go through a review of the brand new Bach commercial trumpet. This is the Model 190 series. And let me give you what we're going to be talking about in this video. First, we're going to go over the specs, the specifications of this Bach Stradivarius commercial trumpet. We'll be talking about sizes and bells and
how it's made. We'll also be talking about whether this horn is really suitable for a commercial environment, in other words, a non-orchestral environment. Now, the second point that we need to talk about that's very important is getting one of these, obtaining a brand new Bach commercial trumpet, or let's just say that you're on a budget and you need to find one at a lower price. We're going to talk about where you could possibly get a very, very good quality, in good condition Bach commercial trumpet. The third point we are going to discuss in this video is going to be, what does this trumpet truly sound like on various commercial pieces? The next thing we're going to talk about and maybe even demonstrate is, how does this trumpet really stack up? How does it sound raw, playing a double G and also playing a double C? Let's find out. One of the last things I'm going to talk about today in this video is this Bach trumpet, the new Bach commercial trumpet, really worth it? Do I recommend you getting one? Finally, watch to the end of this video because I will include a bonus, and the bonus is going to be 2 famous, noteworthy trumpet players that actually play on the new Bach commercial trumpet. You're going to want to find out who these 2 guys are. Okay, without further ado, let's get at it. The Bach commercial trumpet large bore version. They do have a medium large version available as well. However, I'm demonstrating the large bore version, which is a .462. I really believe that the 462 large bore version of this horn is the one that you really need to get, because more often than not, a commercial player performs in very loud environments like stage, clubs, dances, Broadway pits. When you factor that along with amplified bass, drums, guitars, keys, and vocals, it really does make it difficult to be heard just by playing your typical orchestral MF or F, which is medium, loud, and loud. The large bore will definitely allow you to pour on the power, but of course, you must have the chops and wind developed for this type of playing. In other words, if you're a weak player or an average player, you're not just going to get this trumpet and be able to blow out double C's beautifully with tons of white heat, paint peeling power. You're going to already have to have developed your chops, your lip, and your lung capacity. Something that's noteworthy about this Bach professional trumpet, it is a handmade instrument. It wasn't just cast and dyed and run on automation hundreds of times over for these different parts. These parts were handmade for each individual part of this horn. I looked into it and found out that the bell on this horn is quite unusual. And what's unusual about it is what is called a number 1 bell. And based on my research, there weren't any horns of recent times made with a number 1 bell. I think you have to go all the way back to when Vincent Bach started the company and began making horns. He originally used the number 1 bell, but most people living today haven't played on one. So it does have this number 1 bell taper, which makes for an easier upper register. Something else that you should make note about the bell, it's made of bronze. Now, a lot of times bronze can vibrate easier, respond quicker to faster vibrations, hence the commercial name in this trumpet. You might also want to make a note that this is a lightweight gauge material. So the horn is a little bit lighter in weight, should be easier to blow, and freer blowing in the upper register. I also notice, and you can see as I'm demonstrating this, that the horn has the Amato water keys as opposed to the normal spit valves. You know, what's the big deal about that? Like, a lot of people just think it's for looks. No. The more holes that you have in the tubing before it comes out the end of the bell, the more problems and turbulence and resistance and intonation difficulties. And there's a term for this. It's called nodal points. So when you have the Amato water keys, you reduce and eliminate some of these nodal points. As a result, the air and the vibrations flow freely through the tubing without being obstructed and hitting over these holes in the tubing. That's the reason that you'd want to have Amato water keys. You know, I did some research, plus I was messing around with the 2 different slides. And it appears that if you really wanted to, if you needed to, you could put in the D-shaped tuning slide, not the oval one, but the D-shape. That's the extra tuning slide. And my guess is you could put that into the horn, maybe change up mouthpieces, play on it to get the right feel, and you might be able to use that configuration for more classical and orchestral endeavors. So think about that. So this horn could be versatile more than just what it originally was planned for, which is commercial playing. So make a note of that. With the extra tuning slide and possibly using a deeper mouthpiece or a different mouthpiece, you could actually have a warmer, darker, deeper sound, more broad, which is exactly what you would need for a chamber or orchestral environment. But we can't leave the topic of specifications without talking about price. I've been noticing that a brand new Bach commercial trumpet, large bore silver, I guess this is sterling silver plating, runs between $3,500 up to $4,000, depending on where you get it and what kind of warranties and bells and whistles that you get with it. So plan on spending between $3,500 US up to $4,000 US. Now, anytime that you can find one of these for under $3,500, buy it, snatch it up, claim it, because there's not too many that are under $3,500. In fact, just a couple of days ago, I checked at Amazon where I bought this one, and there's 4 left for a little bit under $3,500. Now, those aren't going to last long, especially after this review comes out. So if you're interested, go ahead and pull the trigger, get one of these great horns, but save yourself a lot of money in the process by looking into the description below and clicking that. Getting a new one and finding a used one. Well, I've already talked about where you can get a great deal on a new one, but what if you don't have a budget of over $3,000 to get a new one? Well, don't fret, because I have found one individual by the name of Steve Dillard who operates horntrader.com, and I found Steve to be very honest, forthright, and reliable when it comes to musical instruments, especially the trumpet. You can go on his site and find an array of brass instruments, trumpets, and accessories. I don't know for sure right now, but he may actually have a couple of used Bach commercial trumpets in stock. If he doesn't, I'm sure that he'll be getting some in the next couple of weeks. I want to make a mention that I, Kurt Thompson, don't have any affiliation with horntrader.com, nor am I receiving any kind of compensation for mentioning this. I'm mentioning Steve Dillard and HornTrader as a service to you, the listener who is thinking about this trumpet and may not have over $3,000 to buy a new one. You definitely have to contact Steve at horntrader.com, because he's the go-to guy for getting a reliable, almost like new trumpet, but saving you quite a lot of cha-ching in the process. Not to mention, Steve is an awesome player. So what does this Bach commercial trumpet sound like on various commercial styles? Jazz, pop, rock, Broadway, lead trumpet. Now wait a minute. I can tell you are dying to know how this new Bach commercial trumpet sounds on a double G. How does it sound on a double C? So is this brand new Bach commercial trumpet model 190 series with the #1 bell and everything, the handmade tempered metal, brass, bronze, gorgeous. Is it a horn that I would recommend for you if you decided to get out of your orchestral chair and actually become a commercial trumpet player, or maybe you already are a commercial trumpet player? In other words, sometimes people are a little confused what that means. Let's just say that a commercial trumpet player is playing everything that is not orchestral and symphony related. In other words, we're not playing Shostakovich and we're not counting 80 and 90 measures of rest when you're playing this guy. We're playing and we're putting the power through this horn. We might be playing for several hours non-stop. We might be playing on a cruise ship, Broadway show, club, bars, coffee shops, art and wine festivals, jazz festivals, wedding receptions, 50th anniversaries, class reunions, fundraiser events. I played so many fundraiser events, private parties. Yes, the answer is yes. Yes. Yes, I would highly recommend the brand new Bach commercial large bore trumpet for playing commercial music. But just to summarize what we talked about in this video, well, we talked about the specifications and how this might be a good trumpet, or maybe even one of the best trumpets for commercial trumpet playing. We also talked about where you might be able to pick up one of these guys new, and if you're on a budget, where you might be able to pick up one of these guys used. You also got to listen and watch me play and have a listen to this brand new Bach commercial trumpet and what it sounds like on various pop, rock, and commercial jazz pieces. You heard me play a double G on this guy, and you also heard me play a double C. What do you think? Did it pass the test? And you got to see two famous guys, two famous trumpet players that actually play on a Bach commercial trumpet. I want to thank you for hanging out with me tonight on this live stream video about the Bach commercial trumpet. If you found anything of value in this video, anything at all, go ahead and give a like, drop me a comment, and if you're watching me for the very first time, I highly recommend that you look down there and subscribe. Hit that red button to subscribe, because there's a lot more information coming your way. And if you got time on your hands, I have over 1,000 videos of all types related to trumpet and brass playing. Go ahead and subscribe right now. I'm Kurt Thompson. I really enjoyed being with you here on this live stream broadcast, and I'll catch you in the next video.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
もう練習でしょ、でも。これだけで練習するときはね。
私たちが普通に吹いてもそれは音は出ない。
いや、練習ですよね、だからね。これ今マウスピースでやりましたけれども、彼はマウスピースなしでもできるんです。
どういうことですか？
口で出せるんですね。あ、近所におった草笛のおっちゃん。
Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos, you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these, and that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these 3 known mainstream techniques. Number 1, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It can be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling that when you hear someone play with a great tone, that comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. Alright, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones, and you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones, but you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And the lip flexibilities are broken down into 3 parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between 2 notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range isn't that high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colon Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing 1-octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame, if I remember what he said in his book. Now, don't quote me perfectly, but because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by 1-octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we've discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range, and you're hanging around G's above the staff, and you're still a good 4th away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at high C, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale, and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic. Chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this, and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the 3 things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register, or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these 3 things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number 2, lip flexibilities, and there's only 3 ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise. Lip trills, right? Glissandos and lip slurs. And finally, the 3rd thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye.
I'll be showing you guys how to really clean out your horn. And you'll get that in a separate video. But there's always got to be the lazy man's way to clean out a horn, right? You want to know a shortcut. And let's make this a lazy person's way, since there are lots of females that play this instrument. There is a shortcut. Now, it doesn't work perfectly all the time. But it's when you're in a pinch, you want to clean stuff out. Get you a sponge and cut it up in little bite-sized bits like this. Sponge. Got several of them. You're going to be quite amazed at this. Got to have some valve oil handy. My favorite, you can't really tell, is L-Cas. I've tried all kinds. The expensive kinds and the cheap kinds, and the kinds that come with your instrument. So what you're going to do is you're going to put the valve oil in this baby. Okay? Soak it up really good. And you're going to deposit this sponge with all the valve oil on it into your lead pipe. You're going to pack it in there just enough, just a little bit. And let's see if we can get this on camera. So I'm going to hold the camera down and see if we can get a camera. What I'm going to do is I'm going to blow through the lead pipe like this, and you're going to see it come out the end of the horn. Ready? Let's see. Yeah, there we go. You see that? Okay, here we go again. That was one. I got another one packed in there. There we go. Let's see if I can do one more. Forgive me. Oh, there's one on the ground over here. Let's grab that one. Throw some valve oil on it, of course. This is a big chunky one. See what happens when we get it all in there. And use my adapter to put it in there a little bit more. This is going to be a bigger one. Let's see what happens. Okay. One more. Big breath. There we go. Now, if you take a look at, I think this was the first one, I'm not sure. These are actually clean. And I don't know if you can tell, there's some kind of black deposits on them. Not bad. Horn was never horribly bad. But these were like just bright yellow, and you can see, I think you can see, You got some dirt. There you have it. That's the lazy person's way to, in a pinch, clean out their horn. That sponge, with all the valve oils going through every nook and cranny, can you believe that? On the horn. Everything. Yes. The lazy person's way to clean out the horn. And now in the next video, I'm going to show you the right way to clean out the horn when you got the time.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
All right, back with topics that were posed to me before Christmas of 2016. And next up we got Tim Jacobs. Hey Tim, how's it going? And Tim was interested in how to approach high playing while using less mouthpiece pressure. What practice routines will help with this? You know, I gotta say, Tim. You know what I'm gonna say? The ultimate, most successful proven practice routine for this is my 16-week upper register course. That's just where it stands right now. There's no other course in history that can come close to it for two reasons. Number one, it's a macroscopic approach to the physical part of playing infused with momentum. So the Claude Gordon, the Stamps, the Caruso, any other routine out there, mystery to mastery, balanced embouchure, tongue-controlled embouchure, just playing the Arbenz book or the Clark book, just the Bill Adam. Nothing comes close to the process that is contained in my 16-week upper register course. Nothing comes close, and nothing has proven itself to be the most successful, bar none, than the course that I run. So hope you knew that I was going to probably have to toot my own horn on that one. Mouthpiece pressure is a result of, well, it's an inherent part of playing the horn, but too much mouthpiece pressure usually is a result of a combination of things. Incorrect breathing, not breathing for compression, not using tongue arch, playing on the wrong equipment, playing on the wrong mouthpiece for you. And then, of course, a lack of lip strength and a lack of embouchure strength. So it could be one of those or it could be all of those will contribute to mouthpiece pressure. And for most people, you have to go through the process of really developing this efficiency and strength in your embouchure, your breathing, and your chops and your tongue before you can start to diminish some of the mouthpiece pressure. Now, all players on the planet have mouthpiece pressure that maxes out to where their range stops. So think about it. I don't care if it's James Morrison or John Faddis. You know, you keep saying, okay, great, you played a triple G, John Faddis, great. Play triple A. Okay, you got that. All right, play triple B flat. At some point, he's not going to be able to play the note. And the reason is he will be exceeding the maximum amount of mouthpiece pressure which is going to come at a certain degree that will shut off the vibration in his lips. I don't care if that's Maynard Ferguson or James Morrison or Arturo Sandoval. No matter how high they can go, you ask them to go to the next note and then the next note. There's going to be a place where they can't play, and what happens? They've exceeded the mouthpiece pressure, and they are stopping the lips from vibrating. That's what's going on. That's why we all have a max high range. So the more chops we have, and the more cushion and lip strength we have here, the more we can fight against that pressure and build a cushion. You understand, the less cushion you have here, the less strength, the more this flattens out, the more you start to get closer and closer to squeezing the lips against the teeth, you're coming in dangerous contact for your max range. So the more you can fight against the mouthpiece, push out, you still got cushion and wiggle room to play and for your range to increase. So mouthpiece pressure, too much or just the right amount, highly correlates with your efficiency and your breathing for compression and your embouchure and lip strength. So that is something that I think maybe most people haven't really considered. Why do you have a range of where it's at right now? If you can play an F above high C on the horn but can't go higher, why is that? Or if you're struggling at high C and you can't go higher, why is that? It's because you're maxing out your mouthpiece pressure and you're stopping the lips from vibrating from too much pressure. That's how everybody is. And I can't imagine anybody would say anything contrary to that, because that's why you cannot go any higher. But even, I use some pretty extreme examples of people that can play high, but still ask them to keep playing higher and with the same dynamic level, and they will shut down at some point. The reason? They're using the maximum amount of mouthpiece pressure and their lips are not vibrating any longer. That's the whole reason why we all have our own range. So let's see, what else did Tim say? What practice routines? Well, I already told you the best one to do. Any routine that's known for building up embouchure strength, flexibility, tone. So if you want to get a piece of the pie, not the whole pie, I consider my course as the whole pie. And the results are spectacular. So if you want a piece of that pie, then you could segregate it out into things like the Charles Colin lip flexibility book, the Colonel Irons book on lip flexibilities, maybe even the Schlossberg. Some of the Claude Gordon stuff, some of the Crusoe stuff within reason, as long as you don't stiffen up your lips from too much of it. So these are some of the different things, even the Bill Adams, some of that stuff. So you do some of these different things, and you should notice that you're going to reduce the mouthpiece pressure to a certain extent. So that's my take on that one. I'm glad you asked that, Tim, because I got to plug my course. All right, Tim, so I hope that answered pretty much what we were talking about. Playing high, using less mouthpiece pressure, what routines and so forth. So thanks for asking that good question, Tim. I'm Kurt Thompson. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. cannot play high. Well, I just demonstrated one of them. This, the meat, the muscle, right? But you already knew that, right? Yeah. You know you got to have chops. You got to build this. Everything. All these muscles, everything. It's all got to be built up strong. So you know that one, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought it was talent. Okay? A lot of people think it's just talent. Can't play high. I was just born to play third chair. Just the way it is. Don't get mad about it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You just weren't born with the talent to be able to play high. Actually, some people feel that way. But that is 100% wrong. 100% incorrect. That's your belief system, but it's not reality. Your belief system, but not reality. So the top reason that you can't play high is you haven't gone through the process of training this and the whole mechanism from diaphragm to here to out to the horn. You haven't gone through that process. Now you can look at video, YouTube after YouTube. In fact, I just crossed over the 600 mark on my YouTube channel. Videos available to the public. You can watch them all. You're not going to get that miraculous improvement in range and endurance just by watching videos, even though I'm giving you some good advice and others are giving you good advice. You have to go through the process. The process is systematically applying so many different angles at your chops, your breathing, your tongue, strategically over a period of time, infused with momentum. That's what the process is. And you're not likely to have gone through that process if you're watching this video, or maybe you're just watching it just for giggles. But you have to go through the process. It seems like a lot of teachers that can actually play decently high are not taking their students through the process. And as a result, the students don't end up playing as well as the teacher, and they don't even make that much improvement. It's about the process, not about one or two techniques or a routine that you're going to do. About the process. So, if you watch my stuff, you will get better, and you are certainly going to play a little bit higher, a little bit better, a bigger sound, a bigger tone, more accuracy, better endurance, yes. But you're not going to get that miracle, amazing, oh my God, I was playing high C's and D's a few months ago, and now I'm zinging out double high G's. Now I can actually do some Broadway shows if I wanted. No, you're not going to get that by watching just individual random videos on how to play trumpet better from anybody. You have to go through the process. I happen to know what that process is, by the way. And according to most of the people that have been working with me, it seems like they know it now too, and they can demonstrate it. So let's go on to number 2, or the second reason, the second top reason that you can't play high. That. Tongue and tongue arch. Now, you can still play high without the tongue arch. I'm going to play high right now, leaving my tongue dropped in a low C positioning. And now it's not going to sound good at all. Okay? How am I able to still get up there even though it sucked? I had the chops. But having the chops is one part of the equation. If you don't have the tongue arch, my friend, you can have the range. F, G, weak, kind of brittle sounding, stiff sounding, not that powerful, but I can get those notes. That proves to you right there that if you're still not doing some things right, that you can still gain some altitude just by developing your chops, but that's not going to be the panacea and what you're thinking about as an end result of how you want to play. So the tongue arch, the less space you have in your mouth when the air is coming out, you're going to zing out higher notes because the air is going to be speeding past the lips, vibrating them faster, vibrating the air that goes into here, coming out here, it's going to all be faster. Okay. So how do we do that? It's the tongue arch. And it's kind of one of the most elusive techniques on the trumpet. It really is. I get people that can actually play pretty decently up to high C, D, even E, and they're not using tongue arch, but they're so used to not using tongue arch that they can actually play sometimes at the professional level or as a professional in a symphony. It's quite amazing how they can do that. They're making things in life very, very hard by doing that, but yet they've accommodated not knowing about the tongue arch or not being able to do it. So what if you had a screwed up embouchure, or what if you thought you didn't play correctly? Well, here's my natural setting. What if I played poorly? Let's move the mouthpiece over a little bit. There we go, see it? I'm way off my embouchure. In fact, I'm over. What about the other way? Well, now I'm back to center. Move it over. Now I'm really playing not where I want to play. I can still do it, but it sucked that on that one side compared to the other. So I've showed you that with no tongue arch, I can still play high. Playing on a totally screwed up embouchure, one side to another like that, I can still play some, actually into the upper register above high C. So it's the tongue arch. Tongue arch. So quit looking at whether or not you got a bad embouchure, a defective embouchure, whether or not you think that you're playing a little off center and your teacher's on you for that. Or you play too high, play too low. You can work on that stuff later, but that's not your problem. The problem is tongue arch, especially if you've got the other part handled, the musculature, the embouchure, and the strength. But a lot of people don't got that handled either. But it's the tongue arch. With the tongue arch, you can do quite amazing things. So if you can play high B flats, B's, and C's with the perfectly executed and advanced tongue arch, that those high C's automatically turn into E's and F's with no change in the musculature and the strengthening of the embouchure here. Tongue arch works wonders. That's the second reason that you can't play. And if it's the second reason, or it's the second place why almost all brass players can't get altitude and can't have good endurance. It seems to be mystical and ambiguous, foggy, murky, unclear what the tongue arch really is. But basically, if you can take the tip of your tongue, that's the tip. Take it and put it under, behind your teeth, your lower teeth. Here's upper, lower. Take the tip, go down, anchor it. I have the tip anchored right at the bottom of my lower teeth, where the teeth kind of almost turn into the gums, right at that gum line, or you run out of teeth, and you can feel the wet gum. That's where you anchor the tip of your tongue. Yeah. And then the tongue arches up. Like you're saying in, or E-I-N-G, swimming. Yeah. So that's when you're at maximum tongue arch. And here's a good test for you. I made another tutorial about this, but it was kind of shorter. So you can try this on different things. Here's me going from second line G to C on purpose. Okay? Okay, you're seeing movement here. I'm also adding a little extra tension when I'm going up to give it push. The way to really get the feeling of tongue arch, so it's not theory, it's actually something real that you're doing, is to purposely try not to get the top note, yet raise your tongue in an arch position. So right now I'm going to take a big breath and I'm going to hold a G, but during that time what's happening inside my mouth is this. My tongue is arching up. You already know that tip is placed behind my teeth. So it's going here, up. And I'm purposely going to try not to get the C. Watch what happens. Hear that? Of course it didn't sound good, but I'm purposely trying not to get the C. I don't want the C to come out. Watch again. Again. You notice no movement going on here at all, right? And I'm really trying not to let the C to come out. That's your assignment. If you can get that to happen, you've executed the tongue arch quite perfectly. Now, it doesn't stop there. The tongue has to be developed, and you have to be able to hold the tongue arch under a lot of undue pressure when you're above high C. That pressure will flatten down your tongue, and your range will drop. Not because you don't have chops, because you're not maintaining the tongue arch. So the tongue arch, you got to get it, but then you have to develop it to withstand the pressure that will be inside your oral cavity when you're really playing in the upper register and beyond. Your tongue arch drops just a micromillimeter and you've lost 2 notes on your range, just like that. That's how easy it is. So watch, let's try it on a different note. Low C. I'm trying to do that, right? You can tell. What if I take a big breath and purposely stay on that low C? Don't let that G come out. Take a bigger breath this time. The first one came out air because I didn't have any air left. Even low C to G, which is a wider interval, isn't it? It's another note wider, so you're going to fifth. Now, a lot more air is coming out on low C than it is on G because you have the placement of your jaw and your tongue even lower. But still, you could hear that something was happening. In fact, the air started to cut off. On that first one, did you hear that? It was almost no air. I mean, it was just air coming out. But the low C would not come out. So don't think that was a mistake. The low C would not come out anymore. Let me just see if I can go for the air again because that was pretty important. I'm raising the tongue up to the point where the low C will not vibrate anymore. Well, now that time the note came out. No, hold on, let me try it again. Trying to keep the low C down, but I'm raising my tongue into a tongue arch. No, it's not going to do it this time. I guess it was kind of a fluke, but still, that was important to realize I'm trying to play the low C, which even beginners can get. So you know something was going on inside here. I mean, if I can't play the low C, something really is bad, and something bad's going to happen. Maybe the end of the world tonight. I can't play a low C, and if you can't play a low C, it's probably the same thing. Now, if I'm playing a low C and I do something inside my mouth that causes the low C not to come out, you know I'm doing something. You know something is going on. You just have to know that. So I was probably speeding up the air too fast for the low C to come out, and it was in the little twilight zone area right before the G was going to snap out. So I'm not even sure if I've even tried this on C to E. Now, I'm thinking that as you get more narrow in intervals, but it's probably going to come out easier. So I'm not sure if this will be the best demonstration or not. Let's find out. So middle C to E. Oh, normally. Now, I'm going to try to keep it at middle C and not let the E to come out. Oh no, okay, it gets easier as you go higher, actually. Yeah, okay, so that's why I was experiencing that error at the low C to G. So this demonstration is actually perfect for you at G to C. And if you do have range up to about an A to a high C, you might want to try it from middle C to E because it's actually easier. But it might be so easy that you don't really get the feeling of it. So you've heard me do 3 different ones. G to C is commonly what I show students. Low C to G is going to be harder. And C to E is going to be easier. So you got 3 different intervals that you can slur to using the tongue arch. And remember, you're trying not to let the top note come out. You're trying not to let the top note come out. That's what you're trying to do. But you're arching up, you're trying to arch the tongue as high as it will arch, but with the goal of not getting that top note. Because if you have the goal to get the top note, then you might add a little bit more pressure here. You might blow harder. You're going to be doing some things unconsciously that you've just already trained yourself to do to get the note to come out. That's why it's important to really, it might go against your ego, but really do not let that top note come out. Just keep arching the note up and hope it doesn't come out. And when the top note does come out, if it does for you, then you know that you've got the tongue arch decently perfected, but just not strengthened. I mean, the tongue arch, you either get it or you don't, right? There's not really a gray area. You got to perfect it, you can do it, or you don't have it at all. There's not really a middle ground. You either got it or you don't. After that point, it's about developing your tongue and the tongue arch to really be refined and just amazingly versatile when you're playing. That's where I come in. Have you ever heard that I got a website called TrumpetSizzler.com, and then I teach a lot of people, especially a lot of advanced and professional players that want to get better with endurance and range? Well, if you haven't heard about it, you're just hearing it now, I actually do that. That's kind of actually what I'm good at. And I'm good at some other things too, but I kind of have this natural knack for helping people out with that. So if you'd like to learn more, you can definitely look at more videos here. And if you're watching this, why not go ahead and subscribe? You can support me. You're going to get an instant email when I put up new videos like this. And I don't know, I think that you're going to learn something and become a better player. But if you really want to take the horse by the reins and run with it, you got to do something, and that's called going through the process, which I alluded to earlier in the video. So, but this tutorial on tongue arch should help you. And now if you're not getting the note to come out at all, even though you're trying not to, but it still doesn't come out, that's where, again, you need a coach, you need someone to work with you on that, because that is the second reason you're not able to play high, play with power up the upper register, or even have great endurance. If you're constantly playing in a low C position in the upper register, you're gassing out all the muscles here. You're just putting such a load on them, and that's why you don't have any endurance. So you might even have a little range where you have no endurance. You got to get the tongue arch. It's the second reason people have problems in the upper register and with endurance. Since you've already heard me say that, it's a no-brainer. Work on it. Get it going. It's worth the investment in time. So that's a wrap. top 2 reasons you cannot play high. Well, I just demonstrated one of them. This, the meat, the muscle, right? But you already knew that, right? Yeah. You know you got to have chops. You got to build this. Everything. All these muscles, everything. It's all got to be built up strong. So you know that one, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought it was talent. Okay? A lot of people think it's just talent. Can't play high. I was just born to play third chair. Just the way it is. Don't get mad about it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You just weren't born with the talent to be able to play high. Actually, some people feel that way. But that is 100% wrong. 100% incorrect. That's your belief system, but it's not reality. Your belief system, but not reality. So the top reason that you can't play high is you haven't gone through the process of training this and the whole mechanism from diaphragm to here to out to the horn. You haven't gone through that process. Now you can look at video, YouTube after YouTube. In fact, I just crossed over the 600 mark on my YouTube channel. Videos available to the public. You can watch them all. You're not going to get that miraculous improvement in range and endurance just by watching videos, even though I'm giving you some good advice and others are giving you good advice. You have to go through the process. The process is systematically applying so many different angles at your chops, your breathing, your tongue, strategically over a period of time, infused with momentum. That's what the process is. And you're not likely to have gone through that process if you're watching this video, or maybe you're just watching it just for giggles. But you have to go through the process. It seems like a lot of teachers that can actually play decently high are not taking their students through the process. And as a result, the students don't end up playing as well as a teacher, and they don't even make that much improvement. It's about the process, not about 1 or 2 techniques or a routine that you're going to do. It's about the process. So, if you watch my stuff, you will get better, and you are certainly going to play a little bit higher, a little bit better, a bigger sound, a bigger tone, more accuracy, better endurance, yes. But you're not going to get that miracle, amazing, oh my God, I was playing high C's and D's a few months ago, and now I'm zinging out double high G's. Now I can actually do some Broadway shows if I wanted. No, you're not going to get that by watching just individual random videos on how to play trumpet better from anybody. You have to go through the process. I happen to know what that process is, by the way. And according to most of the people that have been working with me, it seems like they know it now too, and they can demonstrate it. So let's go on to number 2, or the second reason, the second top reason that you can't play high. That. Tongue and tongue arch. Now, you can still play high without the tongue arch. I'm going to play high right now, leaving my tongue dropped in a low C positioning. And now it's not going to sound good at all.
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos, you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these three ways, yet you keep trying these three ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The three ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these, and that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these three until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these three known mainstream techniques. Number one, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It can be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling that when you hear someone play with a great tone, that comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. Alright, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones, and you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones, but you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And lip flexibilities are broken down into 3 parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between 2 notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range isn't high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing 1-octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame. If I remember what he said in his book, now don't quote me perfectly back because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by 1 octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we've discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range and you're hanging around G's above the staff and you're still a good 4th away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at high C, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale, and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic. Chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the 3 things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these 3 things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number 2, lip flexibilities, and there's only 3 ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise. Lip trills, right? Glissandos, and lip slurs. And finally, the third thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.kurtthompson.com. trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now you're going to use these techniques and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye.
I'm back with some more topics that were posed to me from, or inquired, back right before Christmas of 2016. Trevor Huggins. Trevor. How's it going, Trevor? Trevor wants to know about the MF protocol, the Maynard-Ferguson protocol that people are talking about. Most notably is Lynn Nicholson. There's others that are talking about the MF protocol. I've had a couple students that have already bought or rented Lynn's stuff, and they kind of told me what it's about, and I tried some of it, and it didn't really work for me. Maybe I need to spend some time with Lynn. I don't know, but I'm actually pretty happy with what's going on with my playing right now. I'm not really interested in changing things up. But what I know about the MF protocol, it's about not using, I guess, what I get is not using hardly any attention at all here, and playing more on the fleshier part of the inside of your lips, and having them kind of curl. They call it unfurling, right? So here's furled in, which is how I usually play if I'm playing in the upper register. Unfurling, kind of more like that. You can unfurled. Now, I'm not an expert at that, not even an amateur at that. I only know what I was told by some students and what I've seen Lynn Nicholson do. And I kind of dibbled and dabbled around in it, and maybe I didn't even do it correctly, but it's just, I don't think I see it as being something that would work for me. And I'm pretty happy when I play with my lips furled in. I mean, I got a powerhouse of steam and meat and potatoes that's coming through this horn. I mean, it's the real stuff, and I'm pretty happy with what's going on. The Maynard-Ferguson protocol, I don't know if I'm already at double C's. What if I went a little higher? That was the loudest piss at double D, and I'm playing with my lips furled in. I mean, I could try another one. I mean, maybe, the sound kind of went down a little bit on the E flat. Maybe the MF protocol would help me power out the E flats, E's, and F's, maybe? I don't know. So you're going to probably want to get with somebody who really knows that routine and that embouchure. I can't really guide you on how to do it, and certainly not on the best way to do it. So you got your lips unfurled. Now, if I unfurl my lips, I just noticed I wasn't able to play that well. So unfurled, put the mouthpiece up here. That's unfurled versus now I'm going to furl them back in. Folks, that is a massive massive wall of sound, but I'm furling my lips in, which is contrary to the MF protocol. That's all I can say about that. I'm doing what works for me. And I don't know, maybe if I really wanted to invest a lot of time in figuring out the MF protocol, maybe it could turn my E's and F's and triple G's into, you know, louder usable notes on a more regular basis. Who knows? But I'm pretty happy with what's already going on in my extreme upper register playing. So that's about all I can tell you. So you're gonna want to go ahead and maybe contact some of these people that have a lot more experience with it, Trevor. I would say Lynn Nicholson is probably the go-to guy for that. It seems like he's already got a course on it. So anyway, so Trevor, thanks for that interesting topic, something that I don't know a whole lot about, just a little bit about it. And that's my story. Sticking to it.
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
My name is Don, and I learned about Kurt's course from a trumpet player in one of the bands I play in. When I heard this trumpet man playing some really interesting high note exercises, I asked him where he got them. He told me about Kurt. I called Kurt. He told me he had some low brass students, and I decided to give it a try. In our first conversation, Kurt asked me what my goals are, and I told Kurt I could play up to a high D with no problem, but I wanted to play the E flat, E, and the F above that D. I think it's a D6. After discussing it, I played a D scale to the D6, and he said he thought I could achieve my goal of reaching and playing on demand a high E flat, E, and F. I said, yeah, but you know, Kurt, I'm 75 years old, and you lose muscle strength and elasticity as you age. I was concerned about that. He said not to worry, as he had students older than I, at least one, who were doing just fine. That the key to success was a daily practice regimen. It's been an interesting 16 weeks. I learned a lot, and my range has improved significantly. Thanks, Kurt. Since I first started playing T-bone, one measure of high note playing, at least among the older trombone players, was how close to Tommy Dorsey could you play? In other words, could you match him note for note? His theme song was I'm Getting Sentimental Over You, and it sort of set the standard. Tommy played it in concert D. I could play it in that key before I started with Kurt, but I couldn't get beyond a concert D. Since taking Kurt's course, I've been able to play it to a fourth above D, that is to a G. So here are 8 bars of I'm Getting Sentimental Over You, starting in D and going up in half steps to the key of G. Just in case you're wondering about the melody, it's an arpeggiation that starts on the major 7th of the chord, then going to the root, to the 3rd, to the 5th, back to the major 7th. Here goes.
ich möchte euch heute den 4-Monats Upper Register Kurs von Kurt Thompson ans Herz legen. Ich habe ihn gemacht. Er beinhaltet 75 Techniken, das Spiel auf allen Blechblasinstrumenten zu verbessern. Also nicht nur für Trompete. Dauert wie gesagt 4 Monate und ist, glaube ich, nicht nur für das hohe Register, sondern beeinflusst das komplette Spiel, auch Ausdauer, Klang, Technik. Und die einzelnen Techniken werden Woche für Woche hinzugefügt. Wird natürlich immer härter dadurch, aber es macht auch eine Menge Spaß und mir hat sehr viel gebracht. Schaut euch doch mal einige Clips auf YouTube an von Kurt und habt den Mut, macht es mal. Es macht unheimlich viel Spaß.
Hey, this tutorial deals with roll-in, something that is confusing a lot of people out there. So let's just be clear what this is. In fact, here's an exercise that you can practice. Doesn't really matter if you play tuba or French horn or trumpet or trombone. You want to be able to make your lips disappear. Okay. That's a double C roll-in position. I did a tutorial going over this, but I'm just doing it again. Practice. This is a technique. Just practice rolling your lips in. If you can't do that, you're not going to be able to play in the upper register that well or with a lot of ease. You got to be able to roll in. Teeth are shut. Don't be confused and think that you're doing this. That the lip is over the teeth. And here too. No, we're right here. See, teeth were shut. They're open for me to roll in. Open, roll in. Now they're over the teeth. I shut the teeth. So, a technique for you that would be of value is to make sure you get the roll in. And if you can't do it this way, you're not going to be able to do it on the horn in real time. So this is kind of a bike with training wheels right now. You're not using the horn, you're just practicing the roll in. Double C, that's a double C roll in right there. High C probably be, well for me anyway, would be probably high C. Double C. Hope you enjoy this close-up of my lips. I'm Kurt Thompson at TrumpetSizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure? At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
double tongue, triple tongue, multiple tonguing techniques. How do you get them going? Well, you have to start off with the basics. You're not going to be playing double and triple tonguing on alternating notes. Instead, you're just going to do them on repeating notes. For example, Fs. Now, how do you get that real fast bullet-like effect? You're not going ta 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 ta, but you're going taka 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 ta. For those of you out there who don't know how to do double tongue or triple tonguing, I recommend that you get the coordination down first, and you don't even need your horn for that. All you need to do is get the coordination and some of the slight muscular development of the K part of the tongue. And you can do that two different ways, by saying ta, ka, slow, and then speed it up as fast as you can go before you get tongue-tied. And I'll give you an example. Ta, ka, 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 ta,
got tongue-tied there at the end. The other way to do it is just to take a moderate approach, not quite at your maximum, and just hold it. As long as you can before you get tongue-tied. That will at least get you started in the right direction and get the coordination of your tongue, T and K alternating. You would also do the same thing for triple tonguing, which can be done ta-ta-ka or ta-ka-ta. Ta-ta-ka-ta-ta-ka-ta-ta-ka-ta-ta-ka-ta, and so forth, or ta-ka-ta-ta-ka-ta-ta-ka-ta-ta-ka-ta, like that. That's one way to get you started on double tongue and triple tonguing. Then you actually have to have the horn to your face to get a more muscular development of the tongue and the coordination applied to the horn. I'd like to talk to you more about double tongue and triple tongue, not only on repeated notes, but on more challenging and technically oriented pieces, like that little intro on the humble and the triple tongue piece that I did. I want to hear from you soon. Give me a call or send me an email.
It's about time we had a discussion about air and obture strength again. And over and over and over, when I get a consultation on the phone and people are going on and on about their air and they're having trouble with their air, I try to remind them that air is just really not the major deal that so many university instructors make it out to be, and I'm about ready to prove it right now. Okay? So I want you to watch carefully to my breathing and to my exhaling. I'm not even going to try to take a normal full breath. I'm just going to take a full breath, and that means when I say a normal full breath for me, that would involve throwing my tummy out to make the diaphragm drop down and pull more air into my lungs, and I'm not even going to do that. So what I'm going to do is try to get close enough that you can hear my breathing, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to exhale some air and still play high. You ready? Okay, so I'm going to take a full tank of air, try to figure out what note would be best to play here. Well, we could do a couple different notes. Let's just try the note that almost everybody can get right, high C. Just about everybody can get that, not everybody, but it's a common note. So high C, let me work my way up to it. Right there is about forte, really, folks. So I'm going to take a big breath. It's almost fortissimo. Now I'm going to take a breath, but before I play it, watch, I'm going to let about 25% of the air escape from my lungs. You got to pay careful attention. I'm going to let the air out, freeze it, and play. So basically what you're looking for is less air, but I'm still playing the same intensity. Here we go. So full breath. I'll let it out. Loud, powerful, full. Now let about 25% of the air out, okay? Let's say I really was horrible at breathing and taking in the right amount of air and using the proper breath for our instrument. Let me let out 50% of it. 50%. So here we go. Same thing, but listen for the hiss and listen for no inhale. There's going to be no inhale. I'll take a full breath. I'm going to let out 50%, freeze, and play. That's what you're listening for. You're not going to hear me inhale because I'm going to be playing. Here we go. I don't have much air left. I think I actually let too much air out that time. Still, a significant loud round high C. If you were in the room, you probably have to plug your ears. It's pretty loud. Let's go crazy. How about I let almost all the air out of my lungs? Let's say 75%. And when I get done playing, I'm going to finish exhaling so you can realize how much or how little air is left in my lungs. So here we go. It's all about air. You got to listen to it. Big breath. Not much air left. Not much air left. That was probably down. I probably let about 80% of my air supply out, or maybe even 85%. Can you see that? Or this? Think, folks. Just because he or she has a PhD doesn't mean anything. It means they were good at taking tests. They're good at doing this, and doing this. You gotta think. Smart. Get your advice from somebody who knows what they're doing. Why don't we take it up to a more advanced level, because I feel like high C is doable by most people. Let's take it all the way up to right past upper register. And who knows what that means? Upper register is high C to double G. Let's take it out. No argument. It's the high C to double G. You go past double G, you're going into extreme upper register playing. Let's do one of the first couple notes you come to outside of upper register. I'm talking for trumpet. This would be a concert G and R double A. Why is it double A? Because low A is here. Low A. Below the staff, low A. Middle A. Second line A in the staff. High A is right above the staff. Now if we double that, we come up with double high A. It seems that there's an argument on whether that's high A. It's double high A. Hello? We're not playing piano, folks. Are we playing piano? I don't care about piano. I care about this. I don't care if it's a transposing instrument either. We're playing this instrument. That's a low A. Middle A. High A. And double high A. Okay? We got that straight so far? University professors out there? Get it? Alright, good. Now, same trick. It's not really a trick, it's just a feat of embouchure strength. What really is going on here is embouchure strength, folks. I don't care how much you breathe, really. I mean, breathing is part of the compression, and I will advocate that in our course, but if you have one lung and asthma, you can still play lead trumpet. You can still play piccolo trumpet. You can still do the Maurice Andre stuff. Don't let anybody fool you and tell you otherwise. It's not your air, it's this. You don't got this, you're screwed. Let's do the same test on the double A. Full breath. A little tester note. That was definitely fortissimo, bordering on 3Fs right there. Now you're going to watch me exhale. Listen carefully. I'm going to take a full breath, exhale about 25%, and then play. Not going to be able to take another breath. Listen carefully. It's all uncut and unedited. Big, full, piercing round. That would have cut through just about most big bands. Guaranteed. Okay, let's up the ante. I'm going to let out 50% of my air. If I let out 50% of my air, folks, I'd be down to probably the physical attributes of a 6th or 7th grader playing this instrument, because I am an adult male and I have a large body and big lungs. But if I let out 50% of the air in my lungs, I'd be down to a 6th or 7th grader as far as anatomy goes, physical anatomy. Here we go. Listen for the exhale and listen for nothing after but me playing. So there's no more inhale after that. Okay, that was half a tank of air, baby. How could I do that? It's not magic. This. Don't rationalize the way other people, especially instructors, will have you rationalize you don't got range because you're not breathing correctly. I'm breathing about as unfreaking uncorrectly as somebody could right now, and still blistering, peeling paint with my AA. Let's go crazy. And I'm going to let out just about almost all my air and see if I can still squeeze out that AA. Pay careful attention and listen. You might want to have your headphones on and put this on speakers. You need to listen that once I exhale, there's no sound. There's no sound of me sneaking air in. I'm down on air in my lungs. Not much. Let's try it again. AA one more time, but this time with only about 25% of my air capacity. That's all I had left. No more air. There's a light bulb turning on inside your head for some of you. It better be. It better be. You can practice breathing exercises and stand on your head, run marathons, do yoga until you've taken 10 years off your age. You still are not going to be able to master this instrument and this part of it and the chops and the power until you do what it takes to get the strength here. Go out and run your marathon and go swim 3 miles. Go bike 110 miles. You're not going to be able to do what I just did. You're going to have to work on this and this. You're going to have to get tough. You're going to have to do some real work on your embouchure. And also smart work. Quit listening to people with advanced degrees that can't play worth crap. Yeah, they do the same stuff over and over again, don't they? The Hummel and the Haydn and the Brandenburg and the blah blah and the blah blah. I did that stuff when I was in high school. Quit listening to them. Yeah, almost everybody can do that stuff. Pay attention to someone who can do and play how most people cannot. That's who you want to listen to. I'm Kurt Thompson. You already know my site, trumpetsizzle.com. Go get you some right now.
I'm going to try to get as many C's on my lips, lip buzzing wise, as I can in a minute. 220. Low C, middle C, high C, double C, triple C, pedal C, double pedal C, triple pedal C. 1 minute. And I'm going to look at this again because I heard that triple C come out almost like a dog whistle. Yeah, it was fun for me to do that. I love playing around, but let's use logic, folks. If you can buzz with strength in your lips, doesn't it make sense that when you have the feedback of this entire instrument, things will be so much easier? Just saying. Think about it. If you got the strength here, it's easy to pick up the horn. Right? Yes. Catch you next time. Ever feel stiff? Not in that good way, guys. Come on now, get your mind out of the gutter. Do your lips ever feel stiff? Is what I meant to say. You know that you felt better before, the day before, a couple days before that, but you're playing today and you're missing a couple notes, and even lip slurs, just normal thing. It happens to everybody. I think it happens to every player on the planet, whether they will admit it or not. Even the best players in the world. You know what happened to Maynard, because you can watch some of his live performances where he actually was having some trouble. So yes, your lips do get stiff from time to time. You lose your flexibility from time to time. And have you ever noticed that on some mornings and some afternoons you're playing and you got this kind of fuzz and you're airing your sound? And let's just pretend that you're not even a guy that, or a gal, that cares about playing above high C, and so you're not playing in that extreme register. But you got this fuzz in your sound, so it's obviously not from playing too high and playing too loud. And it bothers you. It bothers me. Well, I teach my students a plethora of many remedies for this particular situation. And one of them is weird. One of them's crazy. And one of them you just won't believe. You know what this is? Who can tell me what this is? Take a wild guess. No. No, it's not that. It's not a shepherd's crook or, a modern shepherd's crook. It's not a telescope. Well, kind of. Yeah, it could be a telescope. No, it's not any kind of weapon. Maybe you're thinking of it, but you can't spit it out on your tongue. What is this? Still can't get it? This is a didgeridoo. Didgeridoo. Indigenous to Australia, but you can order the plastic PVC pipe version in many parts of the world. And obviously, if you want the real thing with the real wood that comes from Australia, carved by the indigenous aboriginals from Australia, of course you're going to pay about $1,000 for it. We don't need to do that. We're not trying to learn how to play this guy. This is a didgeridoo.
We're not going to learn to circular breathe. And we're not going to learn to play this instrument correctly. We are going to use it as a tool to dissipate tension, brittleness, and stiffness in your lips, your chops. And to help get rid of that fuzz and extra air that's in your tone that you know is not normally there. But on some special occasions it is. And usually it tends to be when you've played too much or had a gig that went overboard. Or, you know, there's other reasons. Maybe you didn't have time to divide your practice out and you had to practice 2 hours at one pop and then get on a plane or something. So there's a lot of reasons why your lips might get stiff and why you might get that air in your tone and why you might find yourself having difficulty doing things that otherwise would be easy for you. That's happened to me in the Clark book. In case you didn't know, I kind of know, you know, my way around the Clark book a little bit. And, but sometimes, especially after I've done a lot of lead work or a lot of jazz, you know, you do 2 hours of improvisation with the Jamie Aebersold stuff, and let me tell you, this is going to about fall off, and it can stiffen you up. And so I have got to the Clark book in the morning, kind of warming up, and I'm going, what the hell's going on here? I mean, I can't move across the horn easy like I normally can. I'm all stiff. Well, my go-to tool. Now, this is just crazy. You're looking at me and you're going, he's got to be crazy. Well, I am a little bit crazy, but I also am crazy like a fox. This guy, get one. If you got $25 or $30 US dollars in your pocket, or you can beg, borrow, or steal it, get one of these guys. You can order it offline from what I've been told from some of my students. Now, I got this at a, exotic musical shop in San Francisco in Chinatown. Where they have zithers and African congas and congos and you name it, maracas and shakers and stuff, and they had some of these. So I got mine for about $50 in San Francisco, but you can order yours online for $25, $30. So I'm not pulling your leg on this one. I'm not. I'm being serious. Very serious. Little dab on this one a day will do you. So, did I say that right? A little dab per day will do you. That's right. So I like to do it 1 minute, 4 times a day. Now, some days I don't do it. I don't have the time. But definitely if I feel something sneaking up on me, like my lips are starting to stiffen up, I'm playing all of a sudden, where's that air coming from? I will get this guy out and make sure I do it 1 minute, 4 times a day. Do not use your normal embouchure. So this can work for all brass instruments. If you're a tuba player, baritone, trombone, French horn, cornet, trumpet, doesn't matter. But you can't come at the didgeridoo like this. No. That's going to make things worse, folks. You're coming at this soft, relaxed. Look at that. Lips, relax. Like your lip flapping. Watch. You've seen me enough. That ain't my normal embouchure, right? No. So, pay heed. Do not use your normal embouchure, and don't get goofy and cocky and try to think that you're going to invent some kind of new way to build high notes or range by blowing hard on this and using your normal embouchure. You will destroy your chops. I'm not kidding you. Some brass players actually, or brass teachers, will actually have you tear down your chops if you have a really screwed up embouchure. And the way they do that, especially for high brass players, is to give you a big tuba mouthpiece or a baritone mouthpiece and just have you buzz on that mouthpiece, totally obliterate your chops and the sensation and the feeling of where your normal embouchure was. So you don't want to be playing this guy in any kind of embouchure. We're just doing it. We're getting all the circulation going in there, all the vibrations. We're loosening it up. It's almost like a massage for your face. It's loosening everything up. And you do this for a couple of days, easy, don't blow it loud. 1 minute, times 4, spread it out evenly. And you will be amazed. Now, it might take you a day, and it might take you 3 days. But you don't have to go longer than 3 days to have your problem of stiffness and air in your tone remedied. And guess what? You got this all from me for free, right? Amazing. But I gotta plug my course, right? You know I do. I gotta plug my course. So you should have thought, wait a minute, how is he coming up with all this stuff? And guess what? There's a ton of stuff like this that's a little bit quirky and wacky that I got in my 16-week course. Stuff you've never even thought about. Stuff that even the masters, Gordon, Caruso, Stevens, Reinhardt, Adam, Clark, and on, they didn't think about either. It's in my course. I got some really wacky stuff that works. This is one of them. But now some people do know about the didgeridoo for dissipating tension and stiffness, but there's a lot of stuff in my course that they don't know about because I'm the one that actually discovered it, invented it, or created a hybrid of two techniques and made a unique technique. So of course I'm going to plug my course. I'm giving this to you for free to build some goodwill and value. I hope that you can see the value in this right here. It's just amazing. Go out and spend your $30 on a didgeridoo. And the next time that you find yourself not feeling quite normal, or playing, you got that fuzz in your sound, or maybe you had to play a big band gig until 1 a.m. at a wedding reception, and things are bad the next day, the next couple days, get this guy, get it out. Yes, you can thank me right now. Here, I'll shake your hand. There you go. You'll be wanting to thank me when you get this out and it solves your problem in a couple of days. Cool? All right. About a pound. There we go. Kurt Thompson. You should have my site memorized by now, but it's trumpetsizzle.com. Trumpet sizzle, all one word. Trumpetsizzle.com. Go there. You're going to be surprised at all the stuff that I got there waiting for you. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. I'm Kurt Thompson at trumpetsizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure? At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Hello, my name's Manny Ignacio. I've been playing trumpet for over 40 years. Yeah, that's a long time. Now, my issue with the trumpet was basically being stuck at a solid double G. I really needed to get to that next level. And luckily I ran into Kurt's website, trumpetsizzle.com, and decided why not? Let's give it a shot, give it a try. So I took Kurt's 3-month course featuring 50 different techniques, and after completing the course, I've actually increased my range about 3 to 4 notes. I've actually played as high as triple F, not quadruple, triple F above double C, and I've also improved my endurance, lip slurring, and overall power. So it's been worthwhile for me. So let's just demonstrate just how good it's become. Here's a nice double G for you. Piece of cake. How about that lick at the end of MacArthur Park? You know, the one that goes from E to B natural. Let's give that a shot. No problem. And as far as lip slurs, working with Kurt, I've definitely improved my lip slurring ability. It goes something like this. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Kurt.
Yes, folks, I got a hacksaw and I got a cheap trumpet here. I got one off of eBay, and you really don't have to go out and get a cheap trumpet. This is like 60 bucks off of eBay, one of the Chinese made horns, but this is really practical if you have an old horn or an old student horn that's just kind of sitting around collecting dust and you're an active player. Then what I'm going to show you is going to work out pretty well for you. We're going to be in the process of making Viking valves, and these are valves that you can use when you're wasting time in traffic at a red light or stuck in traffic, or when you're sitting around and watching sports or news or weather or Netflix or a movie, or or watching watching this video. You could be actually increasing your finger strength and speed. So I'm going to be sawing this trumpet. The reason I want to saw the trumpet, there's no reason that I couldn't just have the trumpet around, except for the fact if I keep it in the car, this is very conspicuous and someone's likely to break in and, break into the car. The other thing is, especially if you're in the car, this is, I do practice sometimes while I'm driving, but it is there is a risk. So if you can slice all this down to here and here, that could easily fit in your glove compartment or under your seat, or you can put it on your seat with a towel on it. No one would ever see it. So that's the whole philosophy here of Viking valves. So let's see. I think that I already had looked at it, kind of eyeballed it. That right around here was going to be a pretty good spot. So I'm going to go ahead and start sawing here. Right there. That didn't take but, wow, less than a minute to saw right through that thing. Now I'm going to go ahead and start on right across to the bell. It doesn't have to be even. This isn't going to be for show anywhere. Boom. Got through the bell part. If I can slide it right back up here. Should just go right through there. Yeah, it's like that. See, we're making progress. Boom. Popping off. Maybe this guy's just going to pop off. Let's just see. Probably will. Weakens the brace on it. Ah, hey. It's very low tech, folks. Put it tricky down here. See it. I suppose if you wanted to go high tech, you could get a Dremel and get one of those little carbide blades. And this would. I like doing things old school and putting some elbow grease behind it. Boom! Oh, that guy couldn't wait to get off there, could it?
Look how things are shaping up, folks. Oh yeah. Yes. Come on, baby. Woo. That guy just spun off there. Boom. Woo-hoo. Whew. All right. Might as well take that out. I like how this is turning out. The thing is shaping up, baby. Probably just take this off right now. Don't need to saw through two pieces of metal if we don't have to. Now we're down to this. I am going to leave this here because I'm used to playing with a, a thumb saddle or a thumb hook, whatever you want to call it. And so I think I'm just going to leave that there. It's not a big deal. Let's see. Do I need to really leave these here? Not really. No. So I'm going to go ahead and finish this off here. And what will be left, I do want to leave this part of the lead pipe because I'm a firm believer that a lot of times, especially to have better even fingers, you don't want to have your thumb hooked up here, and you don't want to do the claw or the popsicle sticks. You want to have that nice arch like there. And so I'm going to leave this here so I can put my thumb between the first and second valve casings. First, second, third, so the thumb goes right there underneath the lead pipe. All right, so let me finish this guy off and see what we got. You put up a good fight. I'm winning, baby. Come on. Yes. She's done. Whew. All right. Whew. Look at that. Got me a little sweat going. Yep, we're getting there. Boom. One left. Whew. I'm probably going to get some steel wool from Lowe's or Home Depot or even Walmart and just kind of go around these rough edges. You know, so I'm not cutting myself up. And now you got Viking valves. Isn't that cute? So you can practice your easy combinations like this. A to B flat or E to F, A to B natural. Tighten this up a little bit. Those are all the easy ones, right? Then the harder ones you would go to, let's see, like E to C sharp, or the third finger, D to E. And then I think the hardest one is B to C sharp, low B to C sharp. To work all the fingers and work really the whole hand is just C sharp to C natural. And you can kind of work this to the metronome so you can keep track of your speed. And look how cute this little guy is. This would easily fit in my glove department in the car. It's not going to definitely take up any room. Put it right in the arm of the couch. And so again, these are Viking valves, and they will help you increase your finger speed and dexterity and coordination. So if you want to do it on the cheap, you get you a cheap horn off of eBay for $40, $50, $60. You spend $7 at the Home Depot and get one of these hacksaws. And this whole thing, I timed it, took me about 25 minutes and a little bit of sweat. I don't know if you can see that. No tears, just some decent sweat. Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit glossy right now. So just sweat, no blood or tears, just sweat to make the Viking valves. And this would actually almost be free if you had a horn that you're just not using around the house. Of course, you don't want to do anything to a good horn, but a Bundy, a Bach TR300, a Cleveland King, an old con that's not one of the collectible cons, anything like that, or any kind of Chinese made horn that's just sitting there as a student made horn, and the valves are so good, you almost can do this for free. Why not? Now, if you don't have a horn lying around and you don't want to put the muscle in it like I did, like you saw me break a sweat, there are some devices like this I know in music stores on the market. Try to remember what they cost. I think it's like right under $100, something like that. But why not have one for free? And why not be on your way to really working that third finger? Third finger is a weak link, baby. Check that out. You could be doing this while you're sitting in traffic instead of yelling at the next driver or give him the bird. You could be doing this. Take that, driver. It's called trumpet rage when you're in the car. Keep the road rage down to the minimum. Work that third finger and that'll get rid of all the road rage out of you. I'll see you next time. Viking Valves.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson and I want to give you some good advice. What is the absolute worst professional trumpet that you could play commercial, lead, or high notes on? It's the quintessential Bach Stradivarius trumpet. It's very, very simple, and the reason it's striking is because it tends to be a trumpet that a lot of kids, junior high and high school kids, are told to get. I was told the same thing. Okay, I was told that was the horn to get in junior high, and they didn't mention Stomby, they didn't mention Calicchio, they didn't mention
Callet. They didn't mention Besson and a lot of these others. They mentioned constantly the Bach Stradivarius. So naturally, I babysat, cut grass, washed cars, hoofed it until in ninth grade I was able to get a nice used Bach, a medium large, typical plain vanilla Bach Stradivarius, 37 bell, and I'm guessing based on what the lady told me who used to play it, she was quite older, it's probably built 72, 73, 74. A good all-around horn. But a good all-around horn does not make a good lead or commercial horn, and I was soon to find that out through a lot of frustration. I always had the feeling that the Bach Strad was fighting me when I was in marching band. But on other things it was very well suited for. Classical music, solo work, smaller intimate chamber ensemble, brass quintet, weddings. I never really got into symphonic playing because I just can't stand counting 80 and 100 and 120 measures of rest, but it's probably good for that. However, my destiny was not to play high D's and be proud of that playing Mahler in the symphony. My destiny was much greater than that, and I found that the frustration level was partly due to playing on a Bach Stradivarius, no matter what mouthpiece I got. I'm not kidding you. So if you're playing on a Bach Strad right now and you don't care about lead trumpet, jazz, rock, commercial, Broadway, nothing like that, you're satisfied to play in wind ensemble or brass bands or concert bands, then you got my thumbs up. That's a good horn for that. If you want a horn that's going to project, that's going to have a tremendous amount of power, you're going to be really frustrated and very disappointed with the most common professional trumpet that's recommended to just about every kid on the planet. I believe that's the Bach Stradivarius. So if you're playing a Bach Stradivarius and you'd actually like to do something besides play the Haydn, and you'd like to do something else besides play in your concert band, and you're thinking about maybe doing commercial or lead trumpet, you're going to have to get rid of that horn. Or put it in the closet. You need to be looking at other horns, and I'm going to make another video with some horn recommendations. In fact, I'm going to even include some links with some special deals on trumpets that I've played that you can actually hear me playing on. Some of these will have been recorded in the studio, so you get to really know how I sound like, not what you're typically hearing me just playing through a cell phone, which you should know by now that that's not very representative of somebody's playing. But I do have some favorite horns that I've used in the past that have been recorded with better equipment. You'll be able to hear that. But for right now, the worst trumpet to play on, to play high notes, to have power, to project, and to cut through loud ensembles and rock bands and Broadway shows and big bands is not what you would have thought. The worst, I'm not joking, this is not a joke, it's the Bach Stradivarius. Get rid of it or put it away. And stay tuned for some upcoming tutorials and videos that are going to give you a push in the right direction for the horn you need to play on. I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope you found this video informative. And you can always, if you're skeptical, go out and get a Bach Strad and go into a loud 18-piece jazz band and play lead on Buddy Rich, and you're going to fall flat on your face and you're going to shake your head and you're going to be like, doggone it, that Kurt Thompson was right. You know what? Hope you liked this video. Hope you got something out of it. Like it below. Hit the like button. Give me the thumbs up. And if you'd like to find out more videos like this that are helpful and of value, I want you to go ahead and subscribe to my channel. It's easy. In fact, I'm pushing 1,100 videos now, folks. Click the subscribe button and then you got over 1,000 videos. All kinds of subjects. I'm sure, positive, you're going to get something good out of it. I'll see you in the next one. Look at that guy. You probably can't tell. Maynard Ferguson. This shirt has never been worn by me. And, oh, I got it, wow, probably back in the mid to late 90s at Jazz Alley in Seattle. Talked to Maynard for a little bit, told him what I was up to lately. I asked him if he remembered me when I sent him my audition for, with Gabriel. And he said he did. I don't really believe it. I mean, he probably forgot who I was. But anyway, he said he did. Said I remember the audition tape I sent him for Gabriel about getting to his band. Anyway, we had a chat. And so this is not about my chat with him. This is just about in general. When you have the best player on the planet, not only the best trumpet player, the best brass player, that doesn't come about from just sheer practice. It comes about from being ultra talented. And when you have that kind of mega talent, it's hard to explain to other people how to play like he does. And that's why if you look for Maynard Ferguson's teachings and master classes and what student did he teach that became crazy, awesome, good, you're not going to find any of that. And the reason is Maynard probably could have practiced Come to Jesus at whole notes back when he was 9 or 10 years old and still would have become the famous player that he is and what we all know. So when you're that talented, you can just practice just about anything and you just get astoundingly good. So I heard, after going through tons and tons of anecdotal evidence and data and lectures and interviews and everything, I found out that, now this is all hearsay, but I found out that he had a son by the name of Bentley. Like the car, Bentley. And it's not clear how long Bentley played trumpet or if he ever did. What's clear is he eventually switched to bass, electric bass, or maybe even upright bass. But the problem was, I mean, come on, if you're Maynard, wouldn't it be awesome to just pour all your information onto your son and he could be the next god of trumpet? But no, it doesn't work that way, folks. So it's amazing when you have these ultra, mega talented musicians, almost always they don't know how they do it. They don't know how they do it. If he doesn't know how he can play the way he does, how can he tell you? How can he tell me? How can he teach us? He can't. And so look and try as hard as you might. Scour the internet. Go to the Maynard Ferguson Jazz Institute where Dennis de Blasio is the headmaster there. Go all around the world. You're not going to find tons of students of Maynard Ferguson out in the world today because he did not teach a lot. He just simply did not know how well he played. In fact, there was one kind of crazy example. He's doing a master class and he talks about how it's an energy demand and how it's like you got to have your feet shoulder width apart and then you kind of take a big breath and then you lean back, and when you lean back then he blows out these fantastic notes. How many of us have tried putting our feet shoulder width apart, taking a huge gulp of air and leaning back to play like Maynard, but we can't even play a high C? So sorry, Maynard. It sounds good, but it works for you. It doesn't work for the millions of other trumpet players on the planet. So this is a tutorial. It's more like an FYI that Maynard Ferguson did have a son. He does have some daughters, and I don't want to say I have a good or bad opinion about them, but so we're just going to leave it at that. But he did have a son who was involved in music, and his son was named Bentley. Something kind of creepy and eerie about Maynard's son and Maurice Andre's son, and I'm going to do a tutorial on Maurice Andre. This is really kind of weird and eerie and creepy, but Maynard's son Bentley fell out of a window
or was pushed out of a window and died at an early age. From what the data suggests that I've been able to uncover, it was in his 20s, maybe. So, but it's kind of creepy because Maurice Andreessen, now you're talking about the two best trumpet players on the planet, Maynard Ferguson and Maurice Andre. Maurice Andre's firstborn son was also a trumpet player. Maurice Andre could also not teach him, sent him away to a conservatory. Maurice Andre's son also perished in a hiking accident off a cliff when he was in his 20s. It's kind of weird. The two greatest trumpet players ever to walk the planet Earth had two sons. I mean, they each had a firstborn son, who perished in a freak fall of an accident. Isn't that crazy? It's weird. So, and they also could not teach their own son how to play like them. So I'm bringing this up just more for trivia and anything else, but also to point out the fact that if you ever get stars in your eyes about an amazing, ultra-talented, internationally acclaimed, famous player, and you want to take lessons from that person, chances are you're going to, right? You're going to give them a lot of money. You're going to see stars. You're going to rub elbows with them, and you can put that on your resume that you studied with so-and-so. But are you going to get anything out of it? Nada. They don't know how they got to where they are with that kind of talent. No. Could have practiced anything and then still arrived at that place. They did get there with hard work, but they had the talent. Just everything kept coming and coming and coming easily to them. So that's about Maynard Ferguson and why he could not teach his own son to become like him and play as good as him or better. I'm Kurt Thompson, baby. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Why do you really need to have more range than what you see on the page in your rehearsal and your ensembles? Well, I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why that the notes and the highest notes that you have in your ensembles is not where your range needs to be. Your range really needs to be a lot higher than what you have to play in your music. And the reason is you need to have a cushion of 3 to 4 notes of range above and beyond what you are required to play in your ensembles, from orchestral to concertos to lead trumpet to rock, and I'm about ready to demonstrate a couple of those right now. Having more range simply allows you to play a wide variety of music without killing yourself. And here's a really awesome piece that I love. I've played before and I plan on playing it again. Concerto in La Bemol, or otherwise known as Vivaldi Concerto in A flat for piccolo trumpet. Now, I don't happen to have a piccolo handy, so I'm going to use my big horn, which means I'm going to be using my piccolo fingerings on the big horn, because this is a transposition that I'm doing, and of course some of the notes may be a little bit out of tune on the big horn. But I'm just going to go down to one note before, let's see, where are we? Maybe near the very end. Like one note before number 3. That's the second line from the bottom of this first movement, Allegro. And that was a live recording of me now. No dubbing, no punching out, no punching in, no nothing. And that just gives you an example. I did that on my big B-flat trumpet. So, classical music requires chops, requires range. And if your range is an E-flat on trumpet or a concert D-flat, and that's it, you won't be able to play this particular piece because you'll be killing yourself with the pressure.
So that's why we have to have more range than what we really need when we're looking at a piece of music. To play this piece and make it sound good and easy and with a gorgeous tone, you can't have just a concert D flat range. You really need a concert G flat or concert G, really, to have that big cushion from what you have to play on the page to what you have in your practice room on your face. So that was Antonio Vivaldi Concerto in A flat for piccolo trumpet. Here we're looking at near the very end of the first movement of the Humble Concerto. And actually, if you play the Humble Concerto on an E-flat trumpet, it's a million times easier, but you will see a lot of people play it on their bighorn. In fact, I'm going to do a little bit right now. Some of the stuff that I'm going to be playing goes up to a high C on the B-flat trumpet or concert B-flat. If your range is only a high C or high D, you're going to have a lot of trouble with this piece. And any piece that has high C range, you have no cushion. You're going to be playing on the skin of your teeth. You're going to be using too much mouthpiece pressure. You're probably out of tune. You'll probably miss a lot of notes. You won't have any endurance. It's not going to be fun. That's another reason why you have to have a lot more range than what's called for in a particular piece. I'm starting at, it looks like measure 273. It's the second line down, right near the end of this first movement. And that was just a little excerpt from the very end of the first movement of the Hummel. Went up to high C on my B-flat trumpet. Lord knows if I had a high C or a high D range on trumpet, I would be in seriously big-time trouble trying to play this, and especially in a live performance. You have to have more range. On a piece like this, you definitely would like to have an F on trumpet. That's a concert E-flat above high C, at a minimum, to be able to go through this and make it sound easy, and also for it to be easy for you to play. Here we have a slow rock ballad. It's a second trumpet part, but don't be fooled by that because the second trumpet part here is actually playing the lead part. As you know, Maynard's playing the solo. So Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me, if you look at the very beginning, it's not really that horrible. In fact, this one never really gets that horrible for the lead part, which is played by the second trumpet player. But still, you have to have more than the high E flat that you're going to see there on the first line. That was the first line and a note. For the second trumpet part on Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me, and it went up to an E flat. If you can play an E flat in your practice, or an E, or even an F, you're going to really have a lot of trouble with that line, because you need to have at least a double A flat, so you can be nailing this without killing yourself and playing on the skin of your teeth. Another example why you need to have more range than what you think. That's a little lick in Birdland right after measure S. And then, of course, you got the beginning. Hey, we're looking at the first part of the first trumpet part for Spinning Wheel. And, you know, you have two measures of rest. This is a rock piece, obviously rock, funk, whatever you want to call it. And look at the first couple measures for the first trumpet part. You're going to be in it on a high C sharp. And lordy, if you just have a high C sharp or high D as your max range, you're going to have a lot of trouble playing some of these fun rock and pop charts. There's no question about it. We're not even talking about the super tough, top tier lead trumpet stuff. Actually, this does get tough. The spinning wheel Maynard's version does get tough. But I'm just talking about this first line, for example. 3, 4. To put some meat on the bone and have some sizzle, you have to have a lot more than a high C sharp or high D on your B flat trumpet to be able to play stuff like this. You really do. Otherwise, you're going to kill yourself. You're going to be out of tune. You're going to be wondering why you're using too much mouthpiece pressure. You're going to be having endurance problems. Another reason why you need to have more range than what you actually have to play when you're looking at a piece of music. So I just did that, the first couple of measures there, just to show that you do have to have more range than just what's on the page. Otherwise, you're going to run into problems. Demonstration and explanation why you really have to have more range than what you think. It's amazing how many students that get in my course and they'll tell me that they have a high D or a high E flat, and when I ask them, well, what typically do you have to play in your big band or your rock band or your orchestra or your community Broadway shows? And when they tell me high C's and D's, I just kind of cringe, because that's tough, folks. To have a high D max range and you're playing up to high D in your ensembles, I mean, that's a recipe for disaster and pain and torture and bad endurance problems, everything. You got to get your range up. I hope that some of the examples I provided, even to you classical players, I provided an example of the Hummel and also the Vivaldi concerto. I mean, it really makes sense. You have to get your range way, way well above what you are required to play in your daily performance and rehearsals. I'm running some very good Black Friday specials that are going to conclude this evening. I'm going to try to get this up. If I don't get it up in time, I'll put a note below. Look below, and I've had a couple people request that I extend it until tomorrow on Monday. So depending on when I get this video up, if it doesn't come up until mid-evening, that doesn't give a lot of people time to react to this particular video. In which case, look down the notes, and I might extend it until tomorrow. But really, my programs, I'm cutting some of them almost in half just for this weekend, just to get you involved, so you can see what all the buzz is about, why people are getting good results. So TrumpetSizzle.com, I'm Kurt Thompson, and look down in the description below this video. You're going to see some links where you can click on and start learning how to play first trumpet, lead trumpet in a rock band, swing band, jazz band, or if you just want to up your game for concertos and pick work. You got to take advantage of these programs now. They will resume at their normal offering price probably late tonight or late Monday night. You'll have to look down in the description to see what I decided to do. Bye-bye for now. So you want to play like Maynard, huh? Yeah, you and about a million other people do too. So we're going to talk a little bit about the desire to play like Maynard, and then the reality, and some people's very close attempts to play and sound like Maynard, and some people's attempts to sound like Maynard thinking that they do, but they really don't. And we're talking about some of Maynard's most famous lead trumpet players. And some of these guys are some of the A-list players in LA and New York and Chicago. We're going to find out what the difference is. First of all, if you're listening to this and you don't have your range up to a pretty good level, I would stop this video and immediately go to my website, TrumpetSizzle.com, and get enrolled in the 16-week upper register program. You're wasting your time. Maynard is about having the acumen and the facility and the power in the upper register. And if you don't have that, then this video is just a waste of your time. It might motivate you to get busy and start working on your range. But frankly, I'm talking to people that either have already developed their range, or thinking about playing lead, or they already play lead, or they've already even tried to play some Maynard before in rehearsal or at a concert. We're going to be talking about some of the things that cause people to not sound like Maynard. In fact, I guess it was about a year ago, I had some hater idiot that said that you sound like Maynard, but why don't you play your own way? Why don't you be yourself?
Why don't you do your own thing? You know, why are you trying to copy Maynard? And my response to this individual, without all the explicatives, like F you and mother effer and, you know, all that kind of stuff, was pretty much this. Maynard is a style. He's not only an individual and a player, but he created a style. So that would be like asking some organist on Easter morning or in the holiday season, what in the world are you thinking? You know, you're trying to copy, you know, Handel. Why? Why don't you just do your own thing? Hey, what are you thinking? You're sounding like Bach. Hey, what are you thinking? That symphony's No, it sounds like Beethoven. What are you thinking? Why don't you just play your own way? It is because some of us musicians like the style of a particular composer, era, or individual. And we want to play in that style. We want to sound like that. That is a style. So who in their right mind would play Brahms and try to sound like Scott Joplin? Right? Ridiculous. So when we're talking about trying to sound like Maynard, trying to play like Maynard, what we're really saying is we want to play with his style, in the style of Maynard Ferguson. Can anybody ever play like Maynard? No. Even the people that come closest still do not play exactly like Maynard. It's impossible. He was a one of a kind. So no matter how hard you try to copy Maynard, the best that can happen to you is you become better because you have some of the essence of his playing in yours, but you will never be a Maynard clone. Nobody is. Let's get that out of the way. So when we're trying to play in a particular style, we can call player Maynard Ferguson a style. He had a style, and his style was very smooth, rounded, singable, powerful style, and which is not a lead trumpet style, and that's where the problem is for you folks that already play lead, that already have range. And I'm going to do some demonstrations on what I've heard. People, and I'm talking about some high-powered, high-caliber people that came from Maynard's band, and one of them gets all the gigs in LA, seems like, gets just about every gig, and he's been featured on several Maynard. He's never done a Maynard tribute. A Maynard tribute means you got to get out there and face the audience, in my opinion, at least 8 Maynard songs by yourself. That's a Maynard tribute by one individual. So this particular person I'm talking about has never done a Maynard Ferguson tribute like I have, like Eric Miyashiro has, like a guy up in New York, Ron Reski, has. But this guy is a top dog in LA. I think we all know who we're talking about, but I'm not going to mention names. He's never done a Maynard Ferguson tribute. 8 songs on a concert at least. And no stand. If you're going to play in the style of Maynard, you do not use a stand and bury your freaking head in the stand. Hello? Are you kindergartners out there? Maynard was not only about his style, but he was about his connection with the audience. I think on some new charts you might have seen him go over there and glance at his stand, possibly, but on the songs that he knew well, he got right out there in front and wanted to connect with the audience. And being buried in a stand, like you're the studio sight-reading fool that you are, you know who I'm talking about, Mr. LA guy, that's not Maynard. If you have to have your eyes locked on every note on a solo that you've been playing for 20 years by Maynard, that's not Maynard. Okay, you just totally missed it. So, playing Maynard is in playing a particular style. It doesn't mean that you're going to turn into a Maynard clone. You let me know when you find someone that's turned into a Maynard Ferguson clone that plays exactly like Maynard. I want to find out who that would be, because so far that's never happened, ever. So, now that you know what we're talking about playing in a particular style, the Maynard Ferguson style. We want to play in that style because he set the bar for having this ridiculously melodic, lullaby, cantabile type of sound in the upper register that almost sounded like he was singing on a lot of the charts, right? Yeah. So I'm going to pick out a couple of songs that are well known, not some of his more obscure ones, but they're well known and people try to play. And I'm going to try to differentiate on how the style would be correct for Maynard, the Maynard style, and how it would be incorrect if you're playing it as a lead trumpet player. There's a difference. So what? Let's see. Let's try to find something. And I have no music in front of me. Look around. I'm in a practice room. The only thing I have in front of my stand, I got some Clark, baby. So I don't have any Maynard music in front of me. It's going to have to come from my head. I got Herbert L. Clark there, but that's not going to help us out with a Maynard. So we can take what I consider one of his easier charts, and this is one that a lot of people can start working on if you haven't worked on Maynard Ferguson and the style, which would be My Funny Valentine. Now, we're not going to go through the easy ballad stuff in the beginning. We're trying to capture the part where people really screw up. Not necessarily screw up the notes as far as missing notes or accuracy, but screw up the style, and they end up sounding like a lead player. So nearing the end, it's kind of like the push. Let me see if I can get my bearings. Okay, that's a very sweet singable part in My Funny Valentine near the end that Maynard just sounds wonderful on. And I've actually gotten pretty close of capturing the Maynard style myself on that particular section. And that's when people actually work with me and learn the Maynard, we work on that one of the first ones. It doesn't go too terribly high. Now, I've heard countless lead players and some from Maynard's band play it like this. Sorry. All in all, they're hitting the right notes, right? Yes, they are. What's the difference? And as we get into May 4th, we're getting very close to Maynard's birthday of 2016, which is on May 4th. You're going to hear people pop up playing some of the Maynard stuff. I'm confident of it. In fact, I heard there's a big shindig in LA with some of Maynard's alumni. Now, I want you to use this tutorial and listen to what they do. You're going to notice almost all of them, except for probably Eric Miyashiro and maybe one other person, is going to sound like the lead trumpet player trying to play in the Maynard style, not playing the Maynard style. Don't take my word for it. Watch this video right before you see some of these guys play, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And no, they aren't trying to play in their own style or play with their own personality. That, like, again, that would be like playing toccata and fugue in D minor and you know, playing it like you're some kind of jazz piano player, right? Or playing it like Barry Manilow, right? No, when you play in the style of something, you play in that style. You can bring in whatever you want from your own personality, but you play in that style. You don't screw up the style, okay? And you're going to hear these lead trumpet players screw up the Maynard style. They're going to get the high notes, they're going to get the notes, but they're screwing up the style. Just like I did on My Funny Valentines. So, playing it like a lead player, you smack the notes harder than you normally would, just like you would in lead. That's a lead player mentality. Lead playing the Maynard Ferguson solo. No, you've just totally screwed up the entire style, my lead playing friend. So that's one example about why even people that are the top professional level lead players cannot seem to play like Maynard and play in that style. They're playing like a lead player, right? Lead player. lots of harsh articulations and pops and percussive attacks that go right along with the rhythm section. No, we're not playing that way when we're playing Maynard. Lead trumpet player. Turn on a light bulb. Think. Let's go on to a harder example now. What would be harder? Okay, a lot of people try to attempt this particular song, and most crash and burn on it, but the ones that actually get through it are not sounding like Maynard. So, again, I don't have the music in front of me, and I'm having to do this off the cuff. I'm just trying to get the song in my head. Let me see if I can get it. Okay. If you don't recognize that, that's from the Big Push, kind of in the middle of the piece of Danny Boy, from way, way, way on back. Way, way, way back. I believe that probably was in the 60s. Or maybe, you know what? It might have even been could have been the 50s too, when he first started getting that one going. Well, you hear a lot of people trying that one. You can go on YouTube right now and see a lot of people doing that one. Will it sound like I just did? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So, the lead player approach on this one, who hasn't thought about the Maynard Ferguson style, which is a style, is going to play it something like this. I got pretty much all the right notes, didn't I? Yeah, for the most part. But it sucks if you're trying to play it in the Maynard style. That's a lead trumpet style that I just did there. In fact, I could have even overdid it more than what I just did. So the singability in the Maynard style makes the solo. Not your high notes or how loud you can play or how rough you can attack stuff, lead trumpet players out there. That's another example, Danny Boy. Listen to everybody playing Danny Boy, except for Eric Miyashiro, and it's going to sound kind of like I did on the lead trumpet part of my demonstration here. Okay, let's move on to some other ones now. MacArthur Park. MacArthur Park is the one that everybody tries. This is one that features that top LA trumpet player who's got his, he looks like this when he's playing. He's in the stand, he's playing like this. He's played this a million times, but he's still got his nose and his horn buried in the stand. Yeah, totally not playing the style of Maynard. And then his playing is not in the style of Maynard. People go ooh and ah because he's hitting high notes. I don't go ooh and ah on his playing at all. Ever. Zero. Nada. So, what is he doing that's not in the appropriate style of playing Maynard? Well, let's see, what part of MacArthur Park are we going to pick? Let's see here. I guess maybe near the front of it. Okay, quite smooth, quite flowing, quite connected, right? Go back and listen to Maynard do that and listen to what I just did. It's about the same thing, right? Except when you watch some of his live stuff and he's getting a little bit funky. And sometimes he does when he's doing some of the live stuff, like the Maynard Ferguson stuff. Okay, so now how would you screw up the Maynard style on that one? and make it sound more like a lead trumpet player playing that particular song and not playing correctly in the Maynard Ferguson style, you would do it like this. That's a lead trumpet player mentality coming at what could have been a gorgeous, beautiful, singable, melodic solo, and you're pounding it and you're pounding it and you're pounding it like a lead trumpet player. Almost like the whole agenda is just to get the high notes popping out loud. You totally screwed it up, Mr. LA studio guy from Maynard Ferguson, old-timey band. You screwed it up. How come you can't play it like Maynard? Like I just did, because you're missing the important part of the style. Okay, it's not about playing lead trumpet with the Maynard solo. It's about playing the Maynard Ferguson solo style, which this person obviously, until now, still hasn't got. Let's go on to another one. Yet another one. So this one's one that's also very famous. You might even hear it on May 4th when they do the tribute. Let me see if I can remember how it goes. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now, in all fairness, the Gonna Fly Now theme and the Rocky theme does have a little bit more punch, percussive, articulated attacks than, say, some of the other ballad solos that we were talking about earlier. So the lead players that are playing this, that were in Maynard's band, can somewhat get away with having that lead player mentality because that's just kind of the style, part of the style of this one. But still, there should be a flowing, effortlessness and connectedness with the solo. So how can I make this solo less like Maynard and more like a lead, more like an LA top tier, world class A group lead player? You could tell the difference in that it was a choppy, lots of taking air breaks and stuff like that to make sure you're getting the high notes, as opposed to the nice, smooth, singable style that should be in that particular piece. But like I said before, it is a rock disco piece, so there is going to be more punch to it than the typical Maynard Ferguson style. So that's why the lead players, if you hear this on May 4th, they're going to get away with being a little bit more punchy with it and still making it sound close to the style. But by throwing in all these air breaks and some of the things that they're doing, it totally takes away from the style, in my opinion. Okay, so let's see if there's any more Maynard Ferguson things to talk about. But maybe the Gospel John thing, right? Okay, that was pretty close to the Maynard and Ferguson style. If you're a lead trumpet player playing that, just thinking it's all about the high notes, you're going to end up sounding like this. typical lead player coming at the Gospel John Maynard Ferguson solo and playing it as though a lead trumpet player would. Is he getting the notes? Pretty much. Is it loud? Yes, that was loud. Is it really in the style of Maynard? No. Maynard would never play. He would never play Gospel John like that. That's how a lead trumpet player would approach that solo, and not Maynard Ferguson. So anyway, I hope I've turned on the light bulb for you lead trumpet players that have thought about playing Maynard, or you already have, and then you go back and look, and you're thinking there's something missing in my performance. Why? I just don't sound like Maynard. I just don't got that style. What's going on? So just forgive yourself, because you'll never be Maynard, but you can sound and get the style like Maynard, because that's what we're after. Again, if we're going to play Fur-Elise, right, by Beethoven, we're not going to play it at those would be the right notes, but the wrong freaking style, because we're trying to play in the style of Beethoven. And here we're trying to play in the style of Maynard Ferguson. You're trying to play in the style of Maynard Ferguson, by God, play in the style of Maynard Ferguson, and not some lead trumpet player that's chopping it up with a big old hacksaw. Okay, that's my tutorial on playing in the style of Maynard Ferguson and trying to play like him, versus just going for the high notes as a professional lead trumpet player and being satisfied and all smug with yourself that you got the high notes. No, you missed it. And then this stand, if you got the stand in front of you and you're playing a Maynard Ferguson tribute or solo and you got your eyes buried in that stand, you have so freaking missed the point of Maynard and the connectedness that Maynard had with his audience. You just totally missed it. Watch on May 4th, if there's a tribute concert, watch how many people that played with Maynard, bink, missed it. Missed it. Maynard never came out hunched, with his eyes and his horn buried in the stand, playing a solo. Never did that. I mean, come on, folks. So if you're trying to play Maynard, rewind this video and watch over and over and over again, and you just might be able to get some of this into your playing and sound better. For those of you who have the range and have some lead but would like to start venturing out playing Maynard Ferguson stuff, I'm telling you, it is the hardest part that you can do on the horn. Playing Maynard Ferguson or another written high note solo, whether it be Doc Severinsen or Bill Chase, really doesn't matter. When you are playing the written high note solo, folks, there's nothing else. There's no other harder music for you to play. And I know this for a fact. I got a video I'm going to put up where I made my living playing the Carnival of Venice all summer long, 5 shows a day. Okay? I've done that. I played all the toughest Empire Brass and Canadian Brass Quintet music. I've done it all. I played all the hardest piccolo pieces. Michael Haydn, Brandenburg, the toughest Vivaldi piece on piccolo. I've warmed up on the Hindemith. I played the Hummel and the Haydn. I've done the Tomasi. I played Alan Vizuti's Cascades. I've done it all. And then I played the hardest lead trumpet parts known to man. What's the hardest thing? None of that. The hardest thing is to stand up, pick up your horn, walk out in front of the band. It's you in the mic or you in the audience, and to play that known written high note solo that everybody knows. So second book jazz players, there's no finger wiggling your way out of this one, my friends. There's no taking the horn off and listen to the rhythm section do a little something while you're resting your chops. When you play the written high note solo, it's game on. It's you play to the end. You make it or you don't. It is the hardest. I've done it all. It is the hardest. Don't believe me? Let's put you to the test. I'll pick 2 Maynard Ferguson solos for you, and we'll go to a rehearsal big band, and we'll make you step out front and play it. Got to play it from memory, too. What's the point of burying your nose in the stand? That's not Maynard. Then we'll see what you think. It's tough love, baby, and you need it.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. The Yamaha Silent Brass System Mute for trumpet. I'm going to be doing my review of it and see what I think. It's brand new, still in the box. Let's see what happens. Take it out. Okay, I actually have the Yamaha Silent Brass Mute in the bell of my trumpet. And you can see I did locate some AA batteries for the system here. And I was kind of playing around with it. And so I could see how this could be a benefit. When you put a normal mute in your trumpet, it really deadens the sound. It's not pleasant to practice with. Here I got it on Reverb 2. And I don't know if you can see that on the system. But they got Reverb 1, which doesn't do a whole lot, and then Reverb 2. Kind of sounds like you're playing in a big auditorium with nobody there. Has a nice echo effect. Wow, lots of echo. Lots and lots of echo. It really does sound like I'm in a huge auditorium and maybe the lights are out except for a couple of stage lights and nobody's in the audience. That's what it sounds like with the Yamaha Silent Brass System. As a result of you being able to turn up the volume, you actually sound pretty loud to yourself. It's really cool. It does sound like you're in a huge auditorium. I can see how this would work because you're not going to overblow it because you hear yourself very, very well. I think a potential for this one for people who haven't used it before would be as self-examination. If you're working on something difficult, or you want to check your intonation, or you want to check your sound, or you want to check your technique level if you're getting a certain passage or not. Like this would give you a closer up view, but really with your ears. So, Silent Brass by Yamaha Trumpet Mute. Pretty cool, actually. Silent Brass. It didn't come with batteries. I was a little bit miffed by that, but what the heck, we all got AA's somewhere around the house, and I was able to find a couple and some clocks. So I got the AA's in there, turned it on. It works pretty well. It seemed like it would just create a different experience when you have to practice with your mute in. It just would make things a little bit more entertaining, a little bit more fun than with a typical practice mute. So for, I don't know, it's under $200. And if you do have to use the practice mute quite a bit, whether you stay up late or you're in a hotel or apartment a lot, or you have people in your household that go to bed early, I think this would be a worthy investment for you to make. Definitely would. The other thing I already mentioned is that because you can turn it up loud in your ears, you'll end up not overblowing the mute, which is also another good thing. So if you haven't tried it, I'm going to put a link in the description. You can easily get the Yamaha Silent Brass Trumpet Mute at Amazon. Just boom, go there, order it. You'll have it in a couple days. You can try it out just like I'm doing right now. It's a pretty cool device. And again, for those of you who don't live on a ranch in the middle of Wyoming somewhere, and you do need to shush up your trumpet playing from time to time, this would be the device to get. Give me a thumbs up if you like this, if you found it informative.
Subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you in my next review. Bye-bye.
Subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you very much. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.